Hey, good morning, everybody.
Hey, good morning, Jim. Good
How are
morning,
you?
Ness and JD and Isaiah. Oh, I'm just Jim Dandy. I've been responding to massive amounts of hate mail all night, coming from all sides, like
Yeah, I finally
literally.
got to watch the video from Truth Seeker, so just
Oh,
watch
from
that.
Simon? Yeah. Simon decided to make a video
Yeah,
about
I
me.
finally got
Oh,
to watch the video.
1 sec. Did There we go. Did
Okay.
Hey JD, did you actually watch the video that this guy Simon put out?
I haven't seen Simon's video yet. It's on my list.
Um, yeah. Okay, so you do know about it, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. So I mean, this guy decides to make a video rather than respond to my arguments, rather than coming to a hangout like he was asked to do on numerous occasions. He decided to forth a video which completely misrepresented and strawman everything I said to the point of absurdity. It was not even remotely anything that I was talking about, which was kind of odd. So anyways, yeah, I've been responding to Bionic Dance and who else? Oh my goodness. The Rumpus, and a few other people, and it's just like,
Well, I think the Rumpus agrees with you, doesn't he? I mean, Rumpus
well,
is
he
a,
agrees with,
a
yeah, he does
proper
and he doesn't.
atheist.
Well, he agrees with me on he agrees with me on the logic. He agrees with me on the technicality. He agrees my argument is right. He just doesn't understand the whole atheist thing. He doesn't grasp what it is, and maybe that is our fault, that because we are using it slightly pejorative, even though that it does only mean non-theist. But when the person is called a lacktheist, they're basically saying that person is a non-theist that is calling themselves an atheist because they don't want to make the claim that they believe that God does not exist because they're trying to avoid the burden of justification. But that's a little complicated to get into, I'm finding, so I've just kind of eliminated that from
Yeah.
my
I,
video.
I honestly
And I just,
don't. I think most people they just don't know any better because that was me. I didn't know any better for the longest time. I was a lacktheist initially until, as someone might jokingly say, I drank the Aussie Kool Aid. And I understand, like, you're right. You're saying makes sense. I'm not like this. I actually am a proper philosophical atheist. I think we live in a godless universe, and I have reasons. I started getting the fact that I'm not so much worried about the burden of justification anymore, but just kind of embrace the fact that yeah, I do have a burden, however small. And anytime someone tells you that they believe something, and then you say I don't believe you, you have the small burden to explain why. So if someone presents to you, I think that Yahweh is a real thing, and I'll say, okay, what are your reasons? They present them. I don't think it's sufficient to warrant belief, and I say so. And they're like, well, why don't you believe? Well, because it's insufficient to warrant belief, and I can go into more detail if I want. But that's really all that's required.
right. It's not that hard to discharge the burden of justification. I don't know why certain atheists don't want to take upon that burden, because it's not that hard. There's a lot of good arguments that you can come up with to do that. But the purpose of my video was to show people that there's not some great schism. I'm not trying to divide proper atheist to lacktheist, an atheist. Okay, and I'm going to use it pejoratively right now for an atheist that says they're an atheist even though they just lack a belief. I'm not saying that they're not atheist. Okay, in the colloquial general sense that we just mean in colloquial speak and colloquial speak that we're just talking, that yeah, I'm fine with them being atheist. And I tried relating this to Rumpus because he's a physicist. I related it to heat, and the scientific definition for heat is a transfer of thermal energy from a concentrated region to a lower, high concentration region to a lower concentration region. In other words, it has to be moving. Okay, it has to be in transit. It cannot be stored. But when somebody says, "Hey, you know what? My house retains heat," okay, yes, physically it's impossible. According to laws of physics, that is not possible. The house cannot retain heat. However, we know in general conversation, right, that person is not a physicist or probably doesn't have an understanding of what heat actually really is, and we understand what them to mean the house is retaining warmth, right? It's thermal energy, even though that cannot be done physically. But we get the gist of the conversation. That's what's happening when an atheist says, well, I only lack a belief. Formally speaking, they're only asserting they are a non-theist. They're not asserting they're an atheist at that point. But we understand that's what they mean.
I, th-
That's
I
the
think
difference.
I think the best approach is to ask the person, what is your position on the question of whether gods exist, or do you have a position? If they say no, I don't have a position. Okay, they're a non-theist. Have a nice day. if they do have a position, okay, what is it? Is it yes, no, or maybe, or I don't know, and then just go from
Well,
there.
that's where the problem lies for it. Well, no. Let's run this. Let's run this, okay? Ask me the question. I'll show you what I'm running into because the people that they're not understanding to have a proper conversation. So ask me the question. Pretend I'm going to be the person that I'm arguing against. So ask me that question.
Okay. Do you hold a position in the question of whether or not gods exist? Yes or no?
I don't know. I reserve judgment.
So you don't know if you have a position or not?
I reserve. My position is I reserve my judgment on it. I'm undecided.
You're undecided.
You would say
You're undecided about whether or not you have a
I'm
position in whether or not.
No. I'm just no. I'm decided in my position. My position is I'm undecided.
Oh,
I'm undecided toward the belief of God does not exist. Now you would say that's a non-theist, correct?
well, I would say it sounds like an agnostic at this point.
Yeah, well, it is actually.
But you said you held a position on that proposition on whether a God exists. Okay, and then you said your position was what again?
How about this? How about I just say I don't care is my position? How about that? Make it simple. An apatheist, right? That's what an apatheist is. Somebody who doesn't care about the proposition. You're going to say that that's a non-theist, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Now here's the problem.
Now you're saying right. You don't hold a position. You don't hold a position.
Right. Right. Here's what everybody else is doing. They're saying if you answer anything other than yes, if you answer I don't know, I don't care, that it's a nonsensical proposition, you're a pantheist. You answer any other thing other than yes, they're trying to pigeonhole into the no category and say that you're an atheist. That is fundamentally wrong. Okay, fundamentally wrong, because it's like asking somebody in a court case, what is your position on this? And if you answer, I plead the fifth, as I said in my video, you cannot say that person is making an affirmation of the no, of a no, right? You can't do it. And that's what they're trying to do. They're trying to say, well, if you're saying you're agnostic, then you're an atheist. And atheism does not fall under Gnosticism or vice versa. They both fall under the people that I'm arguing against.
And who are they?
The people that have been arguing against all night last night, including you.
I haven't been arguing anything about pantheism. I haven't been making any claims other than the only claim I've made, and the only issue I've got with your stuff is the question, does God exist, is different to do you believe God exists? And if you answer the question, if you answer the question, does God exist, with I believe or I don't believe, then you haven't actually answered the question, the exact question. You've given your point of view, absolutely right. I mean, you've given where you stand, but you haven't answered the question, does God exist? Yeah, sort of. I mean, you're kind of right. And by the way, you have a great radio voice. I like your video. You had a good voice on that. You need to do radio. No, the question succinctly. Okay. Well, hang on. He's partly right and partly wrong. So let me explain why. The question being, does God exist, is just a shorthand notation. And even in my video, I specifically said I'm only talking about doxastic claims. I'm not dealing with any kind of epistemic claims. This is not to knowledge. This is about your belief. So when you ask, does God exist, you're asking the question, do you believe that God exists? Okay? That's the question being posed. You have two major answers. I believe that God does exist. That's a theist. I would think Matt would take that position. You can say, I believe God does not exist. That would be the atheist. Both of them are asserting a belief. I believe. Both of them are saying, I believe. One is saying, I believe he does exist. One is saying that he doesn't believe that he doesn't exist. However, the other people are saying that when you change that negation and you put it in front of belief, so you say, I don't believe that God exists, now you are changing the question. Now you are basically saying not what you believe,
but you're saying what you don't believe. And the question is not asking you what you don't believe. The question is asking you what you do believe. See that now, heretic? Do you agree?
I see what you're saying. I don't necessarily agree. If I was to say, I do not believe in God. I do not believe that God exists. If I put that negative in the place where you're saying it shouldn't be, but I say it in a certain way, I'm saying it in no different way than saying I believe God does not exist.
Well, that's not true because I showed you logically that's not true. I use Uriah Christensen's predicate logic to show that logically it's not the right thing. I showed it.
You had an opinion.
Everybody says a lot. No.
You had an opinion on where the not stands, which allowed you to produce your perfectly good logical statement. And I would say that there are many ways of being able to take those, including the statements, I do not believe that God exists, and I believe that God doesn't exist, being exactly the same.
Well, they're not.
And I can also see that the way somebody says it could also look like and sound like they are saying two different things. It is just that it leads to confusion.
But you cannot just arbitrarily change where the negation goes. Both of them are evaluating, as I said in my predicate logic that I got from Uriah, that you actually evaluate BI, which is belief, and I. Belief and I believe. Now you either have I believe or I believe that God exists, or I believe that God does not exist. It's not asking you for the negation of I believe. It's not asking you for the I don't believe. So they are not logically the same thing. Again, one is actually telling people what you do not believe. The other two answers are telling what you do believe.
Theism is a belief. Theism is a belief statement. Sorry, theism is a belief statement, and atheism is a negation of the believe statement. That's how I see it.
Go ahead, JD. What were you trying to say?
Well, I do actually. I believe that I believe God doesn't exist. Gods don't exist, and I don't believe God exists. You're saying the same thing. One may have the sound of some. I think they are. That's my position. I don't see a difference. It seems like you might be trying nicer about it, but in the end, you're saying that we live in a godless universe.
Oops, wrong post. Okay.
In the end, the resulting statement is that you believe that there are no gods.
Did you watch my video? Did you watch my video?
Did I miss that part? Because
because the predicate. I used the predicate thing here. Okay, and the predication, right? If you break down the predication, it actually is a non-theist is actually saying the negation of BI, which is I do not believe. That's a non-theist. An atheist is saying I do believe, right? I do believe, not DG. I do believe God does not exist. Both of them are an atheist and a theist both have that BI. See, I do believe. Now, a non-theist, you're changing the negation. You're moving it from one side to the other, and now you're changing it to say, I do not believe. They are not logically the same statement.
Yeah, Matt, but every negative...
I disagree. But
every negative...
Go ahead, Matt. You know logic. Where's the logical flaw in that?
Well, I don't consider Uriah Christensen to be a reliable source on logic. So if that's your source,
I do. I did have it checked. I did have it checked by multiple people. Okay.
Yeah, you should. Yeah, you should always do that with everyone, including you and me.
Yes.
But what I was going to say is, my view is that every positive can be restated as a negative, and every negative can be restated as a positive. If that's the case, then So if that's the case, then if you make this positive statement, I believe God does not exist, the negative of that is I do not believe, and if you make the statement I do not believe, the opposite of that is I believe.
No, the negative statement is I believe God exists, and the negative statement is I believe God does not exist.
Yes,
that's what you have to keep
saying the same thing. One is saying the same thing.
They are not the same thing.
Okay, one is a negative. One is a negative statement of what's happening, and the other is a positive, but they mean the same thing.
They do not, because
it's just word choice. It's just a semantic choice. In the end, you're saying the same thing.
Well, you're really not, because what you're saying is, when you're saying is, I don't believe something. Okay. Let's try to change it to this way. Anybody who's not a theist, Matt, would you agree, is a non-theist? Would you agree with that?
Yeah.
Okay, so non-theism is basically default, right? I mean, if somebody doesn't accept theism, they have to go into some category, so they're going to go into non-theism. We agree upon that.
I don't know that you would call that a default.
You sound like a
non-theist now, Steve. That's the thing.
No.
You're
this
kind
is a direct.
of a little bit watery, and that's what
Listen,
I think people are getting upset about.
This is a direct logical negation. This is not a disjunction. This is a P or not P. You are one or the other. Okay. Okay. So you're either a theist or you're not a theist. That's basic logic, Helena.
No, that's different. What you said was that non-theism is default, and see, you're playing fast and loose with these terms.
No.
People are going to get mad at you. It's not true that non-theism is default any more than theism is default. Or, well, maybe it's true. I mean, this is a thing that people argue about. Which one is default, right? So don't use that word default. If you really do want to get out of what you're calling people having aneurysms. Personally, I think you're the only one having an aneurysm. But if you want to avoid others having aneurysms, don't use words like default and say things half-assed like non-theism is a default. We all agree on that, right?
Well, let me show you why.
People are going to object to things like that.
Let me show you why it's a default. Okay, if you ask a person in a coma, do you want the plug pulled? Okay, right? If they don't answer yes, they're defaulting no answer. You can automatically put them in the yes position and pull that plug. Okay, a non-answer is a default position. A non-answer is a position such as you're not accepting the claim. So anything other than yes must be not yes, right? Anything other than a theist must be a non-theist. If for whatever reason you do not answer, you're a theist. Okay, whether you don't answer, whether you're incapable of answering, whether you're a child or whatever, you have to fall.
I agree. I actually agree.
That is a different statement than saying that non-theism is a default.
Yeah, I actually agree.
You're saying two different things and claiming that you're saying the same thing.
No, I'm not, Ellen.
No, JD, I'm going to finish. Saying this statement, either you're a theist or a non-theist, is not the same thing as saying non-theism is a default. That's my point.
Well, I just explained what
I do think non-theism is a default position in that it encompasses people who have never been exposed to a God concept at all.
There you go. Same thing.
Yeah, but what about an atheist? An atheist.
That's a claim that can be argued, right? Whereas either you're a theist or you're a non-theist.
Most people can agree.
That anyone would argue with.
Yeah, most people can agree. We're born not having a concept of God yet, and then
I don't agree with
that.
Well, this is what I said. Most people there are a couple irrational, crazy people on YouTube and on the internet who think that it's the default position of God, and those people are nuts, and we're not paying attention to them right now.
Yeah. Well, hang on. I mean, Matt.
That's how you oppose that's how you defeat an opposing position, by calling the guy an idiot.
Let's for clarification.
I mean, if we want to talk about the default thing, there's plenty of evidence for both sides on whether you default.
Yeah, the default is significant. It's irrelevant.
Whether you default as a human, as a theist, or you default as a human, as a non-theist. That's a totally different argument, and that argument's not necessarily not worth having, but it's not nearly obvious. Like either you're a theist or you're a non-theist is obvious.
I mean, but either God exists or God doesn't exist. That's a
binary dichotomy. Yes, and Matt advocates that people are born theists. So that's a different argument altogether. But Helena,
that's my point. It's a different argument. For you to claim that it's the same argument is what's wrong.
I am not claiming it's the same argument.
You just did. You just said, look, you're either a theist or a non-theist.
Can I ask you a question, Steve?
Hold on. Steve just said
it's an irrelevance.
That the statement, either you're a theist or a non-theist, is the same as saying non-theism is default. And I disagree. The first one I think everyone would agree with. The second one there's plenty of argument for.
Okay, let me explain again.
You don't have to re-explain. I understand, right? You also seem to get upset and claim that people don't understand if they don't agree with you.
Well, let me give my reasoning. Okay,
give your reasoning.
Okay. Do you agree that if you are asked a question and you do not say yes, you cannot attribute that yes to that person? Do you agree with that? For whatever reason, you're incapable of answering the question.
Sure, I agree. That's different than saying that I was born with the default no.
Well, they're not a theist. Either you're a theist or you're a non-theist. That's the dichotomy.
I agree. 100% agree.
What if you're an atheist?
Try to claim that that's the same as saying that non-theist is default. You can't do it without arguing.
But I don't even agree with that. An atheist isn't in either camp.
Yeah, no.
An atheist isn't a non-theist. An atheist would say to you, I don't know what you're talking about.
Right. They're a non-theist because they're not a theist. Anything that's not a theist is a non-theist.
When you say non-theist, you mean without belief in something they don't know what you're talking about. It's not a sensible statement to them. Non-theism is a nonsensical statement to an atheist.
There's a dichotomy here, okay? You have to be in either one group or the other. Either you're a theist or you're a non-theist, right? That's a dichotomy.
Yes, no one disagrees with that.
I do. An atheist would not agree with that.
Okay, okay. He's right.
Actually, if you look
at even disagree with that one.
Okay.
Neither would agnostic too, right?
Go to Wiki and it tells you that
you're not an agnostic.
Yeah. Agnosticism means theological non-cognitivist, and that's under non-theism. You can go to Wiki and look it up. Okay?
No,
it's under non.
Listen, Steve. You don't decide an issue by referring to Wikipedia. You decide an issue. You decide an issue through a line of reasoning that gets to your conclusion.
All right, let's look at the line of reasoning. Are they a theist? Is an atheist a theist?
If I was playing an atheist right now, I would say, I literally don't know what you are talking about. How can I take a position? How can I take a position?
Now you have the fallacy excluded middle because you just said it's like a dichotomy. You either are a theist or a non-theist. Now
I never said that. I never said that. I said either God exists or God doesn't exist. And they could disagree with that as well.
Yeah, rational theist Matt brought up a third position. I didn't even bother with it, but he's right, actually.
So you don't. Okay. You don't believe it's a true dichotomy. Either you're a theist or you're a non-theist. That is a not true dichotomy.
No, I'm presenting a possible third alternative, an atheism.
A third alternative is only to evaluation of a claim. For example, if the claim is, does God exist? Then I have a third alternative. I don't know. Okay? But the binary proposition is still either God exists or he does not exist, right? That is the binary proposition.
It's not because an atheist, so let's say it's a dilemma. Either God exists or God does not exist. Okay, that could be a true dichotomy, but it's a false dichotomy if there's a third alternative. And if someone says, "Listen," if someone says to you, "Listen, I don't know what you're talking about." What are you talking about? That's a third position. Okay. It's not either not a theist. They're not saying God exists, and they're not a non-theist saying I'm without belief in God. They're literally saying I do not know what you're talking about.
And Steve, just on that basis, on that exact basis of that question of the dichotomy, the two mutually exclusive things, God exists or God does not exist, again comes back to my issue of that is irrelevant in terms of theism, because theism is about a human mind believing something rather than the fact and the reality.
Exactly.
And the fact and the reality is whether God exists or does not exist.
But atheism is the same.
That's nothing to do with what we're talking about. Yes, that's true, but it has nothing to do with what we're talking about. So is atheism. Yeah, there's nothing to do with where the conversation is right now. Matt, do you agree that the logical negation of theism is not theism? Would you agree with that?
The logical negation of theism, belief in God. No, the negation of that, or the way you would state that negatively is, I do not believe in God.
No, just make it simple. Theist and not theist. That's a direct logical negation. You can't even get any better than that.
Yeah, they're opposites from each other. Okay. But that doesn't. So because you can point to the opposites of each other does not mean they're the only two options that people can take.
Then you don't have a dichotomy. Then you have a fallacy of exclusion.
Because you need a trichotomy. You need to include those people who would say, I don't know what you're talking about.
No,
this is what you're
that's
doing.
only for an evaluation of a claim.
No, this is what you're doing. You're saying to me, are these two statements the opposite from each other? I'm saying yes, and then you're trying to say, because I said yes, then you're presenting a true dichotomy. But as soon as you claim it's a true dichotomy, there cannot be any third alternatives, and I think atheism is one of those.
Okay, well, Jim Henson looked it up. He says atheism falls under not theism, which I've been saying as well.
What's his line of reasoning? I don't care who says it, how many people say it. I want persuaded by evidence.
So, Steve, can you clear something up? I'm new here. So, non-theism for you, it's not holding a belief in God, right?
Non-theism is anybody that's not a theist.
Yeah.
Okay, and therefore they would not hold to the belief. So rocks, trees, and babies are non-theist. Okay.
Yes, but they're not atheists. Big difference.
Right.
Bionic Gas, she's the one that advocates that a baby is an atheist.
Right. No. Okay. I get that. Right. So. Okay. So.
That's a separate thing.
Right. So, but by those lights, right? By those lights, if a rock cannot even potentially hold the concept of God, right? You tell a rock, hey, there's a God. The rock maintains being a rock. So in that case, that's not a third. That's not a third category, right? So Matt would be wrong in this case. The rock would not fall into this atheist category or something like that, right? The rock would still be non-theist.
Non-theist.
No,
right.
I mean
because there is no third category. Either you're a theist or you're a non-theist. That's
but
There's no other options.
But when we're talking about theism and non-theism, then theism is a belief in God. Okay? So if you're talking about the negation of theism, belief in a God, the negation of that is not a belief in God. So you can't invoke things that cannot have beliefs as some sort of valid counter. Rocks do not have beliefs. They don't come into the question.
Okay, but you're not understanding that it's not really, an atheist is a position, okay? If you're an atheist, that's a position to the claim that requires cognitive thought.
Okay. Let's grant it arguendo.
Can I finish my statement? Yeah. A rock doesn't have cognitive awareness. It has no ability to be rational or formulate anything. But it must fall into one of two categories that is a true dichotomy. Either it falls into the theist category or the negation of it, which is the non-theist.
That's nonsense.
Then you are violating the law of excluded middle.
No, listen, tell me this. Define the word theism for me. No, wait a minute. Define the word theism.
A person who at least believes in one God or more.
You see the word belief there?
Yes, there's a belief.
Now define non-theism.
Anybody who's not a theist.
No. Yeah, that means anyone who does not have a belief in God.
But you have to fall into one of those two categories is the whole point.
No.
There's no other category.
No. So the only,
okay, how about this? Matt?
So the only subject matter which is relevant to atheism and theism, or non-theism, is belief in God or not belief in God. Rocks and trees and inanimate objects, they do not come into the discussion. They cannot. We know they cannot. They're not things that have beliefs or not beliefs. And that's the two subjects we're talking about: belief and not belief.
Can I say something, Steve?
Go ahead.
I want to clarify my position. Maybe this will clarify for everyone here. I have a presentation of to make it easier. The first question: do you believe that God exists, or God or gods exist? There can only be yes or no to this question.
No, there's other answers to that question. There's many other answers to that question. You can be an atheist, you can be an atheist, you could be a agnostic.
But you can only, wait a minute. You either do believe or you don't believe. So that's a dichotomy, right?
But if you don't know what the belief is, okay, the proposition itself is either God exists or He does not exist. That is where the true dichotomy lies. Okay, your opinion on that, however, your belief on that, how you answer that could be 1,000 different ways you can answer that question. Okay?
No, either you hold a belief about X or you don't hold a belief about X. That is the true dichotomy.
No. The existence of God is the true dichotomy. Okay. You may not have. For example, if you don't have a belief, if I don't have a belief okay, if I have not evaluated it, okay, if I say, hey, do you believe that, and I like to use this, wiffle waffles, Ness, do you believe that wiffle waffles exist?
No.
How do you know? What have you looked at evidence to evaluate that proposition? If wiffle waffles exist.
But I don't hold a belief. I get to hold a belief about wiffle waffles because I don't know what it is.
So you're just defaulting into the no category? How are you asserting a no? You are making a positive claim about reality by saying no. So okay, what is your evidence? What is your evidence that wiffle waffles don't exist?
No, I'm not saying they don't exist. I'm saying I don't hold a belief. No.
The question is, does wiffle waffles exist? That is the question. How do you answer it?
No. Now you're changing your question. First, you ask me, do I believe they exist? Now you ask me,
take your pick. They actually come out the same way. Do you believe that wiffle waffles exist?
No.
If you have no, then you need a justification for that belief. Why do you justify your belief that based upon what?
No, wait a minute. Now you're changing you ask me, do I believe? Wiffle waffle, what exists?
Wiffle waffle. Don't ask me why I came up with that.
Okay. Do I believe that exists? I don't believe they exist.
Okay, why? What's your justification?
I say I don't believe they exist. It's different from saying I believe they don't exist. You get that?
You are asserting a negative proposition. You're saying that wiffle waffles do not exist ontologically, correct?
No.
Okay. What are you saying then? I mean, be a little more specific. I'm asking you about your belief. I want to know what you believe about wiffle waffles. Just answer the question with as simply as possible. You don't believe that? Okay. You're taking the atheist position then.
About that, yes.
Okay. Then you're being agnostic, which is the third position, which just violates what you just said about either being yes or no. There's multiple positions you can answer. You're taking the agnostic position. You do not believe. That is a lack-theist position that you are taking, a non-theistic position.
No.
Yes, that's exactly what it is. Yes, I'm telling you.
Wait a minute. Can I please clarify a bit more about the about this question? Do you believe that a God or gods exist? It can only be yes or no. To this question, to this one question, do you believe that X exists?
There's no false dichotomy there. You can answer it any way you want. I don't care. I don't care about the proposition. Why can't you answer that?
And the way you put forward non-theist and non-theist. So theist is belief in God, and non-theist would be, what did you say? What did you say about that? Not belief in God. Yeah, I put in the side chat. Yeah, that's a true dichotomy. But what I was going to say is that to avoid all this nonsense talk about rocks and such like, theism is about persons who have belief in God. The opposite of that would be persons who do not have a belief in God. And if you define it that way, because I think that's implied in what we're talking about, then all this rock stuff
which is fine. I have no problem with that. Yeah, that is actually how it is. Either a person who believes that there's a God, or do not believe, which is the non-theist, because it's theist equals non-theist, right?
So an atheist would be a non-theist under that
right.
true dichotomy.
That's what I've been saying.
Well, I have to think about it. Well, yeah, you presented evidence. That's what I need, not names.
Yes. No, the way you just worded it is exactly what I've been saying, Matt.
Steve.
Exactly. Yeah. Go ahead.
This is something I'm speaking for Ospen because he doesn't have a mic at the moment. So I'm going to try to.
Well, yeah, we know he's a mute. Yeah. You can get on camera and do sign language. I know a little bit.
If I can get it there,
no,
people
really.
Chat something. He said non-theists are only those silent on the topic of theism. Atheism is anyone who says they don't know or says no. That's just what I want to get out. That he wanted to.
Now, if you don't know, you're an atheist. If you don't know, right, which is actually, I hate. Okay, I took this out of my video.
Steve.
Originally, hang on, let me finish my answer. I had it as I don't know equals agnostic, and there was something else I had, and I had Ozzy looked it over, right, and Ozzy made a good point. He said, you're trying to avoid any kind of epistemic claims, and saying you know is an epistemic claim. So I took it out and I just put undecided, because when you're saying you're not going to evaluate the claim, you're taking the agnostic position. Okay, you're just saying that I don't have enough information to evaluate one way or another whether I believe God does exist or God does not exist. Okay. But an atheist, by all definitions, okay, even the Oxford one that people's pointing out, it still has it in there, is a rejection of the claim God exists, or a disbelief, or an assertion that God does not exist. Okay, an atheist has always been historically, for the last couple hundred years, that is someone who actually says, I believe, right? Not I don't believe, but I believe that God does not exist. And as Helena pointed out in the side chat, what we would kind of pejoratively refer to as a lacktheist is an atheist who doesn't want to assert that. They don't want to assert God does not exist. They want to just say, well, I just lack a belief, because they don't want the epistemic responsibility of their justification, which is, I'm just pointing out to them that's a weak position to a theist.
But you have to qualify.
You're doing a little bit more than that, Steve. And also, I just want to make sure we don't all forget to give credit to Ozzy, who coined the phrase lacktheist, right? And he meant it pejoratively to mock atheists who claim that they merely lack belief, right? So non-theist, equating non-theist and lacktheist loses sight, in my opinion, of the reason that Ozzy came up with the term. So I just kind of want to keep that straight.
That's true. Wait, one sec. That's true, Helen. But Ozzy, as I said numerous occasions, lacktheist and non-theist are synonymous. Period.
They're not precisely synonymous, because lacktheist is designed to mock an atheist who supports his claim of being an atheist by saying he merely lacks belief. And I don't want to lose sight of that, because otherwise if we just equate lacktheism with non-theism and talk like that, then we're going to lose the heart of the argument that you want to bring up.
I don't agree with that, because Ozzy's also said that the two terms are synonymous.
Right, many times.
Yeah, but I think Ozzy's making a mistake. He's watering down his own term.
You made a mistake when he invented the term lacktheist. He should not have bothered with it.
Yeah, screw Ozzy!
Helena, you make a valid point, and the point you make is very valid, because it does make things confusing to people. Because in one case, you're trying not to equivocate, right? You're trying to separate what a lacktheist is, which is just a non-theist, with an actual pejorative of somebody who's an atheist, or says they're an atheist, who just says they lack a belief. Because that's what the pejorative means. And I get that, right? Right, and that's made it very difficult to explain to people the differences, because I'm trying, in the framework that I'm talking about, I'm trying to be contextually correct and not equivocate the term. So when people ask me a question, what is a lacktheist? I have to tell them, well, it's just a non-theist. Think of it as a non-theist.
No, but that's wrong. That I think does a disservice to this whole argument.
Let me finish. But okay. I explain to people that it also applies as a pejorative to someone, like I mentioned, to an atheist who tries to hide the ball, as we put it, right? If we for the context of this discussion, we can pick either one. Do you want to use lacktheist in that context and keep it so we don't have an equivocation error? Is that fine with everybody? I don't mind that.
I would prefer for us to switch to non-theist, personally.
Yeah, I think we should do away with the term lacktheist.
Get rid of the term lacktheist altogether. And I've even been telling people, forget the term lacktheist. I've told like 15 people, fuck the term lacktheist, just get rid of it. Insert non-theist, and you have the same argument, right? Okay.
Yes.
So it makes a lot more sense.
That's a good idea. Let's all just assert non-theist when we mean, and then we don't have to. Then that way also we're not mocking quote-unquote lacktheists, right? Because I think that the lacktheist, that the non-theist who says he's an atheist instead of saying he's a non-theist, does make some arguments about it that we don't want to necessarily dismiss. Matt Delonte does a pretty damn good job defending lacktheism, or non-theists who want to call themselves atheists.
That's nonsense. Matt Delonte makes no good arguments for using the term in a non-philosophical way. He makes extremely poor arguments, as is his normal, whenever he speaks about the subjects on the Great Debate.
Okay, so now we've got something of substance to discuss.
He's an idiot with a radio show.
So let's talk about what. So I've heard him talk about, he uses marbles and cans of marbles and things like that. He does a pretty good job. But Matt, you're asserting that non-theists don't have any grounds. So I'd like to hear what sucks so bad about Delahunty's argument, and this way we can avoid the whole pejorative and all that crap, and just go straight to what's wrong with the non-theist support for themselves.
They have no support. The atheism is, if you're talking about what theism is the belief that God exists, and atheism is the belief that God does not exist. So where's their argument? If they're saying I don't believe God exists, I don't take the position that I have a belief that God doesn't exist, I'm just without belief. No, we have a word for that, and that word is non-theist.
Right. Matt's spot on right there. This is what bugs me. Everybody's bagging on Matt, right? And just because he's a theist, and I get most people here are not. He is absolutely correct about this. Like it, hate it, he's absolutely right.
I'm not dogging on him. So the argument is that Matt Dillahunty has no business calling himself an athist. He should just get over himself and call himself a non-theist.
No. People can designate themselves how they want to designate themselves, and like I've said before, when I speak to non-theists who are claiming to be atheists, I just basically ignore the distinction. I just engage with them on what they're terming themselves. I just ignore the fact they're claiming to be an atheist, treat them as a non-theist, and then engage with them.
That's only because you are so charitable.
Yeah, of course.
Right.
I mean, you're so reasonable and so charitable, but let's talk to blockheads like Steve.
Helena, what's funny, Helena, is that if you press, again, we decided not to use the term lacktheist for a pejorative, so I can't use that. But if you actually press somebody who says they just lack a belief, I'm telling you, almost 9 times out of 10, they will get to the point where they say, I believe that God does not exist. They're going to make a positive assertion. You know what? I believe that God does not exist. They're going to get there. And the whole...
That's such a weird way to say it, though, Steve. Right. To say, I believe that it does not exist.
You're making a statement about what comports to reality, about your beliefs. I want to know what your beliefs are.
I'm calling the floor and Steve is done.
May I speak on my beliefs real quick?
I cannot hear 5 people at once.
Right.
I'm asking the question of what is your belief, not what is what you don't believe.
May I answer that?
No, I get to go after Steve.
I'm sorry. I've been waiting. This is my first time in a hangout. I'm not trying to be rude, but I.
Oh God! I didn't divergenize another person, did I?
Yeah, you sure did. I heard that the other day, Steve.
All right. I yield the floor to Elijah because he's so sweet and because it's his first time.
Ah, Elijah, I'm adding you to my wall of cherry popping. Good job. What's up, dude?
Okay, so we're going back and forth about what people believe, and I claim to be an atheist. I do not believe that a God exists, but I do not claim to know that a God does not exist, right? So I do believe that I have a small burden of proof for why I don't believe, but I think that somebody who's proposing the God has more belief. I think we kind of all agree on that.
But can I just expand on what he means by that?
Matt, he asked me. Okay, so let me respond.
There's a very important point that you're not going to pick up on.
Well,
a very important point. Okay, go ahead.
So the difference.
I will let you go first, Matt. But Elijah, you go up to your settings.
Yes.
And there's a little thing that looks like a rotary thing. Take it down all the way to audio. It's going to lose some functionality as far as like people in the video, but your quality of the audio is going to sound better. Okay? Because you're really sounding kind of awful on your audio. Matt, go ahead. What are you going to tell him?
Okay, because one of the responses that they've been to this, on my study of it, is people trying to say, no, I'm an atheist. Atheist is to do with belief, and knowledge is to do with agnostic or Gnostics do with
that's correct.
Knowledge is to do with that. But what that guy just said, Elijah just said there, you can pass that out. So you can say, I want to call myself an atheist. I believe I have a trivial belief that God doesn't exist, but I do not have a justified true belief. I don't claim to have a justified true belief.
Matt, that's not what
I am not. No,
wait a minute. The phrase justified true belief or reliably produced belief They're just expanding on what you did say. You don't know. You don't have knowledge. That's what knowledge is.
No,
but
I think that there's
all terms we use to define ourselves in terms of our positions to particular propositions should have presumed in them, of course we're not claiming that we have knowledge. So
Correct.
I don't see why atheists should be any different.
They're not.
Or theists, for example. So therefore, this idea of I'm an agnostic atheist or I'm an agnostic theist, it's not necessarily silly because there are definitely circles where you need to say that. But it's a little bit superfluous. I agree with that. And one of the problems is it's being true agnostic.
Precise. It's not superfluous. It's being precise.
It does more than just hold on, Elijah. It does more than just be precise, right? It has another offshoot. It has a bad byproduct, and that is now you have left for the true agnostic no position for them to be able to explain how they feel about it.
No,
and that is a bad side effect, and it's bad enough of a side effect that we ought not to adopt agnostic, gnostic as adjectives. That's my opinion. We need to give agnostic their space.
Okay,
Elijah. Elijah, you asked me a question. I'm going to finish answering your question.
I don't think
the first thing you said was when we're asking you a question. When the question is, what do you believe towards the proposition, does God exist? We're only asking what the belief is. Okay, it's not an epistemic claim. You're not saying any kind of knowledge. Now you can make it such. You can say, I know God does not exist, but that's a whole different ballgame. We're not talking about that. We're just talking about doxastic reasoning, okay, and saying that and belief. So what I want to know what your belief is. So answer the question with I believe. Okay, answer my question with I believe, because I want to know what you believe, right? So towards the question, does God exist? Answer that starting with I believe.
Okay, I believe that a God does not exist.
That's what an atheist would support. That is the exact statement that an atheist would say.
But I would also say I do not believe that a God exists interchangeably. To me, it's semantic. I understand that if you are talking, in a very philosophical, logical, diagramming sentences kind of way, that maybe there is that there's a slight difference, but
there's more than a slight difference. That's the problem. There really is more than a slight difference. Because
as an atheist, if I say that I don't believe in God, or that I believe that a God does not exist, either way, I'm only talking about my belief. I am not actually answering the question as to whether or not a God really does exist, because none of us can actually answer that question.
We're not talking about certainties. And when you say I don't believe God exists, you're not answering the question about your beliefs. And the problem with that is anybody that doesn't have a belief, anybody who doesn't have a belief in God, anybody who's not a theist will fall under I don't believe God exists. That is an atheist. That is agnostic. That is anybody that is a position other than a theist has a lack of belief. And a lack of belief is the position I do not believe God exists. We all have that if you're not a theist, period. Okay? But it doesn't tell you anything. It doesn't give you any detail. I want to know what type of non-theist you are. When you say I do not believe in God, you're saying I'm a non-theist. Okay, great. Okay, what kind of non-theist are you? Are you an apatheist? Are you an atheist? Are you an ichtheist? It's the same thing when somebody says, do you believe in God? And they just say, well, I'm a theist. Yeah, but what kind of theist are you? Okay?
So here's an important point. When you talk about beliefs, you're just talking about people's psychological states, and that's not what the Great Debate is about. The Great Debate is not about your psychological states. The Great Debate extends to what position you take on the question of the existence of God. So you have to go further than your psychological state and make an assertion. And the lack-theist cannot make a position. They're not taking a position. That means they're irrelevant to the Great Debate.
Same with agnostics.
I mean, I do agree with that in somewhat, only for the fact that we have to start with something. You have to start with your belief, right? What is your belief on the nature of God? Does he exist? You're asking an ontological claim. Right?
Yeah, I can say that. No, you're not. You're just saying my psychological state is that God exists or God doesn't exist.
But the next burden would be something doing with your epistemic claim. Now, there's a difference between saying I believe God exists and I know God exists, right? They're two different things, right? Right?
Yeah,
one has a lot more burden of justification.
Yeah, the second one's a stronger claim than the first one, but they're both to do with beliefs.
Yes, obviously, knowledge is belief. Now, I'm not a big fan of JTB. I think it fucks up the Gettier problem.
Well, that's why
I like causal theory. Yeah, I like the causal theory of a little bit. Makes a little more sense to me, causal theory of knowledge. But I don't know what you subscribe to. Are you a JTP?
No, I mean, I can go with the JTB, or I can go with my. I'm happy to work within either of those.
Yeah, and that's fine. I'm one of those people that believe that you can change your justification of theology or of knowledge any way you want. You can subscribe to JTP in one instance, and you can be causal theory of knowledge in a different instance. It makes whatever difference, whatever it's the case you're applying it to. You don't have to always subscribe to one thing. What would you do?
What would you do if everyone? Let's say everyone changed their views, okay, based on your hangouts, which are brilliant, of course. And let's say all the people who are currently calling themselves atheists, but they mean lack theists. Let's say they took on atheism, proper atheism, and they said, okay, I believe that God doesn't exist. And then you said to them, okay, so why do you believe God doesn't exist? I don't know.
Yeah, okay, and that's a really good point, man. And this is something we did talk about the other day. You're absolutely right. There are going to be some people that do not have the information to properly justify their belief if they assert more than just a lack of belief. You're right, and we said that, and that's the same reason why I put the thing in my end of my video, that you can still call yourself an atheist if you lack a belief, because it's a colloquial expression, and you may not have the tool set to adequately justify the assertion of your belief that God does not exist. However, my argument has been, get to that point. If you're an atheist, I want to see you fight the theists. I want to see you especially fight the creationists, because I've been carrying all the workload going after freaking Nephilim. And true, well, not all. There's been other people, but I mean, there's a small group of us, right? But I mean, there's not very many of us. There's maybe like 10 of us.
But how can you fight against atheism if you don't know what's grounding your belief?
I'm explaining. That's what I'm saying. My hope was, okay, initially, right, was to explain to the atheists just having a lack of belief that they're doing it a service pretty much across the board by not being what you would call a proper atheist. Okay, and I'm not saying that pejoratively. I'm using it as somebody who actually asserts.
The only problem with that is that there are very, very few atheists who claim they lack a belief, who then don't go on to defend their view. So it becomes sort of a non-argument. Right? I mean, there are some.
That's hiding the ball. That's what theists make fun of, though. When a person says, "Oh, I lack a belief," and then you ask them for justification, they give you all the reasons why they're not a theist, right? And they're like, "Well, what the fuck? You're not a lack theist. You're a goddamn atheist, right? You are asserting God doesn't exist. So why don't you just start off that way?"
Well, right, and because they want to say that there are beliefs, groups of beliefs, and they don't ascribe to those. That's what they want to say, and that's not necessarily just de facto bullshit. Especially considering that very, very few of them really go on to not defend themselves. Most of them defend themselves and do so very well.
But you're not ascribing to theism, a belief in God, by taking the opposite view. I believe God doesn't exist. You're taking your own belief position and you're putting that forward. So you're not ascribing to theism.
Right, because it's an artificial proposition to you're adding God to the equation. So as a theist, you have to defend it as its own set. I feel like as an atheist, the aim as a theist is responding to theism. So we can respond in the negative. We can just throw our hands up and say, I don't know, I don't care, I don't believe. But if you're a theist, you're claiming that thing.
Yeah, that's not. That isn't the case. I could be a fideist, and I could just state I believe in God, but I don't have any.
I'm not saying that you have to have any reasons. No, I'm not saying you have to.
I don't have any burden of evidence.
Right, Elijah. Sure, no, of course not.
Elijah,
if you want proof, but if you want, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
do you consider yourself what we're going to, and again, this is not a pejorative for anybody who listens to this, okay?
Right.
There's not an improper or proper atheist. That's not how I'm using this. Don't misquote me, okay, people? Because this is exactly how this bullshit starts, but there's a proper term to use
Everyone press record.
Do you consider yourself to be a proper atheist as far as somebody who's adhering to the definition of atheism that has been promoted for the last couple hundred years, definitionally, historically, academically, as somebody who believes that God does not exist? You said you believe God does not exist, so you consider yourself not. You're not somebody who just asserts as a lack of belief. You are somebody who asserts God does not exist, right?
Right, but so I do not believe, or I believe that God does not exist because I have been offered the claim that a God does exist. I've looked at the evidence provided. The evidence is lacking, in my opinion. So on one side, I see a lack of good information that would be convincing enough to lead me to believe in a God. But on the other side, I try to be informed enough to have reasons to believe that there in fact is not a God. However, I believe that the only true position is to say that theists have not met their burden of proof. There is proof against the God claim on the other side, but I would have to weigh between those two things. And if you ask me, do I believe or not believe? I do not believe.
But the problem you have there is...
Wait, I gotta address this, Matt. Please, I've got to address this. Because this is critical here. Elijah, you just said that a theist has a burden of proof, right? They have a burden of justification, right?
Because they're the one coming to the table with the claim that a God...
Hang on. No. Okay, listen to me here very carefully. This is where atheists make a big mistake, and this is where theists will get them every time on this, especially Matt, because Matt loves this. He'll ping on this no end, I assure you. I know Matt a while. An atheist has a burden of justification, just like a theist does, okay? It is not the atheist, or it's not the theist bringing the claim to the table. It's not like I'm saying, hey, you know what? Hey, guys, last night, man, I got abducted by aliens, and they anal probed me all night, okay? That is something that I'm bringing to the table, right? That I have a burden of justification. Nobody else does, right? You can poke holes in that. You can fight it. You don't have to have any kind of burden of justification. You just need to poke holes in what I'm saying, right? And some debates are like that. But the question is posed to both parties. Does God exist? It is posed to both theists and to atheists, and both of them are taking an affirmative position. Okay?
Right.
The affirmative position. Wait, let me finish. The affirmative position for a theist is, I believe God does exist. The affirmative position for an atheist is, I believe God does not exist. Each one, regardless of each other, of any circumstances, has a burden of justification, because any belief has a burden. So when you say that you say just a theist has a burden, they're going to get you on this every time. Because yes, an atheist has a burden of justification.
Right. I did say that an atheist has a burden. I just believe it's a smaller burden. But
yes. They're disproportional. Sure.
Right.
Yes.
Let me explain to you why.
It's actually the button on the philosophical is one you can't use.
Well, your audio is still kind of your audio is kind of really breaking up. That's just why people are walking on you. I mean, it was better for a while. Try unplugging and plug it back in. Matt, do you agree that atheists have a burden of justification?
The philosophical atheists, yes.
Yeah, I'm generally referring to philosophical atheists when I'm talking about this. I know you like making the distinction, but basically all atheists that we know are going to be philosophical atheists. Okay.
Well, actually, I just seen a debate. The most recent debate.
All practical purposes.
Yeah, but wait a minute. I just seen a debate, the most recent debate between William Lane Craig and a philosopher called Kevin Sharp, or Scarp, and it seemed to me as if Kevin Scarp was saying that no, philosophical atheism is dumb, and that's from a philosopher.
Well, but you know as well as I do, most of the people in Great Debate, they may not know what it is, but they're basically what they're positing is philosophical naturalism.
Yeah, well, atheism, yeah, philosophical atheism.
Yes, I'm sorry, not philosophical.
But they have a burden of evidence.
Yes.
Yes,
of course, absolutely.
And as soon as the non-theist gives a reason, or the lack-theist, whatever you're using, as soon as they give reasons, if they give reasons for why they are without belief in God, then that entails a burden of evidence. So if you say, well, I'm without belief in God because all gods that have been proposed to me, I have evidence against their existence, and the ones that haven't been, there's no evidence for them. Burden of evidence, right there.
We're not saying an atheist needs to adopt naturalism or materialism or physicalism. Okay, that's not what philosophical naturalism means. Okay, the atheist has one thing that is a one claim thing. Do they accept the proposition God exists? That's it. If they reject it, they're an atheist.
Wait, hang on. That's not necessarily true, right? Because you need to have a metaphysical foundation to reject something, right? So if you're saying that something is not the case, you need to at least have some sort of a metaphysical framework, right? An ontological framework, sorry, to have a universe where there is no God.
Okay, what? Okay, if you, we're just saying that most. Go ahead.
Okay, so let's say I have a jar with marbles, right? And you tell me there's an odd number of marbles in there, right?
Yeah, I know. We're all familiar with Delahunty's marble jar, okay? Yes. What about it?
Well, it's really important because in order for me to say that I don't know either case, right? I actually have to have some sort of ontological framework in which both can be the case, and I indeed do not know, right? So in which case I could be agnostic about what you're saying, right? Or I could count the marbles and either confirm what you're saying or disconfirm what you're saying. Okay. So if you're going to be an atheist, right, and somebody offers you a theistic framework for how the universe is, if you do not have a counter to that framework, then on what are you basing the rejection on? Like, what are you falling back towards? Nothing?
Right. You have to. No. You're arguing exactly what we're arguing here, though. You have to have. If you reject the claim, you have to have reasons why you reject the claim. You can't just arbitrarily say I reject the claim. And if you say, and if you borderline, a lot of times you border on an argument from ignorance. If you just say, oh well, I'm rejecting the claim because they haven't proven God true yet. Mm-hmm. You know, that's an argument from ignorance. You know, you can't just base your opinion on that. When you even say things like, well, there's no evidence to support this and this, yeah, that's a justification. I think it's really weak. I think it's a lot more you can say on that to try to justify your justification for being an atheist.
But what I'm saying is that, though, you need to fall back on something like materialism.
Well, okay.
You need to fall back on something.
Dex, I understand what you're saying. Okay?
I don't agree with that.
I don't agree with you either, because you're now incorporating something else to what it requires to be an atheism. Now, what you're talking about is you're talking about the requirement of something to justify something. So if you want to fall back on materialism as a reason for your justification for your rejection, that's fine. But to be an atheist, you don't have to accept naturalism. You don't have to accept materialism or physicalism. You don't. You just don't. Now, for your justification, sure. Then you have to start getting into these things about why. But that gets a little more complicated than most people are going to get into, right, Dex?
Right, but no. But it's very important that the atheist actually supports their burden somehow, right? So basically, yes. so basically, if you're going to say that no God exists, right, you're doing it within some framework that, for example, a framework of neutrality, right, where you have a physical material world, and God is either a part of that framework, next to it, or a part of it, right, or it's not. So if you have no framework for what the world's like, and somebody offers you theism, and you go, well, no, theism doesn't exist, then then it means nothing for God not to exist. Like your atheism is vacuous in this case, right?
Yeah, but it would still be true.
No, it'd be vacuous. To say that a vacuous statement is true is silly.
If you can provide, I mean, if you're faced with the proposition, God exists, and you answer that in the negative, no, God does not exist, and you can then provide evidence and reason for that proposition, that's you met your burden of evidence, and that's regardless of whether you've got a framework to fall back on or not. In fact, it would be an infinite regress, because if your framework was materialism, what's your framework for materialism? And whatever your framework for that is,
that's a different argument, right? That's a different argument. So within the framework of materialism, you can be an atheist.
We're having an infinite regression right now, guys. We're going down this path of infinite regression that you just guys are going to go back and forth and back and forth. That has nothing to do with the topic anymore. You're talking about now frameworks for your justification, and you've strayed away from the actual claim itself. Okay, let's stick with the basics here, guys.
Well,
okay?
well, I think it's important because Matt Dillahunty, in his examples, fails right there. Right, his examples fail because he doesn't I don't know if he doesn't understand it, or maybe he's just. I don't know. I don't know what happens. But in his many examples, like for example, his court case analogy, right? So the whole idea of innocent until proven guilty, right? That's just that's arbitrary, right? This is a standard that we set. In other words, it is already assumed, right? The framework is that the innocence is assumed and the guilt is either applied or non-applied, right? But if that innocence was not assumed, then we couldn't say either way, right? Then you can either be agnostic or an atheist towards it.
Well, that kind of reminds me. I actually sort of thought of that earlier. In a court case, yeah, the default is you are not guilty until proven guilty, right? That's the default. That's how I'm looking at non-theists and theists. You're a non-theist until you accept theism. Period.
Well, you're a theist until you accept non-theism.
Well, you say otherwise because you say you're born theist, right?
No. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying that someone is a theist until they accept non-theism.
But you're looking at it the same way as me, but backwards. Okay, exactly backwards. Because you posit that people are born theist, and I posit that people are born non-theist.
Yeah.
So you're taking theism as a default position, which I don't think anybody here is going to agree with. But I know your argument.
None of them.
I know your arguments for it. Yeah, well, I know your arguments for it. And I'm wait one sec. And by the way, Matt does have not a good argument, I don't think, but there is an argument why people are born theists, and it has to do with cognitive functions and wanting to believe something more than what they is as a biological thing. But there are studies and papers written on this. Okay, so it's not like Matt's completely pulling it out of his ass. Okay,
he's definitely not pulling it out of his ass.
No, he's not. Yeah, well, I know, but come on, Helena. People always think that, oh, Matt is just Matt. He's just making this shit up. No, Matt doesn't make shit up. He usually has a pretty good referent for things that he comes up with. And then when he trolls, then he's making shit up.
But I will be doing a response to Matt Dillahunty's attempted justification for calling lack-theist atheists. So look out for that.
Yeah, well, you know what? From what I understand, though, I mean, and you're going to have to look into this. This is just going to be third-party hearsay. That Matt is actually moving away from the lack-theist and actually has been saying that atheists do have a slight burden, and that it is better
He's adopting Silverman. Silverman is switching from lack to without, and I think that's better for the so-called lack-theists, right?
Yeah, he might be. That might be true. Yeah, that might be the case. Sure.
I just don't think that you should make such a big deal out of this, Steve, because atheists are few enough. So why don't you just embrace the lack-theists already?
Yeah,
I'm giggling, but I really do feel that way. I think that they do.
Because I really feel like I don't know because
he wants to be taken seriously by theists.
And I think
he wants to be taken seriously by theists, and lack-theists, I don't take lack-theists seriously.
Most theists don't.
Easy. Yeah. They're easy meat to the grinder.
Yeah, but Matt, you say you don't take them seriously, but earlier you were giving a charitable sort of, allowance for them.
Yeah, I will engage with them, but I'm engaging with them for the benefit of theism. To show how ridiculous.
Once you engage with them, they end up providing all kinds of arguments.
Helena, did you see that?
It doesn't make that much difference. In reality, it doesn't make all that much difference.
Yes, but that's only an argument for why they should not be calling themselves lack-theists, but why they should be calling themselves atheists.
By the way, yeah, I kind of like what Eric wrote here, and he meant to say it pejorative, but it is true. He says, Helena, because Steve wants to feel entitled to a response from theists who lack a belief in evolution. Yes, because theists, a lot of times they do. They say, hey, I'm not going to give you any evidence against evolution, but give me all your evidence. You have your burden of justification, Steve. You show us, you prove to us that evolution's true, okay, which is impossible because we don't prove anything. But you can give all the evidence in the fucking world, right? And they think that they don't have to goddamn do a thing for the burden of justification, okay? And that's wrong. So these people that are engaging with these creationists, engaging with the young earthers, engaging with the flat earthers, you need to be supporters, and you need to say, you know what, you got to put into justification as well. You, true empiricists, have a justification. You need to demonstrate to us why evolution is not true. You need to demonstrate to us why intelligent design is true.
Okay, but they actually kind of do have a point. I mean, evolution.
Very little.
No, they really kind of do. I mean, evolution is not the greatest predictive model, right? It really isn't. I mean, I'm full on pro evolution and all of that. But Fodor, however you pronounce it, has a point. And maybe you know.
That's not for evolution. That's for natural selection. Big
difference. Well, natural selection is the means by which evolution occurs, isn't it?
Yeah, but I think what Steve's saying is...
Hang on. Fodor's argument is basically just, it is a legitimate argument, but it goes to the coextensive properties of natural selection, of which one is being selected for. And it has to do with the philosophy of science more than anything else. And you can get around that. Hang on, let me finish. Let me finish.
Okay.
You can get around... You can get around his argument of the coextensive properties of natural selection by just using the modern definition of natural selection. It gets around that problem. He's using an older, more selective understanding of natural selection, which is not wrong, but natural selection is a little bit more, has a more of an umbrella way of saying things. Okay, so a lot of things fall under natural selection now that maybe weren't before, and his argument is not bad, but it's a philosophical question. It's not a scientific question. Okay.
Right, but by letting them do their Lactheist thing with respect to evolution, you open up the philosophical discussion. So why do you want to shut them down?
It's not.
Have you ever tried having a philosophical discussion with somebody like fucking Nephilim Free? I mean, really?
Actually, no, I haven't. Okay. I asked him once.
Yeah, and the thing is, though, if Steve was engaging with a creationist and they didn't hide behind this Lac stuff that's encouraged by Lac theism, then they would present something like Fodor's argument, and then Steve that's them, and they would have to explicate that and put it forward. And that's them putting forward the evidence against evolution or the theory of evolution, not evolution itself, and then Steve could engage with that, and you have an argument, a discussion.
Yeah, but maybe they don't know about Fodor, so they're doing it intuitively. You can still engage with them.
Yeah, but what Steve's talking about is going into a discussion where someone has declared themselves a young Earth creationist, a creationist of some sort, and
or ID,
and he's declaring himself as a someone who accepts evolution as they find in science, and he wants to have a debate with them, and they're saying, no, I don't have any burden of evidence. I just lack belief.
Jesus.
I just lack belief in evolution. You have the burden of evidence. You're making the positive claim that evolution is true. So let's hear it. Give it to us. You cannot have a discussion.
Bingo. Can I record that and play it on loop? That is exactly what they do because they do not want to have an honest discussion. That is why it's impossible to have an honest discussion about any of these topics. Anything we've talked about, you cannot talk about it.
I think it's a mistake to say that they're doing it dishonestly.
They are doing it.
Some of them are.
They are doing. Oh, Helena, I tell you right now, true empiricism is doing it extremely dishonesty. He is one of the most manipulative, lying, backstabbing, just son of a bitches I've ever ran across in this entire great community. He is a shit stain on the underwear that we're wearing. I mean, do you have any idea the things he has said, the videos he has made, the amount of scientific inaccuracies he's been corrected on, and yet he sits there like this pompous jackass who doesn't even have a 5th grade fucking education saying, well, you know what? You need to prove to me that the theory of evolution is true because I'm too stupid to figure it out. That's what he's saying. It doesn't matter. I'm on a rant. Hang on. Let me finish my rant. I'll be done in a second. The theory of evolution is the most well-established theory of all time. Okay, it is the most robust model of all time. It's taught everywhere in any accredited school. And this guy has the audacity to think that we have to spend hours and hours and even years would have to take to explain to him just some of the concepts because he doesn't want to learn on his own. That's the problem we're running into. Yes, go ahead now. That's fun. Thank you. Yes, go ahead.
I have to go about 5 minutes from now, so I will be quick in explaining my position again.
Okay.
Do you agree that either you're an atheist or non-theist? That's a true dichotomy.
Yes.
So you do agree with my presentation that either do you believe that God exists? Yes, you're a theist, or no, you're a non-theist.
That's not a true. That's not a true disjunction. Or that's not a true dichotomy. There's a difference there.
You just agreed with.
No, either you're a theist or a non-theist. It's different from saying God exists or God does not exist. Those are two different things.
That's what I'm saying. I'm saying do you believe that God exists? Those who don't believe it, or those who do believe God exists, are theists, and those who don't believe that God exists are non-theists. Do you see that?
Yeah, if you word it that way, then yes. If you say yes,
this is correct. This is correct. It's above.
Yeah, that's fine. What about it now? Go ahead.
All right. And of course, you can have a non-theist. Do you believe that no gods exist? If you say yes, then you're an atheist in your sense, and so on.
Yes.
There's a redundancy in that. Look at the top one. You bring it back up. And do you believe that a god or gods exist? Oh yeah, no, sorry, I missed the word. I missed the second one. Do you believe that no gods exist? Well, the first, if you say no to the first one, you're saying that fourth one.
No.
Yeah, do you believe that a god or gods exist? The negative statement of that is you believe that no gods exist.
I think he's including the scope argument is consumed in his chart there.
It's just saying the same thing in an opposite way, like we were saying earlier.
The question is different. Do you believe that God exists, or do you believe that no God exists? Those two are different questions.
Yeah, but if you're saying no to that, then you're an atheist or a non-theist.
I have a problem when you're asking two questions and you're changing the location and the negation. I have an issue with that.
What Matt just said is exactly what this chart is showing. Right? The first question divides you into theists or non-theists, and the second question divides the non-theists into atheists and so-called black theists. I think. Yeah. I think we would all agree. We would all agree with the chart so far, even Matt. I think.
Yeah. Well, hang on, because other people, the big issue has been people telling me is that non-theism is not the umbrella. Atheism is the umbrella.
Steve, could you screen share? Could you screen share it?
No, I can't.
Oh.
I can't screen share my computer. So this is one of the bigger arguments out there, Helena. People like Bionic Dance and a few other ones are saying no. It's not theism, non-theism. The Jew camps are theism.
I agree that they're arguing with the first part, but I'd like to see the rest of the chart because I think that you would agree with it, Steve.
I probably would. Yes, because they're saying though that the umbrellas are theism and atheism, and that's not right because atheism falls under non-theism. Every way you look, it'll say it's under non-theism. Okay, so atheism is not the umbrella term.
I agree. So let's continue with the chart.
Where is this everywhere?
She has a chart right there. She can screen share.
I have a chart right here.
I think the objection is that having a belief or not a belief isn't taking a position. The theist takes a position, I believe, and I claim, and the atheist does, but the non-theist doesn't.
Right, and that's why atheism cannot be the umbrella. Exactly. Because if you're taking a position, you're taking a claim on something, you're making a statement. You're saying, I believe this or I believe that. Okay, I believe God does exist, I believe God does not exist. That is not, though, the umbrella. The umbrella is that you either are a theist or a non-theist. We've already established that, okay? Mm-hmm. Then what kind of non-theist are you? Well, I'm an atheist because I believe that God does not exist, and which is inherent of saying, I don't believe God exists. If you say, I believe God does not exist, you automatically are saying, I don't believe God exists. You are, because that is the non-theist position. A non-theist would say, I don't believe God exists. So all atheists are automatically under non-theism. So it's superfluous to say, I believe God does not exist, and I don't believe God exists. It's superfluous to say that.
So this chart here is reflecting exactly what you've just said. I'd kind of be interested. I'd be interested in seeing the further distinctions that are made further down in the chart. If you could give just a couple minutes to the damn chart.
Can you screen share? Well, she can screen. I can screen share if she presents it.
If you just click on Nestle, it comes up on your screen.
It's my chart.
Yeah, click on Nestle. That's how I got it on my screen.
I'm doing on Nestle. 1 sec.
Just click on his name. Yeah, I mean, the opposite of theism.
I should. Hang on, I got my bandwidth all the way low. That's why. So let me see if I can kick it up just for this. Okay.
So I would change that chart from "Do you believe a God or gods exist?" Yes and no. Do you yes, theist, no, non-theist. Do you affirm what you believe? If you affirm what you believe, then, and if you don't affirm what you believe, you're then an atheist.
Ooh, snap.
Yeah, actually, I would move atheist down a notch. It's basically yes theist, no atheist. You cannot have no atheist / non-theist. Now you're adding in 2 different categories.
Yeah, it doesn't correspond. It doesn't correspond to the one opposite.
Yeah, you got to. Atheist would fall under non-theist. That doesn't make sense to have a yes theist, no atheist, non-theist. They're not the same thing.
So this chart is trying to accommodate. Is trying to accommodate the lack theist. That's why he had atheist / non-theist in there. But I'm okay with this.
That's the only thing That's the only thing I disagree with Steve, is that I think that a non-theist is synonymous with atheist. That's the only thing I disagree with Steve.
Then why did you have atheists and non-theists as if they were separate? Then just have non-theists.
No.
Yeah,
I said
if they're the same thing, why? Okay, if they're the same thing, Ness, why have a differentiation between them? If an atheism and non-theism are the exact same thing, then nobody's an atheist. They're all non-theist. Why even have the terms different? They're 2 different terms.
Well, if you look further down, he wants to make this distinction between strong and weak atheists, it looks like, right? Yeah. That's where he's trying to go. And then he's going to bring in Matt Dillahunty and Bionic Dance and everybody's argument about this Gnostic and agnostic thing. Well, so this is a good presentation of a lacktheist position, I think.
Well, yeah, but hang on. Yeah. If you go over to where it says, do you know God exists? Again, when you're stating a belief claim, you are stating... You're stating your beliefs, right? The next level above that is a knowledge claim, but most atheists are not stating a knowledge claim, right? The vast majority of them are not saying, I know God does not exist. They're saying, I don't believe God exists, okay? Now, if you want to take that further and go into the epistemic position, then that's fine.
I think all philosophical atheists are making a positive claim to knowledge.
I don't know about that. I mean, do you really think is that from your experience, or is that what you think?
I think it's by definition of a philosophical atheist, and they don't just. And this is a distinction I'm trying to make between just having a belief, and a belief doesn't get you to the great debate. You have to affirm what you believe as the case, and a philosophical atheist will not only believe that no gods exist, but will affirm that no gods exist. And the theist won't just believe that God exists, they'll affirm that God exists. And that gives you the great debate. But the non-theist, the lack-theist, they're not doing that, so they cannot participate in the great debate unless they are using the term incorrectly and they start giving argument, by which case you should be an atheist, or they just cut out the whole thing. They're not there, they're not in the great debate.
Yeah, a lacktheist, since we said we weren't going to use it, isn't at the epistemic level, and they're not even at the doxastic level, the belief level. They're just like I don't even know where to put them in that. And with the way you have it framed,
Can you get Sydney in here? Sydney is absolutely 100% by this chart a Gnostic atheist, right?
Yeah, but
he's absolutely not only making a knowledge claim, but affirming that he's making a knowledge claim.
Yeah, but he has
I wouldn't even go so far as he goes.
Yeah, but he has no good reasons for that. He
has
I'd love to hear his reasons. Good reason.
I thought you didn't like using agnostic as an adjective because then it takes away the category.
Well, I don't like it, but if we're going to go by this chart, then he would definitely fit that far right line there.
Yeah, everyone.
I've got a couple of things. To say on it. I mean, I want to affirm what Matt was saying right at the beginning. The bit that says, "Do you believe that gods exist?" right at the top. No.
I got
a couple of things. I got a couple of things to say on it. I mean, I want to affirm what Matt was saying at the beginning. What is going on?
You're repeating yourself.
Well, I'm not repeating myself. Somebody is.
No, you're good. You're good. Go ahead and affirm it. I'd like to hear it.
Right. Do you believe that gods exist? The first question. No. How is that different to do you believe that no gods exist? I mean, I don't get that there's a difference between those two questions.
I think it's just highlighting the scope thing, right? Where do you put the negation?
Well, do you believe that gods exist?
No, the first question, but that's not the first. It's do you believe that a god or gods exist?
Yes, so you can take a god or out because it's an or statement. You can take that out.
Well, just take or gods out. Just take or gods out because when we're saying gods, when we say God, that's including gods. Okay, I would just take or gods.
Do you believe a god exists? No.
It's still a god. It only takes one god to make you a theist, right? So or gods doesn't really matter.
Okay. Do you believe a god exists? Do you believe God exists? Is no different to me than do you believe that no gods exist if you answer no to the first question?
Well, one's a negation of the other. I mean, so yeah, you can ask it either way. You just
you've already got the negation. You've already got the negation in the answer to the first question that leads you down the atheist equals non-theist route.
Yeah, I mean, if you say no isn't the negation.
It's already there.
Sure. Yeah,
and therefore that other question is just I just can't comprehend why it's there. But also, you've then got an answer.
Well, you're talking about the second question underneath
the second question.
Yeah, that doesn't need to be there. That doesn't make any sense to me. Why that question is
there? Do you believe that no gods exist?
It's just asking the same question in reversed.
Exactly. It's asking the same question after the no already, and so there is no possible way of going down the no route there because you've already answered no further up. Yep. So you're automatically sending somebody up the yes route.
Correct.
Don't you think there should only be two conclusions? It's either a Gnostic theist or you're a Gnostic atheist.
No, those aren't sensible statements.
There's no third. There's no third.
I am not.
This was the second point I want you to get into.
But I want to explain my position. I am not an agnostic atheist. I am an agnostic. Period. I do not. It's not a modifier. It is a explanation to the proposition. It is a position. Okay.
Did anybody ask that?
Well, yes. Sidney just said you're the agnostic atheist or agnostic theist, and I'm like bullshit. I'm neither.
No, he said a Gnostic one. I mean, I think he was talking about this actual chart.
Or God doesn't exist. There's no in between.
He's talking about a Gnostic. Okay.
That's
now,
a different.
I don't think he was going into the whether somebody is.
Well, yeah, he did, but
agnostic.
God or does not God.
This is my bit about this. This is my bit about this bit. Is that you can claim to be Gnostic atheist if you like, but that is always until and unless there is evidence that is provided to you later on down the route which would prove you to be wrong. It's just like science.
That's the same for both
positions. A Gnostic no, because a Gnostic theist requires their unfalsifiable God.
Absolute
to
nonsense. I'm a Gnostic.
On
that chart there, I'm a Gnostic theist.
Right. So how do you prove that you're wrong? How is it possible to prove that you're wrong?
You could, for example, let me give you some examples, okay? You could provide evidence through atheological argument. You can give me counter evidence to what I think I know. If you provide me with counter evidence to what I think I know, I would abandon my position. It's a falsifiable position. If philosophical naturalism is true, then all natural gods are defunct. They're gone at a stroke, and you can then deal with any god that I propose exist. In fact, when I talk about being a Gnostic theist, I'm doing that in reference to only supernatural gods. I don't believe natural gods can exist. So therefore, if you can give me an argument for philosophical naturalism, that's it. You've falsified my position.
By the way, here's another problem. Agnostic. Wait. Agnostic is not the opposite of Gnostic. Okay. Yeah. If you look up agnosticism, okay, does not mean the negation of Gnostics. Okay. So there is a Gnostic position, right? There is Gnosticism, but agnostic is not the opposite of Gnosticism.
No, I think you're confused there, right? When they're doing that, they're making a Gnosis is the Greek word for knowledge, and without agnostic, we'd be saying without knowledge. So that's
is that how they're using it? Because there is something called Gnosticism.
Yeah, I know there's a movement called Gnosticism, but again, that means with knowledge.
Correct.
And agnostic means without knowledge.
Yeah, they're not talking about that. They're not talking about that movement.
Matt, I would like to pick you up on a particular term that you used, and that's when you said, in relation to being a Gnostic theist, you think you know. Now, a Gnostic theist wouldn't say that. They would say they know. It's not that they think they know at all.
Well, you can't make any statements about knowledge that you don't think about.
Yeah, exactly.
That's where Gnostic
no, hang on, Heretic. Matt's right. If you say you think you know and you know, every time you know something, you're thinking that you know it.
Philosophers, in my opinion, philosophers often pretend that ontology and epistemology can be pulled apart, and they can't. They're intermingled and they're intertwined, and that's just the reality of life. You cannot, as a human being, separate distinctly ontology from epistemology.
Oh, I totally disagree.
Yeah, I do as well.
I think that I'm not saying that there isn't such a distinction. There is one, but when you're a human being confronted with those things, you can't distinguish which one's which very easily.
Well, sure I can.
But if you're a philosopher human being, then you can.
I believe my wife is cheating.
Ontological question clearly. In my opinion, I think, maybe I'm wrong here, but I think that everybody would agree. Ontologically, either there are gods or there are no gods, or there is a god or there is not a god. Yes. Ontologically, we would all agree with that. And then when you bring in these other questions, these the agnostics and those other people, then you're talking about epistemology.
Yeah, of course.
Not necessarily talking about epistemology. You're actually talking about beliefs. Beliefs are not necessarily.
No, Gnostic and agnostic are to do. No, well, first of all, knowledge is a subset of beliefs. So we're talking about beliefs. We're only talking about different kinds of beliefs.
We're talking about very specific. Knowledge is a specific type of belief.
Yes, but it's still a belief.
Correct.
So the whole subject is about belief, and that's why So let's say you call yourself an agnostic atheist. Okay, here's a redundancy in that. If you say I'm a agnostic atheist, you're saying, I am without a justified true belief or reliably produced belief that gods exist, and I lack belief in gods. That's a complete redundancy. You can just take out the.
That's rubbish. I mean, the idea that it's justified to not have knowledge about something.
That's what knowledge is.
Or it's not justified. It's the idea that it is not justified to not have knowledge about something that's unfalsifiable in the way that God is described is absolute balderdash.
First of all, let's get our terms right. Knowledge is true belief. Everybody throws us this justified true belief.
In philosophy, that's not the case, Steve.
It is the case though as far as epistemology.
Philosophy deals with epistemology.
Listen. Can I finish what I'm saying? That you know as well as I do. There's different theories of truth. Okay, right?
Yeah.
And if I want to adhere to justified true belief, then you can't just say, well, knowledge is justified true belief, because that's what you're asserting. Well, not always.
No, listen. Oh, but wait a minute. I never just use justified true belief. I'm aware, and justified true belief doesn't go to truth. It goes to what knowledge is. And so if you say you have knowledge about something, I said knowledge can either be justified true belief, which is one theory of knowledge, or it could be a reliably produced belief, which is another theory of knowledge.
Yeah.
But what I was pointing out is, if you take the statement, you are without, if you are an agnostic without knowledge, if you define the word knowledge, you're only talking about a certain kind of belief you have. So you are saying you are without a certain kind of belief. And then when you say you're an atheist, you're saying you're without a belief. It's just saying the same thing twice.
I see your point. I was kind of redundant. But that's what I was saying before. It's superfluous because you're saying in two cases that you're without a belief.
Yeah.
And I'm without a belief, and I'm without a belief.
Yeah. So if you just say I'm without belief in gods, then you've said the same thing.
Because an atheist is somebody who is without a belief in God, and so is an agnostic. For different reasons, but different. I mean, one's actually asserting that God does not exist. But agnostic falls under non-theism. They're somebody who's not a theist.
Yeah.
I don't know, but this flowchart looks really. I mean, just seems really. I mean, it's not right from the second sentence on, though. I mean, you just can't ignore that big gaping force over the yes.
I posted a link in the side chat.
I mean, if you want to do a full enumeration of this, we could do a full enumeration. But all I see it go from, okay, do you believe God exists? You hit no, and then all of a sudden you're an atheist and a non-theist being synonymous, which is absurd. And then you bump down to, do you believe do you believe that no gods exist? Which is just the reciprocal statement of the first statement, which you cannot answer to no, because you already answered no. So you have to answer the reciprocal of no, which is yes, and now you're going down that path. So you can never even go down the no path. I mean, is my enumeration incorrect?
No.
Anybody?
No, you just repeated what I said 20 minutes ago.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. Okay, well, I mean, I don't know.
And I said it 30 minutes ago. I said it.
You did, Matt, and it was ignored when you said it, so I repeated it.
Yeah. I was first. I want credit. I want credit for that.
Matt gets credit.
Yay.
I posted a link.
Still full of shit about Gnostic, though.
Do you know how much shit I'm getting that Matt actually agrees with me on something I'm agreeing with him, and they were like, oh, you're agreeing with Matt Bell, so damn, it must be wrong. It's like, fuck, we're talking about fallacy of genetics, right? I mean, if it comes from Matt, it must automatically be wrong? No, Matt's not like true. If True says something scientific, yeah, it's wrong, guaranteed, it's done. Forget it.
I posted a link in the side chat by Theodore Drange, who I've actually engaged with. And here's an article on there called "Atheism, Theism, and Non-Cognitivism." It's 18 years old, but he still holds to that paper, and it gives very good definitional terms for what you're discussing here.
Can you?
Well, we all know non-cognitivists are liars anyway, so we can just dispense with that.
Yeah, I've actually worked through that. I mean, Ozzy didn't come out and say that my use of theological cognitivist is completely hosed. He doesn't think it makes too much sense, but we're going to suss it out a little bit more, because I still think I have pretty good reasons to be a theological cognitivist, because if people posit of God like a God that exists outside in space and time, that's nonsensical to me. And so I think most propositions of God that I've heard so far are nonsensical. Not always. There might be some that are not. This is really hard. Well,
wait a minute. If they're nonsensical in the respect of they're incoherent, you're not an atheist towards them. You're an atheist towards them. You can state that I don't believe that God exists because it's incoherent. The definition of that God, what's entailed in that God, is a contradiction.
But an atheist, you're just rejecting that God. But an atheist is actually saying, you know what, this question is just too nonsensical to even evaluate. I can't evaluate it because it's nonsensical. That's what
it's saying all God talk's nonsensical.
Well, and that's why I like to say, you can combine these things. They're not mutually exclusive, right? You can throw in skepticism too, which is a type of non-theism. I mean, you could combine a lot of these things. When I say I'm an apatheist, an agnostic, apatheist, theological no-cognitivist, there's reasons for why everything I say, and I explained to Ozzy that, and
based on all the videos you've been making, I would kind of want to object to you claiming to be apathetic about it.
Okay, really? Let me ask you this: When have I ever argued the existence or the non-existence of God in any of my 100 videos that I have, in any of my hangouts? When have I ever taken any position on either side of that question?
I think it was more along the lines of there's no apathy there, Steve.
Yeah, but
that's what I'm saying. I mean, you're having aneurysms left and right all over YouTube, Steve.
But if you understand his motivations for that, then for me, I see his only motivation. Sure. Yeah, but your motivations for that are basically because of the how this lacktheism has flowed through into your subject, which you do talk about in your videos, young Earth creationism and evolution, and the negative impact.
By the way, I'm going back to my roots here very shortly. But maybe Helen, I mean, I adore you. You know I do.
I adore you too.
I say that, yeah, but I mean this with the utmost respect. Maybe if you had to suffer, and I don't mean suffer as in like it's really bothering that much, but it's just pissing me off that I don't have time to respond to all this shit. But I've had like a dozen videos made about me now. Okay, how many people have made videos about you bitching about you being wrong when they don't even tell you what you're wrong about, right? I mean, it's amazing how many people out there, and it's always been creationists up to now. Now that I've all of a sudden applied the same standard I apply for everybody else, okay, to be technically correct and to try to do the right thing, I'm being lambasted by these militant atheists who are saying, oh, no, it's just a lack of belief. Well, they're wrong. Atheism is not just a lack of belief. Atheism is the assertion God does not exist. If you don't like it, tough shit. That is the fucking definitions. That is what's taught universally, okay?
What's going on, Steve, is you're making an assertion that you are technically correct, and people are asserting back that you're technically incorrect.
Then disprove it.
Just let me finish. I mean, for once. All that's going on is people are having the discussion back. And as soon as they start having that discussion, you start writing in capitals and shouting at them. And so they get a bit upset.
That's like the 20th message. I don't start with caps. Okay, when I'm going back and forth for hours on end.
But people still can't finish what they were going to say.
But you can't just throw this out that I start off, responding in caps. I mean, I respond to people very civilly, and then I'm being told that I'm a fucking idiot because I'm actually producing information and explaining it, right? Explaining it with actual logic.
They're producing information back to you, and you're rejecting it in exactly the same way that they reject yours. Just with argument. All you've done is put an opinion across. That's all I see.
Honestly, I have not had one person address. I have not had one person address the logic so far. Not one person has ever mentioned anything about the logic that I've used.
I agree with your logic. I find your logic to be perfectly all right. Not that I know much about logic. I find your premises and your assumptions and your interpretations and your conclusions to be incorrect in terms of what you say in your bits to get through your logic. And I've mentioned that time and time and time again, and you completely reject it, which of course is that's perfectly all right for you to be able to reject it. I reject what you're saying. That's perfectly all right as well. What I'm not going to do is say you have a bad deductive logical argument, because frankly you probably don't. But
show your work.
Premises that are within it.
Yeah, show your work. Exactly.
Yeah. Show your work. Show it.
Yeah,
I have done it. I mean, it's all over.
Write it down in an equation. It can be done. This is logic. We can put statements into equations. Do it.
Yes.
Do it. Do it now. Yeah. You can do it.
I just put it in the side.
Here we go. In the side chat, it says, non-theist, not BI equals DG. Atheist, BI equals not DG. Now, that's the bit where he's choosing the words non-theist goes in there, and he's choosing atheist goes in there. There is no logic behind that specific determination, that specific determination, and that decision that non-theist
that's not true.
Is that bit, and atheist is that
false
bit.
Assertion.
Because
what is the negation of theist?
Atheist?
No. The negation of theist is not theist.
Without the derivation comes from the Greek. The derivation comes from the Greek.
Literally, what is the negation of theist? By your written here, you've got theist equals DG, atheist equals not DG.
Okay. Whenever
you refuted yourself by accident just now.
No, I have not. No, I have not. Listen to me very carefully. The negation of something is you add not to it. Okay, car, not car. Okay, that's the basis
of discussion. Yes, but the discussion is where you put the not, and you're claiming, oh, you can't be an atheist if you put the not by the believe. Now that's the bit where people disagree with you, and they are allowed to.
The not is to the proposition. The not is to the proposition, not to the belief.
And the proposition of
proposition. Here, listen.
Theism is belief. Theism is belief that God exists. Theism is belief.
No, it's not. Theism is the proposition.
No, it's
that
not.
That God exists is true.
No, it's not.
No.
Yes, it is.
No.
Look, Encyclopedia of Philosophy at Stanford University. Look at J.J.C. Smart's article on atheism. Atheism is the rejection of the proposition that God exists is true.
Yes,
yes,
absolutely. That's Stanford
the
Encyclopedia of Philosophy, right there. Atheism is the rejection of the proposition that God exists.
Yeah, but you've just begged the question.
How is that begging the question?
It's the rejection of the proposition, not the rejection of...
The question under discussion is whether atheism should be philosophical atheism. And the Lacteists... Wait, let me tell you there. And the Lacteists are saying, no, it shouldn't just be philosophical atheism. And then you've just had someone appeal to philosophical atheism to demonstrate that philosophical atheism should be the position and not Lacteism.
We're not talking about philosophical atheism right now. That's a completely different thing. We're talking about what is atheism. And atheism is defined by the Stanford Encyclopedia of Philosophy as the rejection of the claim.
Yes. But that's not in your argument.
It has nothing to do with the argument. The argument is a predication is predicate logic, okay? It is if you have the predication that B equals to DG, then you take the negation of BI, which is I do believe. The negation of that is let me see here. I do believe. A non-theist would say I do not believe, right? And I've said that all along. If you say I do not believe in God, that is a non-theist, okay? The atheist takes position I do believe, right? BI, that God does not exist, okay? So it's negation of God's existence. So both the theist, let me finish real quick. Both the theist and the atheist start off by saying, I do believe. But the theist is going to say that God does not exist, and the atheist is going to say that, or excuse me, the other.
You're making an assertion. That's all you're doing. You're making an assertion. There is no evidence that backs it.
Well, that's a different question. The problem here is that people are confusing one thing, which is if I reject a proposition, I think some people are confusing that with saying that God does not exist is true. That the rejection of the proposition that God exists is not an assertion of the proposition God does not exist is true. It is simply a rejection of the proposition that God exists. It is not the counter, the sort of what they call strong atheism, which is the rejection of the possibility of God existing.
Well, not the possibility, but it's still correct. Granted, but if you do say, I reject that God exists, you are asserting your belief system. You believe God does not exist. It is the same thing.
Well, I'm claiming that the argument that the proposition, quote unquote, God exists, fails. Truth and falsehood are success-failure operations. So I'm saying that the proposition God exists fails. It does not assert that there is no God.
I think you're talking more about certainties, though. I think you're going into more of a certainty type claim, aren't you?
Yes, God exists is different from theism.
No, God exists is theism.
Yeah, that's exactly what theism is.
No,
God exists is theism. That's exactly what theism means.
No,
God exists.
Theism is I believe God exists.
Exactly.
Well, there's different ways you can say it. One's an assertion. Okay, hang on. No. Listen very carefully here. If you say God exists, you're just making an ontological statement about his existence as it comports to reality. And then you can also say a doxastic claim, which I believe, or you can say it's an epistemological claim or epistemic. I know God doesn't exist. They're all different graduations, okay? But all in all, if you say God exists, you're affirming that God exists. You believe that God exists because you're affirming it. If you affirm it, you automatically believe it, and you're a theist. Yeah. There's no way to get around that, right?
Yeah, it's absurd to claim otherwise.
Yeah, I mean, how can you say that God exists is not theism? That's the pure definition of it. You can't even get some more simplistic than that.
Yeah, but I think you know the.
You want to rethink that, Matt?
No, the reason I pointed it out to you is because you're having so much flack thrown at you. If you are not very precise in your language, and I don't mean in here, I mean that when you're having text discussions, you're going to be spending a heck of a lot of time in text discussions having to expand upon that because someone's going to be a jerk and someone's going to raise it to you. No. Theism is a belief. It's literally a belief. And then you're going to have to explain all that. If you just say theism is a belief that God exists, you avoid all that extra work.
Well, atheists falsely believe that they have no beliefs.
Right. They think that they think...
That's the source of one of their fundamental things. And it's a rhetorical position that allows them to beat up on theists. the fact is we all have beliefs. Some of our beliefs are true. Some of them are justified as true.
And they all have to be justified, though. So you agree, Brenda, that that atheism shoulders a burden of justification. Now, I agree it's not as strong as the theist position, but there is a burden there. And do you agree that atheism?
Well, it would be sufficient for me to show that the proposition God exists is somehow not a valid argument, which is different than being true or false.
No, wait a minute.
Or that it is actually false.
The burden of evidence is stronger for. Wait a minute. The burden of evidence is stronger for the atheist than for the theist. Because,
no, it's not.
But let me tell you why. Let me tell you why. Okay. All the theist has to do in order to bear their burden of evidence is show that one God, any God, exists.
Well, you'd have to produce a valid argument first.
Yes, of course.
He's going to say that, but an atheist has to prove this from all God.
Yeah, but the burden of the philosophical atheist, they have to show that all gods.
Yeah, and that's bullshit.
No,
that's such bullshit.
It's okay. So what's the proposition? What is it that philosophical atheists affirm? No gods exist. No gods exist.
No, I would affirm that theism has failed to produce a valid argument.
That isn't philosophical atheism.
But it's logic. I don't know about that. I just know logic. And there's a difference between a proposition which is true and there's a difference between a proposition which simply fails to be a valid proposition.
Here's the problem with that. The theist can come back and say, well, the atheist didn't meet their burden of justification. That doesn't get anywhere.
My burden of justification is simply to show logical error. So if I show that you have made a contradiction within your premises, then that is sufficient.
That's true.
Wait a minute, Steve. Steve, he's doing exactly what your objection to creation is doing. He's not taking a burden of evidence upon himself, and he's saying theism has failed. You are a theist. You have failed to bear your burden of evidence. So I don't have any burden of evidence. It's all on you. Give us your evidence.
They both do. I just said they both do.
I'm not saying you. I'm saying that's the position that this other guy's taking. He said this: theism has failed to meet its burden of evidence. That's what the creationist is saying to you. Evolutionists have failed to bear their burden of evidence.
I want to make a slight correction. It was not that you failed to produce evidence. You failed to produce a valid argument.
Yeah, there's no difference between the two. There's no difference. I mean, that's a difference without
That's not reasonable. What you're doing is burden shifting.
Yeah.
Okay. What you're doing is you're giving the theist all the burden to come up with their justification, and all you're doing is poking holes in it.
Well, they have.
That is not fair. No.
They have the full burden. Anyone who makes the claim must share.
No.
Yeah, the atheist, the philosophical atheist is making the claim that no gods exist.
Exactly.
No, I'm not making the claim that no gods exist.
I'm not talking about you. You're not a philosophical atheist. I'm talking about philosophical atheists.
My mistake.
Yes. Matt is exactly. If you're asserting something, whether you're asserting God's existence or God does not exist, you are making a claim that requires a burden of justification. Okay, period. You can't just shift that. You can't just discharge it out of nowhere. Okay. Now, granted, I do disagree on Matt that I think that the atheist has a less of a burden. He'll say it's more, but I don't subscribe to this philosophical atheist that you have to disprove every possible God. I coined a new phrase, and the phrase is called ontological overload. Okay, and ontological overload means that you cannot burden yourself down with thinking that you have to actually disprove every possible God that may or may not exist in any possible conceivable situation.
Yeah,
you basically have ontological overload.
Yeah, but wait a minute, I'm not disagreeing with that. You'll have heard me saying before that I would change it to, or I think what's implicit in philosophical atheism is, as it's a response to theism, that what they're saying is, I believe no theistically proposed God exists, and that cuts out all the other stuff there. But think about that. Even if we only dealt with the Abrahamic gods, okay? Forget all the rest of them. All I have to do to bear my burden of evidence for theism is show that one of those exists. You have to demonstrate your burden to show that three of them don't exist. So the burden of evidence is obviously greater for you than it is for me.
Because here's why I differ. Okay, first of all, I could say you can use let's see here, provisional induction. Okay, if you disprove a certain amount of gods, right, you can provisionally say that, you know what, everything I've seen so far doesn't exist. Okay, all the gods being posited to me doesn't exist. I am provisionally stating that I am rejecting any god exists until I'm given sufficient reason to change that provisional.
And that's just hiding the ball.
No, it's not. No. Provisional
using to be your listen. Induction. So I could take the view that all provisional induction argument that that God exists, and I could do that because I could make the argument that atheists have tried for centuries and centuries and centuries to provide evidence that God doesn't exist. They have failed on every single occasion. So inductively speaking, I can say that God exists.
You only have one point. You only have one God that you're saying here, right? I mean, you're just saying some God. The person who's saying I looked at all this evidence and there's been no evidence to support anything of this deistic nature.
Yeah, and I'm saying the opposite.
But you're saying that they have never been.
I've looked at all the evidence. I've looked at all the evidence that philosophical atheists have tried to present to disprove that the God of Christianity exists. Okay, so that's numerous arguments, and all of them have failed. So I can take the provisional inductive view that the God of Christianity exists. I'm going to reject.
That's not true. There are some gods that have been falsified.
That's my point. Provisional induction doesn't work because I can reverse it and get to God exists.
But no, because there's certain atheists that have disproven certain gods exist.
And I can say there are certain theists who have proven that God does exist, and that would disprove your provisional induction.
No. If you have a theist that proven any god exists, you'd be famous.
Yeah, me.
I can prove God exists right now. God is love. Love exists, therefore God exists. Done.
And that's an equivocation.
No, it's not an equivocation. It's a valid argument.
Valid arguments aren't
logically consistent.
Valid argument. Listen, valid arguments don't get you to truth. Valid arguments only tell you it's in proper logical form. It does not get you to soundness.
Exactly.
So what are you talking about then?
I don't think anybody would argue otherwise.
Yeah. Can I bring it back a little bit to this term rejection? If atheism, if one side of being an atheist is a rejection of theism, no,
it's not.
If one side, I'm saying one side of it, I didn't say all of it, then that doesn't suggest that there is a positive burden on that type of atheist on positing their claim. It is that they are rejecting the theistic claim.
Which is
the other side of the atheism bit is actually opposition in some ways to theism, and that requires them to put some kind of burden on it because they are fully claiming there is no God. And so you could put it that the rejection bit is a bit of a weaker position because they are merely rejecting the idea of theism. But some others might decide that that's not the right way of saying that there's a burden, because the burden for disproving something could be the rejection of the claim in the first place.
The problem is that when he cited, I think he cited Stanford. That's the actual definition from Stanford in the side chat.
Rejection.
Atheism means the negation of theism, the denial of the existence of God.
And a denial is a rejection.
But the negation, yes.
You're taking the opposite view.
Yeah, okay, yes, that's fine. The negation of theism, the denial of the existence of God, is merely then your sole requirement as an atheist on that basis is to reject it. You merely have to posit why you do not accept the positive
is a claim.
You do not. Yeah, but you don't have to put positive arguments forward as to why you are an atheist.
Well, I don't think you're understanding the definition. If atheism means the negation,
who's not understanding the definition?
the heretic, whatever his name is.
Well, you were talking about the difference between negating the positive argument of theism and positing a positive argument for atheism. And I'm saying,
what is the negation of theism?
What is the negation of theism is merely rejecting the arguments that theism puts forward. That's how it could be.
Theism is having, I believe God exists. The negation of that is I do not believe God exists. That carries with it a burden of evidence if you affirm that belief.
Or rejecting the bits of evidence that theists put forward, which is a negative way of doing it. I know it might not be. I'm talking about how atheists can define themselves. If somebody defines themselves as an atheist, well, exactly. If somebody defines themselves as an atheist, because this is back to this idea of atheist versus non-theist versus lack-theist.
Of course.
If somebody merely defines themselves as an atheist because they reject the all of the evidence and all of the ideas that are put forward by theism, they are not
an atheist.
Well, that's what you say.
Yeah, that's my view.
Yeah, exactly. But they could easily define themselves as. However, there is the much harder case where you're actually putting forward the reasons why atheism is more probable than theism.
And that's the task. That's the task that all these black theists are refusing to take upon themselves, because they know fine well they don't know enough about the subjects. They don't know philosophy. They don't know logic. They don't know atheism. They don't know theism. So they hide behind lack theism.
And I'm sorry, it does make them look weak. It makes them look like they're, they want to engage. If they want to engage in a discussion with somebody like Matt, or on that level, which I'm not going to claim that I'm there yet. Okay, I'm working on it. I think Matt would kill me in a full-on philosophical debate. I'm not going to lie, but it does make any kind of atheist who just says, "Well, I lack a belief." If they go into these situations, it makes them look very, very weak. And my argument is, why do you want to look weak? Why would you do that? I want people to look strong, especially in the eyes of these creationists. So why would you not screw this fucking lack theist crap? Screw, I just have a lack of belief. Assert yourself and say, I believe God does not exist.
But here's a question for you, Steve. You're well informed on evolution, okay? So let's say I came into a hangout, and let's say, as usual, you couldn't attract anyone into your hangouts because you're a bit of a loner. And,
I'm working on that.
So I was the only person.
You guys hang out with these three people?
So I was the only person who joined your hangout, okay?
You and Joe most of the time in your hangouts. Go ahead.
Yeah. So then I said, I said, oh, hi, how are you doing? Yeah, and you said, what's a hangout? I see the title of the hangout is evolution against creationism. You said, yeah, we're having I said, oh, so you're putting forward the evolution view then? You said, yeah.
What's your evidence?
Well, listen, I actually don't have a position on this because, to be honest with you, I've been raised in a fundamentalist Christian church and been taught creationism. So, and I can't really, I've never studied evolution, I don't know about it, I'm basically ignorant on the subject apart from what I've been taught. Could you maybe just tell me, can you tell me and give me the evidence for your belief? Then I don't have a burden of evidence there. But I think if you believe that was a genuine situation, a person asking you genuinely, then you would
answer it.
Exactly. So I think you have to distinguish, and I think some lack-theists might be in the same position where.
And that's true. And that's a fair point. That's a fair point.
So I wouldn't put every lack-theist in the position of
and I'm not trying to.
Behind the ball.
Yeah, I know, I'm right. But you know what? But I do see a lot of them that do it. And when you ask them, when you get to the brass tacks, they'll eventually say, yeah, you know what? Yeah, I believe God exists. In fact, I'll even say God doesn't exist. Then why are you claiming a lack of belief?
But the problem there is they only do that. They always only do that in reference to a specific God. I've actually had atheists, right, who have told me they're atheists and things like that, and then I said, okay, let's have a discussion about that. what's your evidence that no gods exist? He'll say, well, the Bible's full of contradictions. And I say, huh? Okay, let's grant you the Bible is full of contradictions, and that disproves all gods who hold to the Bible. How does that get you to atheism? Exactly.
Yeah.
And this is the kind of...
But the problem is, I think that when you have these discussions, Matt, you kind of should define what deity you're referring to. I think it just makes it easier in the discussion.
But the philosophical atheists, it's to all seriously proposed deities.
I know. It's a hard
proposed deities, and that is for me. That obviously carries with it it's a harder task for you to demonstrate to someone that no seriously proposed gods exist than it is for them to try and provide evidence that one God exists.
Well, I mean, I just kind of I want to take a poll. I mean, if you guys don't mind, I'd like to find out how many people actually differentiate and say, well, yeah, I'm not saying that I believe God doesn't exist. I am saying that I just lack a belief in God. I mean, how many people here on the panel that are atheists would actually say that they just lack a belief rather than actually asserting that they believe God does not exist? Does anybody on the panel think that way?
Not me.
I know you don't. I'm pretty sure Rumpus doesn't. I'm pretty sure John Doe doesn't. Anybody? Heretic, what about you?
Sydney definitely doesn't.
I'm a non-stick.
Sydney doesn't think so.
So I mean, it's not like a lot of people fall into that, okay? But they all seem to like to support. Oh, well, atheism is just a lack of belief, but they don't even follow it themselves.
Yeah.
Well, atheism is not so much a lack of belief. It's something happened.
Yeah, I pray that God would stop you speaking.
If we're in a lull, I would love to hear Sydney defeat all gods. I would just love to hear that.
You are going to be severely disappointed, but let's hear it, Sydney.
Yeah, that's a high burden of justification there, man.
Well, they don't exist. What's it to defeat?
Well,
can you provide evidence that they don't exist?
Like, how would you get rid of?
Well, there's no evidence that they do exist, so then
there's no evidence that God
that's your non-evidence.
Yeah, but wait a minute, Sydney.
You're disappointing me.
Don't wait a minute, Matt, because I've said to you that there's no evidence that they exist at all, which is your burden. So. To ask me to prove that something that doesn't exist is.
So you're starting off with this. You're starting off with a circular reasoning. You're starting off with
an argument from ignorance.
Ignorance. Yeah, that's a great way to start.
I had such high hopes. Sydney, I had high hopes.
Start off with two fallacies right off the bat.
That's an important point, Steve. Yeah, I mean, as much as
look, the fact is that it's God or no God. There's no.
Yes, we agree on that. We agree on that.
Just like you said, you're a Gnostic theist. You said so yourself.
No, I didn't say that. I said if I was agreeing with that chart, which I said,
if you agree with the chart, you'd be a Gnostic theist.
Yes, I know that God exists.
Exactly.
That doesn't mean he does agree with the chart.
Exactly. In other words, there should be just two choices: a Gnostic theist or Gnostic atheist. That's it. There's no.
No.
That's fine with me. Yeah, that's fine with me.
No. You cannot just say a Gnostic atheist or Gnostic theist.
Hold on a second. No, if it's okay with Matt. And it's not okay with
Why would Matt? Why would you think that's
with
okay?
Steve, then we haven't.
Because I know how Steve and I know how Sydney argues, so I'm just granting arguendo what he's saying.
I don't need to argue. I'm telling you that there's no that gods are impossible. So
how are they impossible?
Prove something that's impossible that it exists is an absurd question.
You demonstrate the impossibility of the existence of God.
Right. Now you just made your burden 10,000 times worse because you just asserted that it's impossible.
Oh, please.
But this is what I'm talking about. When
it's like saying to me, can you prove to me? Until you prove to me that pink unicorns don't exist, then pink unicorns do exist. It's you're making a ridiculous claim.
No, Sydney, when you have to understand something.
Yes, you are, Steve.
Okay, hang on. Let me finish this real quick.
Are you impressed, Helena?
Hang on, Sydney. When you go into a philosophical discussion, you start off with three fallacies. Do you think anybody's going to take you seriously?
Well, I don't take any theists seriously, so what's the difference?
Now it's an ad hominem.
No, the point is this.
Really? He didn't point out when rational theist Matt ad hominem to me. He didn't say a word about that.
This is the point he's making.
An ad hominem is when you don't address the argument.
Yeah, but the point is this: it's not only that no theist will take you seriously with such stupid arguments, no atheist will take you seriously either.
Yeah.
Well, that's where you're wrong, actually.
Really?
Well, yeah.
Okay. Wait, guys. How many people
back up your claim there, Mr.
Yeah, okay. Let me
no theist would take me seriously.
I want to ask a question. I want to ask a question. How many people, atheists or theists, think it's okay to start off in an argumentation, right, in an interlocutory with 3 fallacies? How many people think that's okay to do that? Seriously.
Excuse me, Steve. I'm starting off as a Gnostic atheist. That's it. I'm not
starting off with
nothing else.
Yeah, but what is a Gnostic atheist? Is that not someone who knows that no gods exist?
That's right. Exactly. Now you know that your God exists, so you're a Gnostic theist.
So how can you persuade someone else?
So one of us is wrong.
Yeah. So can you demonstrate to me that you're right?
Well,
you have the burden.
The universe unfolds totally unlike a God being involved with it. So yeah, so far I'm right.
Oh, okay, but why would I grant you that?
What's that?
Why would I grant you that? So deists, for example...
I'm not your subject. You don't have to grant me anything.
No, but if you're trying to persuade someone, you have to make statements to them that are capable of persuading them.
No, I don't.
When you grant somebody...
I don't have to do anything of the sort.
No, if you have the intention to persuade someone...
I don't have the intention to persuade.
Okay, so all you're here to do is preach like a G-man and preach the gospel. The gospel of sin. The gospel of sin. To preach his faith in atheism.
Well, I appreciate the recognition, but I'm not an author, much.
Man, you know what?
If you'd like to be my ghostwriter there...
let's get Psychopath in here. He's Psychopath can argue like a real atheist. He can come in here and he can give Matt a run for his money. I love you, Sidney. I love you, Sidney, but that was absolutely horrific. I'm embarrassed.
Shame on you, Helen. Shame on you.
Yeah. So you know what, Steve? You're a hypocrite. I think you're a hypocrite.
I love you, though. I do love you.
You are a total hypocrite. Because you accept that Matt's a Gnostic theist, and you don't say, you say, fine, I accept it.
Wait.
But when I say, hold on, I say I'm a Gnostic atheist, you tell me that
I did not accept it. I didn't even call him out on it, Sidney. You just sat there and said, Matt, why are you accepting a Gnostic atheist? I just called him out on that. Now you committed another one. You straw man me. Oh my God. This is like one big fucking fallacy after another, dude. Did you not?
Did you not call
I didn't accept it when he said
it. Gnostic atheist?
No, I don't use the term agnostic atheist. I think it's redundant. I think it's absurd to use Gnosticism as a modifier or an adjective.
No, I didn't say agnostic. I said Gnostic.
I think it's just as bad. I don't think you can use modifiers. Now, I understand how it's being used, and I will grant it for the knowledge claim. If somebody's using it for a knowledge modifier, I will grant it for arguendo, okay?
Yeah.
That's it, though. That's not being a hypocrite.
But
because you seem to be taking a middle ground, like a third stand, and it's a yes or no issue.
No, it's not. Absolutely
yes,
not.
Either God exists or God doesn't exist. Simple.
Okay. Here's the fundamental misunderstanding. The outcome, the ontological reality, is dichotomous. Okay. It is either God exists or He does not exist. That is the actual fact that it must be, ontologically speaking, in other words, as it comports to reality, one way or another. Your position on that, though, is innumerable. You could do any kind of position you want. I can say, I don't know, I don't care, it's nonsensical, I can just not even answer. I can answer yes, I can answer no, I can answer whatever. There's different ways you can answer that question. You're confusing the binary dichotomous P or not P, which is God or not God, with how many different ways you can answer what your belief is about the claim.
Yeah, but I could do the same thing about my belief in the tooth fairy. There's many different ways of talking about it. So
sure, and if I
so
if you
really,
there's a tooth fairy, I have to justify why there's a tooth fairy.
So the conversation about the existence of God should really be at the level of the existence of tooth fairies and unicorns and leprechauns, because it's that important.
No, it's all anything you believe requires a justification. If you say, Steve, do you believe in let's say I like Santa. Santa's easier. So do you believe in Santa? And I say, I believe Santa doesn't exist. Then you would ask me, Steve, what's your burden for justification why Santa doesn't exist? And I would say, I would say, well, Santa doesn't exist because you have to travel to 1.3 million homes every second to deliver presents. I would say that reindeer are not aerodynamically sound. They don't have any wings.
Well, if you ask me, Sid, do you believe in God?
Wait. These are all discharging my responsibility by telling you I don't believe in Santa Claus. If you have a belief, Sydney, you need it justified. If you don't, you look like a freaking weak guy, man. You just do. You look really weak. If you just say, well, I have no burden of justification. Any philosopher, anybody.
Then you obviously have selective hearing, or you don't like to listen to others other than yourself.
You were a bit of a lack clausist then, Steve.
No, I'm asserting God does not exist. No, I say I believe God does not exist.
Lack clause.
I am not a lack clause.
Your arguments against Santa Claus were all rejections of the current status. They weren't positive claims. They weren't positive stuff.
Can you mute? I'm echoing really bad. Heretic. A lack clause would say, I do not believe God exists. I lack a belief in Santa Claus. That's not me. I am saying affirmatively, I believe Santa Claus doesn't exist, and my justification for that is given by physics. That we know that reindeer are not aerodynamically sound. They possess no lift thing. They would not get any lift from moving their legs because they're not aerodynamic. Okay. I can also say that if you take the population of how many people get presents supposedly, and I did the calculation real quick one time, it came to I think 1.6 million homes a second. Not logistically possible. Those are evidences using science to justify my burden of justification of why I don't believe in Santa Claus. There's nothing wrong with that. That's how you do it. That is how you discharge a burden of justification.
But you chose not to include the possibility that somebody had spread the magic fairy dust which allowed all these things to happen.
That's not an explanation. That's a non-explanation. That makes basically you're making matters worse by positing something that's less likely.
All I'm saying, Steve, is
you cannot posit those things like that. It doesn't make any sense. What you're saying is
exactly what the positing is for God. That's the point.
But you're not talking. Oh my God.
No, but this is the point. Hang on. This is the point. All of the claims around God are all around this magic stuff.
That's not true.
Omnipotent, omniscient, a mind without a brain, a mind
That's
without.
That's not true either.
All of these things.
Yeah.
Now, all that you've done is the rejection of the current thesis.
Heretic. Do you realize? Wait, heretic. Do you realize you just moved the goalpost? You gave me a claim, I gave you a discharge on my burden of justification, and then you added something else. That is called moving the goalpost. That is a fallacy.
It's not only
It's not. It's part of it.
It's not? Are you kidding me?
It is part of Santa Claus. I mean,
wait. Okay, wait.
It's part of the story.
Matt, did he move the goalpost by adding something in after the fact?
It is part of the story. The story is that there is the magic stuff that allows things to actually go.
And what evidence do you have for the magic stuff existing?
It's in the book. You know, that's as simple as that.
What book?
Whichever book it is, or whichever film it is about Santa Claus that actually has it. That's the point. It doesn't exist. It doesn't exist. It was made up by somebody in exactly the same that the Bible was.
But here's something I can say in response to that. You can go to another book. Many of these books are called dictionaries, and you can look up Santa Claus, and you'll see him defined as a fictional being.
Yeah.
So fictional beings don't exist in reality.
Yeah, which is exactly where the Bible came in, and then somebody decided to posit that it was actually.
Wait a minute. We're not talking about the Bible.
That's where it comes in.
We're not talking about the Bible. We're talking about Santa Claus and God. So if you go to Santa, if you go to Santa Claus in the dictionary,
I do not hold they are any different.
If you go to Santa Claus in the dictionary, you'll find him defined as a fictional being. If you go to God in the dictionary, you won't find him defined as a fictional being.
Why don't you let Heretic finish?
There's a debate about one. There's not a debate about the other one.
If you go to the Santa Claus,
there's a constant debate.
Yeah, you know, I think it's funny, and this is another thing that kind of bothers me, that certain atheists, they're automatically just summarily dismissing the existence of God as putting it into the fairy tale category, and that to me is disingenuous. It's just basically a way of shirking the responsibility they have to demonstrate that God does not exist, which is a great debate question. Does God exist?
No, you don't. You don't demonstrate that something that you can't ask somebody to demonstrate that something that doesn't exist doesn't exist. It's ridiculous.
Yeah, that is not what they're asking somebody to do.
First, you show me that it exists, and
wait,
then
no.
Your evidence.
That is not how it works.
Evidence
that is not how it works.
To what I've
the only evidence.
You guys have just shifted the burden.
That's the way
the only evidence you have of anything to do with God.
You two have just committed so many fallacies and moved the goalposts.
Can I just make one comment?
But wait. If you're going to have a conversation though of a philosophical nature, and you have all these fallacies, then who the fuck is going to take you seriously? This is my whole point. You don't engage in a conversation starting off with fallacies. You don't move the goalpost because a theist like Matt or somebody else is going to fucking nail you to it. And Matt, don't tell me that they did not move the goalpost.
You've drunk the Kool-Aid, my friend. Yeah. Something that doesn't exist. You're asking me to prove to you that it doesn't exist.
No, that's not what a prudent justification is.
It's a ridiculous request from anybody to ask them to prove that something that doesn't exist doesn't exist.
You're right.
But this is what you're saying. You're saying, I have the belief that something does, or I know that something doesn't exist, therefore something doesn't exist.
Something
without justification.
Everybody knows
without
about
justification.
it. Yeah, something exists. Everybody knows about it.
Yeah, something does exist, and we all agree that something exists.
If anything exists, everybody knows about it. Okay?
No,
that's my point.
What? What a load of bollocks.
That is crap. That is shit.
So
Higgs boson.
Yeah. So what he means is, listen to this.
No. If a tree exists, if a plant exists, if a fossil exists, if something exists, everybody knows about it.
If something exists,
you're saying that
everybody knows about it. And then he's
crap.
Intelligent life on other planets doesn't exist because intelligent life.
That crap?
Because what you're positing is what Matt's saying right now. You're basically saying that if something exists, we know about it. But if we don't know about it, therefore they don't exist. So basically, aliens don't exist because we don't know. Logic.
I think I question your sanity. I really do.
Yeah, ad hominem.
But Sydney is putting the argument incorrectly. It's not so much that God does not exist. It's that the standard context is the assumption of what God is supposed to mean can't exist because it's not a logically sound definition.
I've always said that.
Okay, so what's wrong with the logically sound definition? So what's wrong with the logically sound definition that God is the creator of the universe?
Because it's not logically sound.
Because you haven't defined what God is yet.
Well, that's true too.
That is my definition of God, the creator of the universe.
Well, that's a little simplistic definition.
That's begging the question.
Yeah,
why is it no, that's how can a definition beg the question?
Yes. You can't. Only an argument can beg the question. Definition can't beg the question.
Well, it contains the argument God exists and God was the creator of the universe.
But you're only begging the question.
It defines God. It defines God. I'm not saying God has done anything at this point. I'm saying the definition of God is the creator of the universe. That's my definition.
So if we discover that quantum fluctuations are the origin of the universe, therefore quantum fluctuations are God, according to you.
No, if we discover that quantum
fluctuations... Well, that would be God of philosophers.
No, wait a minute, no. If we discover that quantum fluctuations... well, first of all, quantum fluctuations cannot
Answer the question.
Because quantum fluctuations are part of the universe. They can't cause the universe. But even if they were not, even if they were not, well, that depends how you define the word universe.
No,
but even if
that's how you define mathematics and physics.
Wait a minute. Even if quantum fluctuations were granted to you, arguendo, to exist without the universe, and they were shown by science to have created the universe, then it would follow that God did not create the universe.
Well, it would follow. No, this is wrong. It would follow from your previous definition that God is the creator of the universe. Quantum fluctuations created the universe. Yes. Therefore, quantum fluctuations are God.
No, because you can't falsify a definition. The word unicorn exists. The word unicorn exists in the dictionary. It's
your definition carried its own.
Brendan, one sec. Look at. Yes, if you posit that quantum fluctuations created the universe, which by the way, Matt, that's how a mathematical paper actually posits the possibility of the universe being created. But you can say that's the God of philosophers if you want. That's a naturalistic position, right? Even go so far as pantheism. But you also have the issue is you can also say what it created in quantum fluctuations. Maybe that's your God. However, I agree with you. You cannot be circular with a definition. That makes no sense. But I want to hear Sydney. I really want to hear Sydney show that God is logically impossible. I would really like to hear that, actually.
Well, somebody made a claim, and I don't know who it was, that the universe was created. I don't hold to that claim. I don't believe that the universe was created. I think the universe is just a culmination, or the Big Bang is just a step or a point in a long series of events, even in an infinite series of events, which
where's logic come in?
We just happen to be in a particular part of that series of events right now.
So what is the logic, though? What logical rule does it violate? Well, I'm not going to.
No. What I'm saying. This is where my thinking comes from, and it's about relativity. When I got shown when I saw a video in physics on the relative distance between a nucleus and an electron, the space between the nucleus and the electron in a ratio was huge, enormous, right? Now, okay, so we kind of came into the Big Bang era at the atomic level, or maybe we knew about at the hydrogen, and we knew about molecules and atoms and whatnot, but we didn't know about anything smaller. But now we found stuff that's smaller, and I believe that everything there's a smaller part of everything, and as you go back, and we just haven't found. We just don't have the technology to see that small.
What is the logic? I don't.
Yeah, that was gibberish.
The logic is that it's a physical cause, which results in a physical effect. That's the logic.
Well, that doesn't invalidate the logic of God.
So something physical created physical.
It doesn't. What?
First of all, Sydney, you're talking about causality, and yet we can say the universe.
So in other words, you've got your energy in whatever form it is, but
we can say the universe had a physical cause if we wanted to. There's nothing wrong with that. However, look at
you've got your energy, which is infinite, and therefore it's whatever state it's in, whether it's in whether it has the full mass of the universe in a subatomic in the size of a subatomic structure, or it gets even smaller than that. It doesn't matter. It's still physical. It's still natural.
Okay. Nothing at any time did you even mention physics. So we mentioned logic. Nothing was illogical in anything that you said, and you bastardized the entire thing about quantum fluctuations and physicality. And I think you were trying to describe the Higgs field, and you fucked that all up. So I don't know what the hell you're talking about.
Okay, well, run me through it where I made all these mistakes.
Oh,
I think it is
at the start and at the end and all in between.
Okay, well then don't bother.
You said you could show that God was a logical impossibility. Nothing you mentioned just now had anything to do with any of that.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know how you got from A, B to potato. I mean, a logical argument would be say, okay, God does not exist because he violates the non-contradiction law. And I'm going to show that God cannot be God and not God at the same time.
Or his contradictory properties, like you can show that his omniscience is contradictory to his omnipresence, or his omnipotent, or is it omniscience, and all of them, all the other properties supposed to have.
Yeah, omnipresent is a good one, and omnipotent is really good as well. However, I think there's defeaters for them. I don't think they are perfect negations. I don't think they're perfect. I don't think they're defeaters, but they're good. Don't get me wrong, but they're not perfect defeaters. Because I've seen theists work around that omnipotence thing.
Isn't this kind of the point, though? The God is very ill-defined. So if you can't definitionally rule him out using a logical argument, then there has to be some form of induction which brings uncertainty. And whenever you're defining philosophical atheism, what everyone that is arguing with you hears is strong atheism. But whenever you actually argue, you argue from a weak atheist position. So that's the holdup. Everybody thinks whenever you say philosophical atheism, you think strong atheism. Strong atheism asserts God doesn't exist. How can you prove that if God is not logically impossible and he's immaterial? That's why people get mixed up and they don't like to hear an assertion that you can't fulfill.
How is God not logically impossible? God is totally logically
that's an assertion.
impossible.
Okay, then show us why.
Yeah. No, I'm saying he's not logically impossible.
Yeah, God is logically impossible.
If he's ill-defined, how can you logically?
Yeah, you can't make that conclusion.
John, I think you made a very good point, John. It's a very good argument.
I think he made a good point.
I don't know where you get this idea that God is ill-defined.
And those are two other atheists.
Are you kidding?
Yeah. Like, for example, I mean, what do you mean by ill-defined? Do you mean not sufficiently defined?
Okay. I'll tell you this. Okay, so they used to say that God was omniscient and omnipotent. Hold on. God, let me talk. You always do this. They used to define it that way. But now, whenever you take it to its logical conclusions, those can't exist simultaneously. So what they say is, oh well, God is sufficiently or logically omnipotent. See, they move it around. So anytime you try to nail it down, they just move it. So it's still defined.
What you're doing there is called the fallacy of hasty generalization. So what you did there was you took an unrepresentative sample of the whole and you applied that unrepresentative sample to the whole of theologians. That's a logical fallacy.
Okay, but he could say, Matt, I mean, to get around that, he could say that so far in his experience, all the gods being posited to him have been nonsensical, and that would be ichtheist, obviously, or theological non-cognitivist. But maybe that's from his perspective. But that gets into, again, what the whole the whole induction thing, right? The whole provisional induction. I mean, it does go by our experience. Now, I don't posit that there's not some type of deity you could come up with that I think is coherent. I don't think you could. I mean, I think you could. I don't think it's
Mary Bachelor, yeah.
Yeah, that's an analytical proposition, though. I mean, that's a self-evident analytical proposition. But I mean, for example, you could probably posit a type of deistic God that would be very hard to falsify, but coherent, right?
Right. I think the definition that we're left with of God isn't logically impossible. That's why I think a strong atheist position is ridiculous. And whenever you define philosophical atheism, everybody just hears strong atheism, and then they think that's ridiculous. You see what I'm saying?
Because the two are the same.
Exactly.
Yeah, and it's hard.
That's why you have to use an extra modifier. You have to say weak atheist. You have to say something because everybody infers from philosophical atheism. Everybody infers strong atheism.
But John, if you had take that position, then we can't disprove green pixies either, and God knows what else.
We're not talking about disproving stuff. It's not about
No, he's saying strong atheism is impossible, but then that means we can't have a strong position about the existence of invisible green pixies or pink unicorns either.
I think that's legit. I think that's a legit concern. I think that taking
epistemically, maybe you're right. Epistemically, you're right.
But everybody knows that green pixies and pink unicorns live on Glee's 538.
Oh, damn.
Rumpus, I think you're right. I don't think you could take a strong position on essentially
exactly. So that's what. So my point is that although it sounds wonderful what you said, in practice it's absolute bollocks.
I'm just saying that's what everybody hears, and that's what
I disagree. I agree with both of you in a way, but you got him a reasoning why, Rumpus. When you have that epistemic burden, right, that you're saying, I know something doesn't exist, I know green pixie dust doesn't exist, I think it could be met, but only in the framework of what we know as to be knowledge, right?
Yes,
not something that is absolute in all times and places.
I don't believe in knowledge. You have strong beliefs. I mean, nothing's 100. We're talking about certainty now, and yes, you can't be certain, but as far 99.9%, as far as you can go with what you're capable of doing, you can say green pixies don't exist, and the same you can apply to God.
I can't apply it to God, but I can give a reason why I can say as a pragmatist, right, that with enough degree of certainty that pixie dust don't exist, that I can say I know they don't exist.
But
that's fine to do that.
Just like
Steve. Sorry, go on, John.
You can do it with God too, but it's a higher burden of justification.
Just like,
I'll tell you that right now.
I mean, but think about whenever you're arguing with theists. Anytime you hold to the philosophical definition, or you say you're a strong atheist, just like Matt's already done, he takes it right to what I was saying. Well, how do you prove that? How do you actually prove that God doesn't exist? Well, so theists take it to the extreme right off the bat.
Okay, well, what I would say then is that I believe that God doesn't exist to the same degree of confidence that I have that green pixies don't exist.
Right. Yeah, that's legit. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't see a problem with you saying that. I don't know if you can demonstrate it very easily, but I mean, there's nothing wrong with you asserting that. No.
Well,
but I like what Janie thinks.
I've got a question for you, Steve.
Wait, can I read what Janie Kane said real quick because I like it? He said, I don't need to tell anyone that I'm an agnostic, non-theist, weak atheist. Telling them I'm an atheist should be sufficient, or tell them I believe we live in a godless universe. Exactly. That's why I think if there was some consistency that when you say you're an atheist, that you are asserting God does not exist, I think that's a lot better than saying, well, I'm an atheist, but I just lack a belief, but I'm not really asserting that it doesn't exist. I just, that's right. If you just say you're an atheist, it's across the board, you're telling people that you are asserting we live in a godless universe. That's what your claim is.
Right. Steve, do you accept that dictionary definition that there are two ways of being an atheist? One,
Oxford?
Sorry?
You want from Oxford?
Yeah, the one from Oxford, which says...
Yes.
Right, so there are two ways you can be an atheist. You can lack a belief in a God, and you can believe that there is no God.
Yeah,
and this is what caused the confusion, because the only definition you offered in your video was one, and I know you're going to talk about colloquialism and formal thing. I think they're the same thing, because in colloquial terms, I think it's quite possible to use the formal definition, so I didn't accept that bit. So that there are two definitions, and according to the Oxford Dictionary, there is a lack of belief in a God, and you don't believe in a God. And I think you've got to accept that in belief, there are three states. There's the possession in your head, in the belief box that you can have, there is a belief there or not. And then, having got a belief in your head, then it can be two things. You do or do not believe in a God.
Yeah.
So there are three states. Now, I want to know from you what you regard as the state where you haven't acquired a belief in your head. You're capable of having a belief, so you're not a rock. You're capable of having a belief, but you don't have a belief in your head that God exists. Does that qualify you as an atheist?
Non-theist. No, non-theist.
But then why did you say in your video at the end that people can be atheists without believing in the statement?
Did you miss the entire first half of this hangout, Rumpus?
I got the first 20 minutes, but I missed the middle.
We explained with Helena, and Helena was pointing this out as well, that there's a technicality thing going on, okay? And we don't want to be pedantic to say, oh well, you're being, you're just saying your lack of belief, and therefore by definitions. And I can give you three definitions: the Encyclopedia, Stanford Encyclopedia, the Merriam-Webster, and Columbia. All say lack or disbelief or rejection. The only one that says otherwise is the Oxford Dictionary that gives two definitions. One, the rejection of the claim, and the other one being a lack of belief, because it's becoming popular. Okay, it's a colloquial, it's a street level. That doesn't make it technically correct or make it philosophically correct. Just like you look at the dictionary. Wait. Just like you look at the dictionary, and I give you the definition of the word heat. If you just use the definition of heat, are you using it correctly? If I say the room retains heat. No.
But it's also in the Oxford Philosophical Dictionary as well that way.
Because it's coming around.
Well, they wouldn't put it in the Philosophical Dictionary. Well, look, I would prefer it said. Someone's echoing. I think I would prefer it said that you believe that gods do not exist. But you even said yourself at the end of your video that people don't have to believe, because the only definition you mentioned. And then you said then they can be atheists without believing the thing you said in the middle, which is contradictory.
No, because we're not committing the no true Scotsman fallacy. We're not defining who is and who is not a true atheist. Although the proper atheist would be somebody that is adhering to what has been standardized for the last couple of hundred years, which is the assertion God does not exist. But if an atheist wants to if an atheist wants to call themselves a lacktheist, okay, and that lack they of belief because they're not asserting God does not exist because they don't know the arguments, then I'm okay with that because they don't know the arguments.
So you're saying that someone can call themselves an atheist without agreeing to the definition you had of an atheist?
That's what a lacktheist is. It's
no, it's more positive than that, because a lacktheist is implied that. This is what I'm trying to differentiate. I'm trying to differentiate, but someone who's seen the arguments for a God but rejected them. They don't have a belief in their head for either way. They just simply they refuse the arguments they've been offered. So in their belief boxes in their head, they do not have one that says I don't believe or I believe in God. So there's three states you can have. Now, is that person an atheist?
I don't know why you're coming up with three states.
Because in your head you can have beliefs or not beliefs, and in those beliefs you can have we have dichotomous belief or not belief in God. Or you believe that God doesn't exist. So you can have three states.
Okay, if you do not accept the claim for whatever reason of theism, okay, whatever reason there is, whether you answer the question or not, if you do not answer yes to the proposition God exists, you are a non-theist.
Correct.
Okay?
Absolutely correct.
Hang on, let me finish. If you also, in addition to doing that, because all atheists are non-theists,
correct.
You say I actually assert that God does not exist. We live in a godless universe. I believe God does not exist. Now you're not just a non-theist, right? You're an actual proper atheist by numerous definitions. Okay? But some people don't want to take upon that burden to say I believe that God doesn't exist. They just want to say,
I think there's a third state of people who do not say that they believe that God does not exist, but simply say it's unproven in effect. I've heard the theist arguments. I don't accept them, and therefore there is a third state of people who just simply, and therefore in their head they do not have a belief at all, one way or the other.
Non-theist.
That's a non-theist. Yeah.
Well,
can I just point on the no true Scotsman fallacy? I'm a Scotsman, so I know about this a lot. But the no true Scotsman
you've come in enough times. You know about it.
The no true Scotsman fallacy is an ad hoc fallacy.
Yes.
So if you give a definition, and if you have agreed upon definition before you engage in a conversation, it's not the no true Scotsman fallacy to then exclude people from meeting that definition based on the evidence. So,
but you accepted in your own videos, Steve, that someone could call themselves an atheist correctly.
Did you notice the title of the video? What's the title of the video?
Lacktheism, I think, or something. I can't remember now.
Yeah, not the great schism of atheism. My whole point of the video was to show that if you decide to be a lacktheist, it's not dividing into two different camps. Okay, you're still an atheist, but you're an atheist by colloquial definition only.
So hold on. So give me that again. Are you saying if you're hold on? You just implied there that if you're not a theist, non-theist, you're also an atheist. In the colloquial manner. Is that what you're saying?
No.
So say what you said again.
If you're an atheist, okay, and you only say that you lack a belief in God, okay,
right.
That's different from an atheist that says, I believe God does not exist.
Correct.
Do you agree that?
Correct.
Okay.
Correct. So you're saying you can be an atheist.
Well, stop telling me what I'm saying and let me say it, okay?
Damn.
An atheist who says, I just lack a belief, is not using the philosophical definitions of what an atheist is. Okay? However, they still are colloquially using definitions of just lack of belief. Okay? But they're not being philosophical. They're not being correct and technically correct. Just like it's no different than the example I gave you with heat. And you're a physicist. Why is that so hard to understand?
Again, I think you're distracting with heat. Right. So you're saying that a non-theist colloquially can be the same as an atheist. Is that what you're saying then?
No, I'm saying an atheist is a non-theist either way. No matter what they believe. If you're a lacktheist, you're a non-theist.
Yeah.
If you assert God doesn't, either one of them are fall under non-theist.
Yes, we know that.
Then what are you asking?
God damn! In the end of your video, you said someone could be an atheist without accepting the definition of being an atheist that you provided. Now you're then saying you're then putting them into this one slot, this one set of non-theists, though, by doing that.
Correct.
So you've got to create a new category. If you want to accept that people can call themselves atheists but are not just non-theists, then you need another set.
That's what atheism was. That's the whole goddamn thing.
You told me that lactheism was just non-theism.
Oh my God. Lactheism means non-theism. However, it is often used pejoratively for an atheist who says, I only lack a belief. I don't want to take upon the epistemic burden of saying, I believe God doesn't exist. Okay?
Do you believe,
they don't want to have that.
So are rocks non-theist?
Yes, technically.
Okay,
anything that is not a theist, that is not a theist falls into non-theist. It's a set theory, okay?
Yeah,
either you're in one set or you're in the other set.
Agreed.
Okay?
And so
you don't need,
so is God a theist?
You don't need any cognitive thought process. Hang on. You don't need any cognitive thought process to be a non-theist, okay?
Correct.
It is a position such as if you are not one, you're the other, period.
Exactly. If you don't have a belief, so to be a theist, firstly, you have to be able to believe something, and then secondly, you have to believe in a God. If you do not have those two properties, you are therefore not a theist. Right.
Well, I don't know if you have to. You don't necessarily have to believe.
You have to believe. I'm just making it clear about what a theist has to do. They have to be able to believe, and then they believe in a God.
Yeah, but you can't.
If you're not in those, you don't have those.
No. It's an or proposition. You don't have to meet both of those. If you don't meet one of those, you're still a non-theist, right? You don't have to meet both criteria.
Yes, correct. No, yes, I'm talking about being a theist. You have to meet those two criteria. You have to be able to believe, and you have to believe in a God.
Yes,
if you don't have either one of those two things, you're not a theist.
Correct.
Right. So then, how do you describe people? Because you've got a set of things that includes rocks, and you are including people in the same set as rocks. Of people who simply don't accept the arguments presented to them for God. And I do not think it's correct to put them in the same set as rocks. I think those are people who simply rejected the arguments, but they are capable of believing.
They both, but a rock and a human still lack a belief. There's no belief.
Theism only speaks to people and their beliefs.
Yes.
That means the negation of theism only speaks to people and their non-beliefs, and that excludes things like rocks.
No, this is a set. No, this is a set theory, Matt.
So non-theists are in the set of people who do not believe in God or are without belief in God.
And the opposite set is non-theist. So if you're not in set theory, you're one or the other. There is no middle ground.
Yeah, but in the set, in both sets, you're talking about persons and what they believe.
No, not necessarily. The not of a set gives you everything else.
The type of element, the type of element you have in the set is irrelevant. Okay, you can have multiple different types of elements in the same set. Okay.
But in this set,
we're not talking about the properties of the elements. What we're talking about is if you're not in one set, you are in the other. Whatever it is, a fucking horseshoe is in a non-theist because it is not a theist.
It's not. Right. It's absolutely not.
It is.
That's how set theory works.
Only if you incorrectly define theism and non-theism as not relation to persons.
Matt,
of course, there is one issue with set theory. You don't actually use the word "not" when you're referring to sets because, for instance, if you say something like "not horseshoes," that includes every possible concept. It's called the universal set. That includes blue triangles, the number -1, imaginary things, goodness knows what. So that's why you have to be very careful not to end up when you say "not" things to end up with the universal set of all possible concepts, dreams, and goodness knows what else.
And here's the other thing,
Rumpus. Explain set theory to me on this.
Atheism is a proper subset of non-theism. It's not a subset. It's a proper subset, and that needs to be clarified because if people say that atheism, wait, let me finish. If people say that atheism is equal to non-theism, it is no longer a proper subset. Yes, you know set theory, and you know I'm right.
Right. So now my point is, hold on, Matt, I've got to get back to Steve on this. But Steve, do you not see that what the definitions you've used, you've lumped people who simply rejected the arguments for God alongside people with rocks, and I think that needs to have a new. You even said they could call themselves atheists.
That's an ontological thing of existence. Who cares if either way, a rock doesn't have a belief in God. A person doesn't have a belief in God.
But you're lumping these people in who've rejected the arguments, but are not prepared to say God does not exist. They simply rejected the arguments made for God. These are the Helena type people, and then you're saying those atheists.
What do you want to call them?
That's my point. I'm not sure there is a good word for it, but you included the whole. No, because lacteous is all non-theist that includes rocks.
No, well, no, because
you said it was. You said lacteous include rocks.
Technically, it would be, yeah.
Yes.
Can you tell me what's wrong with what I proposed in the side chat? So set A, all persons. It's not. I can read it to you. Set A, all persons who believe a God exists. Set B, all persons who believe a God does not exist.
That's fine.
Yeah, but you can do that.
So what would be wrong with that set theory?
But I also make it a more encompassing set. I said anything that's not a theist and anything that is a theist.
Yeah, but that doesn't relate to how we use those terms. There's implications.
It's set theory. It's set theory. Who cares?
Well, if set theory doesn't correspond to reality, then fuck set theory.
Well, how do you think you get knowledge? Knowledge is the intersection of a Venn diagram of truth and belief.
Yes,
that's set theory. Yeah. Venn diagrams are
what I'm saying to you is that there are terms, there are things implicit in words. Okay, when you talk about theism, you are talking about persons who have a belief. It's not theism as belief in God, as if a rock believed in God, it would be a theist, because it's not a person. So you're talking about people. That's implicit in the term.
When you use the word "not," Matt, that means everything that isn't that thing, and that includes triangle, number 3, and pink unicorns.
Not if I say all persons who believe a God exists. What's the negation of that? What's the negation of all persons who believe a God exists?
Everything that's not all persons.
No, it's not.
Again, rocks and triangles and things.
The negation
you don't understand the word "not," Matt.
The negation of that is all persons who believe a God.
No, it isn't. If you knot the whole thing, you end up with every concept you can possibly have, plus pink unicorns, plus rocks.
And you should use the inverse.
Yes, exactly. You shouldn't use the word "not" when you're regarding sets. It's not. It's not accepted usage in the set theory to use the word "not."
Why not?
Because
you end up with the problem we're having.
Now he's trolling, I think. Yeah, no, I mean,
I'm not trolling. I'm thinking a joke.
You really think that? I'm pulling this out of my ass. I haven't had set theory in fucking decades, man.
Do cetaceans believe in God? If they believed in God, would they be theists?
Well,
like whales and porpoises. Imagine whales and porpoises have a secret language we know nothing about.
Maybe
they have a rich religious culture and a belief in a God. Yeah. Are they theists?
But see, if that was the case, sure. But you can't. But see, the problem is until you know for certain,
because they're not persons.
Yeah, right. Well, that's why I said my set is anything. Yeah, I don't know why he's narrowing it down to people. I'm saying anything. Right? I think you have a set of any of the inverse sets.
Because I think that's implicit in the term theism. It's about people who have a belief in something.
It's not. Theism is simply the proposition.
Give me an example of a theist who's not a person.
How about an alien? If an alien has a deity.
I have no inductive experience of aliens, so I reject it.
That doesn't matter.
We hypothesize that somewhere in this universe of
so 80, what I'm saying is
80 billion galaxies and hundreds of billions of stars, and every single galaxies there exists somewhere an intelligent species, and that species believes in God.
Inductive reasoning is only valid until you find a counterexample. You present me with a counterexample, not a hypothetical. You provide me an actual counterexample. I'll change my view. It's like all swans are white. At one point, inductively, they said all swans were white. People believed that. That was their belief. Then they found black swans in New Zealand. They changed their belief. I'm in the same position. The thing is, you cannot present me with a single example of any theist who's not a person.
But that doesn't matter.
That's nothing to do with the knots, Matt. You're getting confused.
Actually,
you're not a set.
Your argument is the inductive argument.
Yeah,
yes, of course it is.
I have no inductive experience at all, and neither does anyone else of anyone with a belief in God who's not a person.
But you just made it an inductive argument.
Yes. How is not a not? Well, I think he's agreeing with you. Yeah, I think Matt, you're agreeing that's an inductive argument, right?
Yes, of course. That's why I'm saying I have an inductive argument against anything apart from persons having a belief in God, and that's true for all of us.
What happens if we had a gorilla that we could teach sign language, and all of a sudden, we have gorillas that believe in God? Is it possible? Is it possible?
Yes, it's possible, but it's not. It's not happened.
Okay, but if it's
inductive experience isn't based on what might be the case. It's based on what is the case.
I use the term provisional induction. It's the same thing.
Yeah,
exactly. The question of theism, though, is a deductive one. We deduce from the proposition God exists that all theists assert that.
That's not the case.
The proposition God exists is true, and the assertion could be made by any intelligent being whatsoever.
Yes, but and again, based on inductive experience, the only intelligences who are making that assertion are people, persons.
Well, that's a side question. That's not.
It's not. It's an argument based on inductions that theism based on an inductive experience is referring to persons.
Theism isn't a deductive claim. It's an inductive claim.
It's
a deductive one.
Theism is neither a deductive or an inductive or an abductive claim. Those relate to arguments.
It's a proposition.
God exists as a proposition.
Correct.
Belief in God is not a proposition. It doesn't make a statement.
Theism is the assertion that the proposition God exists is true.
Theism is the belief that God exists.
No, it's not.
Go and look at the word theism. Look at it in any dictionary you want to find. Belief that a God exists, specifically a creator God who created the universe or something like that and interacts with the world. That's the definitions of the word theist. I'm a theist. I believe in God, but I also affirm God exists. But because I affirm God exists, I need to present evidence. If you say to me, hey, you're a theist, I say, yeah. You say, why are you a theist? I say, you know what, I really don't have a clue. That belief's just within me. I know that belief exists, but I can't justify it.
What is a belief?
A belief is a psychological state of a mind.
A belief is a proposition held in the mind.
It's not. It's a psychological state of the mind. You have belief towards something.
And the content of a belief is a proposition.
It doesn't necessarily be a prop.
Yeah, it doesn't have to be.
Yeah, it doesn't have to be a proposition.
Yeah, I like biscuits or something.
It's the only thing it can be.
So I like biscuits as a proposition?
Of course it is.
It's a statement affirming a truth?
Yeah,
if we would ascertain that by asking you, do you like biscuits?
Well, I could lie to you.
Yeah, you could.
Yeah, so what am I doing? I don't think you understand.
A belief is mental content held to be true. So the content of a belief, the content of all beliefs are propositions. Proposition can be either true or false.
The last part I agree with. The middle part I don't agree with, and the first part I do.
Well, you're just wrong.
Listen, I'm not saying I'm right. I said I at this point I can't agree to that middle state. I'm not saying you're wrong.
Beliefs are mental content held to be true.
Yeah, I know what you said.
Okay.
So
the content of a belief is necessarily a proposition.
But they're necessarily true. If you have
I didn't say it was necessarily true. I believe the moon is made out of green cheese. It's a belief. The content of my belief is the moon is made of green cheese.
Yes, that's different. Yes.
The truth value of the proposition is false.
Yes, but having a belief in itself is that a proposition?
Yeah, propositions are the objects of belief.
Yes.
Yeah, the content. Yeah, that's what
the object. Yes. No, it's the objects, not the content of the mind. It's the objects of belief. So the object. So God is the object of my belief.
Then any sentience capable of forming beliefs is capable of being a theist.
Yes, of course they are. But my inductive experience tells me that the only beings thus far who
that's
have
irrelevant.
Proposed,
it's irrelevant. It's irrelevant to the definition of what theism is.
Yes, yeah, a belief in God.
Right. By any sentient being capable of forming beliefs.
No.
That includes sentient animals on another galaxy.
Yes, I agree with you. Okay, we can have that broad definition. I can say, here's the broad definition. It would include anything, any being that could have beliefs and it could come to form the belief that God exists. However, on my inductive experience, the only beings thus far that are capable of such beliefs are persons.
Okay.
And so therefore, when I'm talking about theism, currently today, I'm talking about the only beings that inductively I know can have beliefs, and that's human beings.
Oh, well, generally this discussion has been a little bit more abstract.
Oh, I made it back.
Yeah, we try to keep you out, but
yeah, I know. Rumpus does that. He blocks the entrance. His fat ass.
The other aspect, Matt, is human beings of an age enough to be able to make their own
definitely.
decisions.
Well, that's
and whatever. And that will be a different age for different children, of course.
Yeah.
But we're looking at it for different things. Rumpus and I are looking at it from set theory, and you guys are looking at it from like some other thing, and so it's kind of confusing.
I thought you agreed with my two things in sets.
Well, I would expand the set to anything. I mean, anything that's not a theist is a non-theist. That's, I mean,
but you don't reject that what I propose could fit into sets.
No. What you said is correct. I just want to do it that way, but yeah.
Don't you see a benefit to mine that it would exclude things like rocks?
Sure.
Therefore, it would remove Rumpus's objection.
Well, the set of all beings that are capable of forming beliefs and having a belief in God, of those people, the set of humans that exist on this planet Earth are just a subset. They're possible other members of that set. Other members of that set.
No.
And other
Inductively speaking, all our induction tells us the only persons thus far who can form those beliefs are human beings and at the appropriate age.
We're not speaking inductively.
But why not?
It doesn't matter. Make any set you want. It makes no difference. I mean, fine. If you want to make it just a set of people, I don't care. That's not how it is. But I mean, if you want to narrow the parameters, it's not non-useful. I mean, I don't care.
You're a pragmatist.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I'm saying I don't care. Okay, if you want to use it, it's functional.
Now you're an apatheist.
No, I'm actually here.
Can you make up your mind what you're going to go with here?
No, I'm actually being pragmatic. Go for it.
Hey, Steve, I have a quick question for you.
But I tell you, what bugs me is when somebody says that a child or a rock is an atheist, like Bionic Dance has been doing. That is one of the dumbest, most asinine things.
Well, this would exclude it. This would exclude it. My set.
Well, even if you don't change it like that, there's no freaking way you can convince me that a child has a cognitive awareness to be an atheist.
I agree with you.
So Steve,
yes.
Steve, why are you not a soft atheist or a weak atheist? Why do you say that you're agnostic then?
Because that's a fair question. I'm agnostic because I've evaluated the claim, and I find that both sides have not convinced me enough to make a determination on the proposition of the existence of God. And so I am suspending judgment until such time I can make a better determination.
Fuck, that's weak.
That is actually a very good position. Actually,
that's such a pussy.
Yeah,
it's a good position, but it just sounds kind of like I guess a cop out.
So you haven't.
That's. I don't see it as that. I see it as being intellectually honest in terms of what you believe and what you think, right? But to them, I
agree.
It sound like a.
But I will do this. I will do this. I will say this. There are certain gods that I'm more apatheistic to, or agnostic. No. There's more gods that I'm atheist to. Okay, so there are some gods that I am atheistic to. Okay, for example, we all know that the youngest god I'm a complete atheist towards. I will even bring it to an epistemic level and say I know that the God did not create the universe in 7,000 years, and that God is the God that posits that it doesn't exist. I will meet that burden of justification, and I do it all the time in my videos. Okay, at least I think.
Everyone is trying to get back into your hangout.
Oh, after the shit that she said.
No, yeah.
Well, a trickster god could have created a mature Earth.
Yeah, there could have been a deceitful god, but that's not the god of young Earth creationism now, is it? The young Earth creationism doesn't posit a possibility of deceit.
Yeah, we have no reason. You would need to provide reason for that.
Okay, so I have a question.
Well, I think so too. I mean, it's the omphalos hypothesis, but well, the omphalos hypothesis is just that the Earth looks young, but it's actually old. But that's stupid. That's like a Matrix shit.
Okay, so I have a question or two, right?
One per customer.
One per customer.
I'm fucking with you. Go ahead.
Okay, so I've kind of been listening to the whole conversation about lack theism and kind of the implications, right? Now, to be fair, like I've been working while listening to the conversation. I just kind of got back home, right? So I kind of had to focus, but what's the issue here? Like, what's wrong with saying that, or being under the category, quote in quote, of just being a lack theist?
Hang on one sec. What do we got here? I'll suss out what you said because I didn't understand most of it. Broke up. We got to get Helena back in here. So let me see here.
Can you see a diagram?
Oh my goodness.
Can someone put that chart up I saw earlier?
Somebody's already going to leave, so I think the guy. They're saying it in the chat side. I'm going to leave. Okay, ready. I'll count down. Eric Peters. He's about to leave. So
I have to turn that side chat. All right. So Helena, come back in.
He's not left yet.
Are you basically asking what the lack theist thing is? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah. And what are the issues?
Okay. You know what? I just got to get rid of this stupid word lack theist. It says maybe you guys are right. Maybe Ozzy coining it did more harm than good. All the argument is this.
Hurrah!
Well, I've been telling people forever. Just forget the word. This word doesn't matter. The word is.
You've done 73 different videos on it.
But it's not about the word. It's about the concept.
Oh,
okay.
Yeah.
Here's the concepts. Okay. Mm-hmm. In philosophy, in academia, that is accepted universally, taught in every school system. Okay. Philosophy has certain types of terminology. Okay, so everybody knows what they're talking about. The terminology used for the word atheism is somebody who says, I believe God does not exist. They reject the claim of the proposition. They assert as a positive assertion that God does not exist. It is not somebody who just says, I lack a belief. Okay? That's not the definition. But there are people that say, I lack a belief in God and I'm an atheist. But they're not what I should say is a proper atheist as far as what's actually described as being an atheist. Now, the problem we run into with that is that a lot of creationists do the same shit. When you go into, you've seen me, when I go into True's room or anything like that, they want to pull this lactism crap. They're like, I don't have to give you any evidence against evolution. You have to sit here for 4 hours and explain it to me. You have to convince me of evolution. No, bullshit, I don't. I have to give you reasons why I believe it, but I don't have to instruct you in it. I don't have to give you evidence for it. I have to give you my reasons why I believe it. Okay?
Oh,
that's my burden of justification. And so what they're trying to do is they think that burdens are something to be like a shifting between people. Like, here's your burden, then it's my burden, then it's your burden. No. Both people have an equal burden to play in a conversation. And that both of them need to fulfill it. And when I go into those rooms, they don't fulfill their burden of justification. They don't give me reasons why evolution is not true. They don't give me reasons why anything I tell them is not true. They just by fiat. Oh well, it's not true because intelligence design is true. Well, that doesn't tell me a goddamn thing.
Okay, so take for example, right? I walk up to Rumpus and I say, I'm a theist and I believe God exists, right? Now, obviously, me saying that that the burden is on me, correct? Now, if I put forth my explanation as to why I think my idea is right, and Rumpus decides that he decides and says, okay, I'm wrong. That's when the burden would shift, right?
There's no shifting of burden. You don't want to shift burdens. Both people in a discussion have a burden. Okay.
Okay.
Now
so that's right off the bat. The burden comes in based on what you already believe, basically, right?
Yes. Any belief has a burden. Okay.
Okay.
Now, but when you're positing a claim, though, and as we say, a person making the claim has the positive burden of proof, right? We all know that. Which is what True tries to point out. Oh well, anybody positing evolution has a positive burden of proof. Yeah, but it's trivial, I assure you. Okay, my burden of proof to demonstrate evolution is trivial. I can open a textbook and I cite a source. That's meeting my burden of justification because I'm citing a reputable source showing that this is the case, right? This is what they're asking for is beyond the scope of what burden of justification is. However, when you just posit something, you say, "Hey, Steve, I saw an angel last night." Oh, okay. Well, yeah, I'm going to provisionally say that you probably didn't, and I believe that you probably didn't, but I have to justify why you probably didn't. And I'm like, well, you're just not an honest guy, and I'm hypothetically, of course. But I'm provisionally making that until you want to convince me. Go ahead. Then you have all the burden of proof, but I still have to tell you eventually the burden whether I accept or reject your claim, right?
Yeah.
I finally can say, hey, you know what? I don't accept it. I reject your claim because, everything you described about angels is basically not in accordance to any known laws of physics or whatever you want for a burden of justification. But it's still something, right? But it's very low. It's easy to discharge that.
I've got a diagram here, Steve, of what I believe the situation is. Can you see that? Can you see my diagram? Is it visible? Am I sharing? Am I not sharing?
No.
Hang on, I gotta.
Not yet.
Was I sharing there?
Not yet.
Oh, was that? Can you see that diagram?
Nope.
No diagram there. God, right. Try again.
Let me try presenting you. One sec.
So that's I'm obviously.
Steve sounded really disappointed when he said.
Where did it go? I've got two. Right.
You're presenting.
Right. Can you see that?
No.
Can you see a diagram?
No. Lovely photo, Rumpus.
I see this. I see this guy that kind of looks like the guy that who's that Bean character in England?
Mr. Bean.
Mr. Bean. Yeah, I see a guy who looks like Mr. Bean wearing sunglasses and drinking what looks like a gin and tonic.
Right. Is this? Can you see that diagram?
Yes.
Yeah. Oh, brilliant. Excellent.
Why can't I see it?
Is it holding the beer?
Now it comes up. Yes.
Is that big enough for everybody to? Can you read the text?
Oh my God!
Is it too small?
Yes.
Should I make it bigger?
You're
no,
good. You're good.
Can you? Shall I make it bigger?
No, it's fine.
It's fine.
Yeah, you're too small. I've been told.
Okay, I'll make.
So wait, this has theists as a subset of non-theists.
Yeah, I must admit, yeah, that's the one cocker. But my drawing program has just crashed, and so I couldn't move theist out of. Yes, I've slightly cocked it up. Indeed, the circle on the right which says theist implies it's a subset. That's wrong. I totally so well spotted, Steve. Yeah, that's absolutely right. But the circle on the left is a subset of non-theists. So yes, I've cocked that up, and I'm trying to move. My drawing program crashed, and I lost the document, so I was unable to edit it.
Yeah. The top part would be considered the pejorative of the lack-theist, and then the bottom part. Oh wait, no, wait.
No, you see, you said that lack-theist is non-theist. You see.
Hang on, and rejected the arguments for God. Okay, so that's an atheist on top, right? And then the bottom is the same thing. Both of them are atheists.
No, you didn't. Not. No, this is what you missed. That this is what the Oxford Dictionary says. There are people who lack a belief in gods, and there are people who say that God doesn't exist. That God.
No. Oh, wait.
Those who lack a belief should be in the red. Those who lack a belief should be in the red.
Hang on. Both of them lack a belief. No, an atheist lacks a belief, regardless of what type they are. All atheists lack a belief. Period. All of them. If you're an atheist,
they also say, I should have as a sub. Okay, perhaps I should have had that as a subset of the other one. Yeah, okay. Unfortunately, my drawing program crashed at a critical moment. So
all you have to do is change the bottom word to lack. Lack of belief. There's no gods.
Yeah, but in the dictionary definition, it's lack of belief in or. It's not lack of belief. It's not a lack of belief.
Type that out.
Yeah, so it's lack of belief.
Yeah, what is or?
No.
Yeah, it is or.
Yes, so that's why Steve. No, Steve, it's not. I do not want to change that bottom one to lack a belief. There is the positive one, which is the bottom one. I believe there are no gods, and there's the top set of the top half that in slightly different pink.
No.
Yes, because you said in your video you were prepared to call You see, if you do not have that top section, if you can see can you see my pointer?
Yes, the bottom was lack of belief in God.
So this set here is the people you described at the end of your video of lacking. You were prepared to call them atheists, and you said they didn't have to.
No.
Let me finish.
But you're wrong. You say you have rejected the argument for God. Take that part out.
That's these people are, but they have not said that they believe there are no gods. There's a difference.
They put have not rejected the argument of God. It's have not. You need to put a not in there to make that correct.
Yes, you can reject the arguments of God, but still believe, but don't believe there's not a God. Yes, you can. You can say all the arguments I've been presented to me have been bollocks, but that doesn't mean to say another argument might not come along that's a good one.
Yeah, but you're just a non-theist. You're just a non-theist.
If you reject the claim of God, you're a fucking proper atheist.
No, you're not. You say no, you're not, Steve, because all you've done is look. Okay, if Matt gives me 3 bad arguments for the existence of God, and I say no, I reject those arguments. That doesn't mean to say that I reject the idea that another argument can come along and be a good argument for God. Whereas the lower case down here is saying I have a belief. So I do not have in my belief boxes in my head. I have because I've rejected the arguments presented.
I don't know what's in your head.
No belief. But you see, you were trying to put rocks. You were trying to put these people. You're trying to put these people here. The rocks are in here, and
that's
you
the right place to put them.
Yes, exactly.
That's the right place to put them.
Well, that's the debate.
No, it's not. In the non-theist, that's where you put them. But your purple shit is all fucking hose, dude.
No, it's not.
The bottom bit's correct. Just the atheist and the arrow should be pointing to believe there are no gods. There should be theists there, but the lighter purple should be they should be amongst the category of non-theists. Yeah.
And Steve is
so a non-theist. Let's say we have a non-theist, someone who is someone says I'm a non-theist, and I say okay, here's 3 arguments for God, and they reject them. They're still a non-theist.
Correct.
Well, I would argue they're not rocks, you see. They've made a conscious decision. They are different from something that cannot
Fuck the rocks! Forget the rocks! This is different people.
Because you said non-theists include rocks.
Because it sits there. You agree with me earlier.
Let me finish. But you said in your video, Steve, that there were people who you could accept as atheists. So you're saying that in here are atheists then, if that's what you're saying.
Yes.
All
atheists are non-theists.
Yes, we accept that, but you're not. But you're.
Yeah, all atheists are non-theists. Rumpus, correct. Yes.
But you're.
And the person who just lacks belief is a non-theist as well.
You're not differentiating them from rocks.
Well, why would you? Listen, non-theist is saying on this one here, non-theist, including persons, pink unicorns, the number 3. You're not saying the persons are like rocks, you're including persons in the same set of things when pink unicorns are number 3. Anything without a belief in God.
But I believe that people who've rejected the arguments but are still susceptible to newer arguments are a set of different things than things that cannot accept, cannot have belief, like
they're still without belief in God. Yeah, but persons can be in the red there and never have heard of any arguments for God.
Well, that's true.
And they're non-theists.
Yes, that's a different set. Yes, I bloody think.
You don't need a different set. You just put them all under non-theists.
Well,
right.
But that means you're putting them inside with rocks, and I think that's not a very.
Well, I don't give a shit if you fucking do that or not.
But you're saying,
you're not comparing them to rocks. You're not saying the level of intelligence is the same as rocks. You're just putting things in a category that includes that encompasses everything that's a non-theist, and that includes people, that includes pink unicorns, that includes rocks, that includes number 3, that includes all those things. You're not making a comparison about intelligence levels.
But I'm saying
what should be in the set.
There is a qualitative difference between a rock that cannot possibly have a belief and people who simply reject the arguments but believe it's possible.
Yes.
Just change your position.
No, I haven't.
Did you not say? You just said a set theory. You're either one or the other. If you're not a theist, you fall under non-theist. Period.
Yes,
it doesn't matter what the hell you are.
That's right. So if you're a theist over here, and if you're a non-theist, you're in the red area and this area here, which is a subset of this.
So
thing.
What the hell do you? Why are you arguing rocks are not non-theists? If you just said that anything that is not a theist is non-theist.
Correct.
And now you're saying rocks don't qualify.
No,
you just contradicted yourself.
No, I didn't say that. What if I did?
Yes, you did.
Listen, here's where it falls down. If all atheists, people who believe there are no God, are also non-theists, then the belief in no God should also be in non-theists. So you're actually trying to create this new segment that would have.
It's weird.
You would have people without belief in God in a different category from philosophical atheists. It would be in the red because they are by definition non-theists.
Ramos, do you agree? Do you agree that you? Okay, listen to it systematically. Then I want to get Hypatia and Philip in here real quick.
Well, can we all agree that we're making this probably a bit more complicated than we need to?
No, fuck off! I'm booting you. Okay, so what does Jade say? Shut up, JD! I can't do it in her loud voice though. Yeah, if you guys want to see JD get schooled, yeah, that was awesome. But anyways, Rumpus, do you agree? Do you agree that if you're not a theist, anything is not a theist is a non-theist in set theory? Did you agree with that? Yes or no?
Absolutely, yes.
Okay. Is a rock a theist?
No, so it's in the non-theist group. It's in the red, but it's in the red area.
Then you just sat there and tell me why is it rock in a non-theist? Your argument has been rocks and people. It doesn't matter what the hell it is. If you're not a theist, you're a non-theist.
Yes, this is a subset. Yes, agreed. These are two things are non-theist.
Okay, now you want a subset, a cognitive, right? A cognitive entity that can make a decision, and a non-cognitive. Okay.
This area is the cognitive area, and this is a subset of non-theists. Yes, I must admit I have cocked this up because this is a subset, but it isn't.
You need three different things then. It's a trichotomy there. You have the cognitive.
This is the cognitive area. Yes, this is the cognitive area.
You have the cognitive area. You have the
also
two things in the cognitive. Wait. Look at you have the non-cognitive. Listen, Rubbish. You have the non-cognitive area. Okay, let's start with that.
That's the area.
The non-cognitive area.
Yeah.
And then you You have to make the purple into three things. Okay, you have to make the purple into three things. Because you can't just you can't just arbitrarily throw something in the non-theist, okay? The purple needs three areas. You need the non-cognitive, you need two cognitive. One for B, the person that just lacks a belief in God, but doesn't assert God doesn't exist, and they need the one that asserts the God that does not exist, which inherently means they lack a belief in God. It's both, okay?
Yes, because
so you actually.
Yes, I mean, I agree. There's also the people who haven't actually considered the argument that whether or not you consider.
Well, that would fall under that would just fall under any cognitive being that doesn't answer the question. Yes, that falls in that.
So that would possibly go in the non-theist. Yeah, it's not fully bloody program crashed on me.
Get the theist out of that. That's bugging me the crap out of me.
Yes, that's wrong. Yes, that is what I wanted to. It's difficult to suggest in a diagram like this what's the difference between a subset and something that's not part of the other thing. I could have, and I wanted to have a set of all things here. You see, and so it's a subset of set of all things, but it's unfortunately appears like a subset of this thing, which it isn't.
Yeah, so I got where you're going with that. But like I said, I think you had three different things there. Two for cognitive, one being just the lack theist, and one being a person who actually asserts it. Then I think you'd be okay. But Philip, what do you want to add to this? Or I've hate you, either one of you guys.
So the thing is, I do want to introduce a cognitive subset of non-theists. Is basically what I'm trying to do. And but then of course you have cognitive things that have met the concept, and the one I've put in here, and I've only just put one, they probably could two, that have met the arguments, rejected them, and I still think then that's not the same as them believing there are no gods, because the people who believe there are no gods have positively asserted, whereas the people who simply rejected the arguments don't have anything in their belief box. They do not have a belief in their head saying, I reject God. They just simply do not have anything in there at all with regard to this.
And I'm fine. I don't know what the reason.
That's not cognitively possible. If I reject if I reject that President Obama is the President of the United States, I believe that he is not
No, that's different because you know you can full out. You know that you can find out the set of. This is an undefinable set of things. The arguments you could be presented with for God are infinite, and you don't know. So you don't know the set of things. Whereas you know that you can just go to the president, and because that's a dichotomous thing, you know there's office. You know you can establish whether or not that is true. You can't work out whether there's an argument coming at you that for the belief of God that you have yet met that you can reject.
If I reject belief in atheological if I reject atheological arguments, I believe that no atheological arguments hold true.
If you if you know what the set of all those arguments are, then yes, I would agree with you. But you don't.
Why would I need to know the full set?
Hang on, let's move on a little bit because I don't think this is going anywhere.
Okay,
go ahead and go.
Okay, if you want.
Can you guys hear me okay?
No.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, what I was just trying to get clear on is, I remember in the last hangout you guys were phrasing this whole terminological, maybe not entirely terminological, dispute in terms of the so-called great debate community, right? Is that mistaken? Like this is just with regards to how people are talking about these issues.
Hang on, sorry. I think I just said. Should I hide you from broadcast, Rumpus? I didn't mean to. I'm trying to stop presenting.
No, I'm still here.
Okay.
You stopped me presenting. That's all. I can still see myself. So.
I thought I clicked on the wrong side. I didn't mean to hide you from broadcast, so I didn't. Go ahead. I'm sorry. Continue on. My apologies.
I was just asking a question tonight. Just a question first. This whole discussion, which is maybe entirely terminological, maybe not entirely terminological, whatever you want to think about it. This is with respect to this whole great debate community, whatever that is, and
that's us, baby. That's us.
Okay, and you guys are discussing this in terms of framing the issues within the great debate community. Is that okay? So
good so far.
You're relating this whole theism, atheism, lack theism, whatever, with respect to. I mean, it sounds like you guys are talking in terms of burdens. Is that a mistake, or is that sort of the core goal in terms of moving from lack theism to?
Yes, of getting to people understand that if you're in a argument with somebody, if you're in a debate with them, right, a discussion or dialectic, whatever the hell you want to call it, they have to understand that both parties have a burden of justification. And when an atheist goes into a situation, like they go against Matt and they say, you know what, I'm just an atheist, I just lack a belief, I have no burden of justification to support my beliefs, it makes them look extremely weak. Because they don't understand the philosophical underpinnings that any belief requires a burden of justification.
Sure, but when we're talking about burdens, we're talking in terms of a dialectic of some sort, like some type of interchange between two or more individuals. So, for example, like if some random theist, like myself or whatever, came into the room, and you guys wouldn't. I mean, I'm hoping guys wouldn't just start jumping on me and asking me, justify your theism or whatever. If we were talking about, say, an argument for atheism. No. Like this question of burden depended on the dialectic context, which is in what context.
I mean, are you a theist?
I would say so.
Okay. No. And there's two types of conversations. Okay, there's one type of conversation again and there's two types of debates, same way, that a person just giving their reasons, their evidence for something, and somebody sits there and just evaluates it and pokes holes in it. There's a lot of debates like that, right? But in this particular thing for the great debate, which consists of like I don't know 500 people or so, that the question of the great debate has always been to the existence of God. Okay, that's the fundamental. Everything flows from that. There's like evolution and ID or whatever, right? Moral, ontological, cosmological, it doesn't matter. But it all flows from the central core thing, does the proposition, does God exist? Okay? Now, if somebody just sits there and says, well, I'm an atheist because I lack a belief, they're not answering the question really. Okay? They're avoiding the burden of justification to say what their beliefs actually are. Because the question, does God exist, is asking you what you believe, right?
They don't do that when they actually have conversations.
But both parties have...
Lots of them do. I mean, I engage with low-level atheists all the time, and atheists in inverted commas, and they continually tell me No. You are, even if they have made a positive assertion that gods are myths and gods are legend and it's just all nonsense and they're imaginary, and I say, well, can you demonstrate that to me? They say, look at you, eh? Try to change the burden of evidence. You're making the positive claim. Give us your evidence. Don't try and burden shift. At which point you just say, you know what? This is a numpty. Give up. Move on to someone that's worth your time.
Well, the only reason I'm bringing this up, like these very basic questions, is that I'm trying to understand then the context of these conversations, then the framework of these conversations. People are coming in with a certain sort of normative commitment in mind, right? Which is to say that they're coming in to discuss this matter so that they want to say that people should adopt the view that they have. So like a theist like myself, that will say entering this discussion, like broadly speaking, in the great debate community, I'm entering the discussion with the mind of, say, with the intent of, say, refuting or weakening arguments against theism, and then providing reasons why someone should become a theist, and conversely with an atheist or with an agnostic, like reasons why they should, say, suspend judgment on the question, or reasons why they should reject. Is that the correct way to think about this, or are you guys framing this whole?
No, I don't see too much issue with that.
I think Maxim's just trying to get in.
My rooms are not. I mean, I don't sit in my rooms and banter whether atheism or theism is correct. I never have. In any of my hangouts, I don't get involved in that discussion. Maybe I might one day. I might just choose a random side like theism and argue that just for arguendo. Just acts as a contrarian, but I don't know. But or I might just argue an atheist. I can argue either position halfway decently if I really wanted to. I just don't. I'm a apatheist. I don't care one way or another really. But the real question is what happens when people try to play this burden shifting game? You end up with these types of creationists and these youngest creationists that don't think they have a burden to justify anything, and they'll just wait for you to make a claim, and they pounce on that. Oh, you made a positive claim. Prove it. And it's fucking stupid. It is not how any normal interlocutory would ever go.
But the only reason I was bringing up this whole thing about burdens and the commitments and the context of the conversations is that I'm just trying to understand when you're talking about burdens, like you seem to be agreeing earlier, that's wholly dependent on the context in which the dialogue is occurring. So like take your toy example of the young earth creationist again. Let's say I was a young earth creationist and I suddenly came into the room and you guys are discussing, arguments against young earth creationism. I'm not sure why in the context of that conversation, since I'm not at the moment trying to convince you to be a young earth creationist, I would have any burden with respect to that conversation to show that young earth creationism is true. But it would be perfectly...
you don't.
You don't. Yeah. But as soon as you start asserting that young earth creation is true, right, then you do, right?
Yeah. As soon as you opine on the subject.
To the extent I'm trying to convince you of it, if I'm just relaying my beliefs, I'm not sure I would encourage.
You don't need to have the intention. You don't need to have the intention to be trying to convince. You just need to make the assertion.
Yep.
You make the assertion.
So conversations should be taken as a kind of a claim by claim basis. So if I was in a conversation, I was trying to, give a proof for God's existence, some kind of proof, fine tuning, whatever, and someone says, "Well, no, God can't exist. Your argument is flawed because the problem of evil." Or, here's an argument against God. Well,
the
thing is, though, when you're trying to argue to one conclusion, namely that God does exist, that's the topic you should be focusing on. Now, if your proof fails and someone shows to you why, that's what's important. It's only later where you try to prove another proposition which isn't the same, which is the exact opposite, that God doesn't exist. And someone could completely change the subject, like, well, Christians have been responsible for the worst atrocities in human history. At that point, that's not even relevant to the discussion. It could be true, but it's completely intangential to whether God exists or not.
I mean, Sydney gave us a rundown of like 6 totally shitty justifications. just a little while ago.
But that was Helena's fault, wasn't it?
She said he's got a good argument.
No, I said I wanted to hear it.
Oh, okay, that's right. She said she wanted to hear it. Then after she heard it, she's like, I don't want to hear it again. Yeah, I mean, so you can have a pretty crappy argument for your justification, because his thing was like, oh, well, God is illogical. Okay, can you explain why God's illogical? And it was just abysmal after that.
Yeah.
It's a heavy thing to prove or to demonstrate.
That's fine. But I mean, the reason why I'm harping so much on, commitments, burdens, the conversation, whatever, because I think because you're tying this whole debate or whatever you want to call it on black theism, atheism, whatever, to the great debate community, if we understand that burdens are in terms of, being embedded within a dialectical context, and burdens are not, fixed to a given position, but are instead determined by the conversation itself, I think that'll play a great deal in terms of how you want to actually delineate between, theism, atheism, agnosticism, whatever. And the suggestion I was making was that we just start with the proposition of theism, which is just that God exists. We negate it, take its contradictory, which is atheism, and then we just discuss different attitudes or beliefs one can have with respect to either proposition to then delineate between the different positions. To me, that seems like the simplest way and maybe the most perspicuous way setting out.
Well, the point is the lactase is trying to. Yeah, but the lactase is trying to avoid doing. No one disputes that what should happen. The lactase, the charge is the lactase are hiding behind the ball. They're trying to have it all their way.
Let's not psychologize your opponents.
I mean, to be fair, this is actually psychological. I think it is psychological in nature because.
Of course it is.
Yeah, because in terms of saying lack of belief, they're trying to tell me about their psychology, not their epistemology. How they come to believe.
That's not what I meant when I said psychologize. When I said psychologize, I was talking about not impugning bad faith to people who claim to have a lack of belief.
We've seen it. I've seen it. Yeah, I've seen it.
That's why I say it's that's based on an evidentiary basis.
But if you ask,
there is bad faith that can be observed with anyone who has any position, so I'm not sure why that's an interesting route to go.
No, so if it was just them telling us their psychological state that they don't have a belief, then they wouldn't make statements like gods are imaginary. In the same conversation, gods are imaginary. Gods are just your.
Yeah, they were just brute. That's just brute. They were just brute forcing them as a brute. It was like fact, with no argumentation for it. But let me ask you this, Hypatia. If you said, Steve, do you believe in evolution? And I just say, well, I lack a belief in evolution. That's not the same as me saying I don't believe in evolution, right? That's not the same as me, or that's not me saying I believe evolution is not true. That's a better way of saying it. If I just say I lack a belief in it, I'm like, well, I don't have to demonstrate to you why evolution is true. You need to demonstrate to me, because you have the burden. You have the positive burden, because you assert evolution is true. Therefore, you have the positive burden. I don't, because I don't have a positive burden. I just lack a belief in evolution. Therefore, I don't have to tell you anything. That's the game.
Well, I mean, there's two ways I think there's two ways to cash that out. I mean, either of which I think could be legitimately cashed out. Maybe there are illegitimate ways that's sort of phrased out that you guys have encountered, but I mean, I'm sort of new to Google Plus, so I don't have a lot of contact with these kinds of individuals you're talking to.
Well, I'm taking you with me next time I go into one of their rooms.
Could I perhaps give a scenario that I think might enlighten all of us? And I think you could actually do the whole lack of belief thing as a Christian apologist, which is pretty funny. All you'd have to do is say, like if someone says, why do you believe in the Christian God, or do any such thing, you could easily rephrase it.
Lack of belief in non-Christianity.
Yeah, just lack of belief in non-Christianity. Like Christianity, as I see it, has always just been my default. So I'm really just lacking any belief in non-Christian faiths and non-Christian attitudes and non-Christian ways of looking at things.
Right, but I mean, like I'm saying, there's more or less legitimate ways of doing that. One is just that, I mean, and that was like last time when I was trying to ascertain if you guys were agreeing that so-called lack theism or non-theism entails that either atheism or agnosticism is traditionally understood as true, although you guys also added agnosticism. I think Steve wanted to add apatheism or apatheism or whatever.
It's only going to be, it could be either of those. Like like if someone says they just lack is going to define themselves by what beliefs they lack, and theism incorporates a lot. You're just going. You possibly belong in either the atheist camp, the pantheistic camp. Funny enough, for diverging that from traditional forms of theism, the agnostic camp. Just any possible camp that's contrary to atheism. Just like if I say, all right.
What I was saying, but
I mean, the only reason I'm saying that there could be a legitimate way of cashing that out is just, if you're just new to the issue or whatever, let's say, you've always been a theist, or let's say you've always been an atheist, or I'm sorry, not an atheist. Let's just say you haven't thought about the issue, so you don't particularly decide one way or the other, right? So you just lack a belief in the proposition that God exists, right? You don't believe it to be true. You don't necessarily believe it to be false, you just don't believe it to be true. So you're open at the moment to being convinced one way or the other. That would be basically an agnostic who suspends judgment. Conversely, you could lack a belief in theism, but also make the further claim that you regard theism to be false, in which case you would be an atheist. Or another possibility is that not only do you lack a belief in theism, you regard theism to be an incoherent attitude, being a non-cognitivist or something. I mean, that was the point I was trying to make the other night, which is that all what you guys are calling non-theism or lack theism is just sort of an umbrella term that isn't probably as useful as just pinning down which.
Correct. That's been my argument. Exactly. That's the whole argument.
But the way you've been setting it out, is that it almost seems like you're excluding the possibility of somebody both lacking a belief but also not being strictly an atheist. And I think there's room for that.
No, I'm correct. No, that's not true, because I've actually said under the colloquial terminology, then yes, if you just want to claim you lack a belief and claim you're an atheist, it is what it is, right? But the really boils down to is people either have to agree or disagree what it means to be a philosophical atheist, okay? And and what that means is you are asserting, okay? You are asserting that God does not exist. You are making a positive affirmation towards the belief, towards how it relates to reality, that God does not God does not exist. There are people out there who say that's not true. They're saying, "Oh, you're not making any positive affirmations," and that's bullshit. That's completely wrong. And that's what the disconnect from.
I'm not sure if it matters if it's a positive affirmation or not, so much so as going back to the question about burdens, because you were relating all this stuff about positive/negative with regards to burdens. Burdens are entirely dependent on. I'm sorry?
I don't think there are such things as negative burdens. Everybody has you only have positive burdens. I don't even know what a negative burden would be.
Well, I'm not talking about in terms of negative burden. Well, maybe a lack of a burden. One has no burden. You were relating this whole idea about a positive affirmation or whatever in terms of burdens, and I think we were agreeing that the whole point about burdens is that they're entirely dependent on conversational context. So a lack theist, or whatever you want to call it, a strict lack theist, whatever that is, could easily acquire burden if they're not just merely making a claim as to what they believe or don't believe. In the same way, like right now, I assume I don't have some overwhelming need to defend theism. I'm assuming, because I'm not attempting to convince you guys of it or anything like that, right? It's just dependent on the context.
Well, I mean, I could make a weak argument that a lack theist would have a burden, but it would be a very weak argument, because what a person is saying is, I don't believe something, right? That's not a belief claim. So if a belief claim is what have a burden and justification, what you believe, why you believe something. I would have to make a very weak argument of why you don't believe something. I could do it.
They would inquire, I think, a significant burden if the conversation became around, if they regarded that attitude normatively in the sense that you should lack a belief in theism, in which case, you get into negative atheology or whatever, refuting arguments for theism or something like that. At the very least.
Well, no, I would just rate it. I would just hang on to it. I just do it as the opposite. I mean, instead of saying you have a burden for not believing something, you just say, instead of saying I don't believe this, I believe not this, right? So you just reverse it. Then you have a burden, because if you anytime you say you believe something, then you have a burden. So if I say, I don't believe I like cheese, right? Okay, you can just change it as, well, I believe I don't like cheese, right?
Well,
so
I think. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Go ahead. No, go ahead.
Well, I was just gonna say, I think Hypatia's point was more along the lines of that if, right, the person who's saying that they lack a belief in God is making, the normative claim that you shouldn't either, right? Then they do have
absolutely
a burden of justification, right?
But if they're not making that further claim, then just like the theist or the atheist, they don't have a burden either. That's what I'm just saying.
Not really.
I
agree with you.
Yeah, and we're talking about those lack-theists and those lack-theists only who want to make claims about God, and including gods and myths and God, your belief in an imaginary friend and all that kind of stuff, things like that. But then when they're asked to bear their burden of evidence, revert to no. I like belief in gods. I'm not making any claims. You have the burden of evidence.
Well, I mean, there could be a way of charitably determining an argument, like something like a presumption of atheism.
There is no way of charitably accounting for a contradiction.
But if you say, look, if you're in a conversation and you're with a theist, right? Let's say like me and Matt. Okay, he's a theist and I'm an agnostic. But if I just came at Matt and said, you know what, Matt, you're a theist. Prove to me you're God. Demonstrate to me you're God. Give me all your evidence for God. And Matt doesn't have a right to tell me, well, give me all the reasons why you're not a theist. He has an equal amount of a burden, just like I do, to say why I'm not a theist, right? Or why theism is wrong. Take the counterpoint. Okay? Mm-hmm. You can't just go in a conversation and say, look, the theist has the entire burden of proof because they're demonstrating something if you're in a two-way conversation. Now, granted, it's different if you're just hanging out, someone comes into your room and says, hey, you know what? Aliens exist. Well, then that person has the burden to demonstrate aliens that exist, right? It's not our demonstration. We don't have any burden at that point because it's a different type of situation. But in the Great Debate community, we're talking about the question. It's posed to both sides. It's not unilateral. That's the whole point.
Yeah, but the thing is though that the lack-theists cannot even get into the debate because a debate is someone taking both parties taking a stand. Right. Yeah. And the lack-theist is not taking a position, so they have no place in the debate.
They just might revert to some type of agnosticism.
That's fine. That would be a position, but they don't do that.
Well,
non-theism to me is not really a position. I don't know. I mean, maybe you might be able to make a case for it. I'd listen to argumentation, but I don't think non-theism is really a position. It's a group of positions.
Well, but I think. I don't know if what Matt said was true, right? When you talk about the idea that they're not in the conversation, right? If they are in the conversation, right? If they're making a normative claim that you shouldn't believe in God or something like that, right?
Yeah, lack-theists wouldn't do that.
Actually,
I mean, if
a consistent lack-theist wouldn't.
Go ahead.
Well, I mean, it depends on who we're considering the lack-theists, but most quote-unquote lack-theists do generally use this as part of running a script into dissuading people of believing, unless they have proper evidence. Until then, you should just lack a belief. I suppose the Christian could always just take the lack-theist card and say, again, I just lack belief in, any proposition which is contrary to the Christian faith. Why? Well, to me, Christianity is just the default, or acting like Christian propositions are true and holding to them is just the default for me because, family origins, and the burden of proof is now on you to dissuade me of them.
I don't think that's necessarily problematic insofar as there's not the additional normative claim that you should have the same attitudes that I have.
Right, somebody could just have the belief.
But at that point, aren't they just, ignorant of the issue at discussion? Like, I don't know much about quantum mechanics, so I'm not going to take a position between, which interpretation we should go with. I'm just not experiencing that.
Copenhagen, of course. Please, really.
Copenhagen, of course.
Well, you could be a fideist.
But
let me ask you.
The main point is though. The main point is though. Yeah, when you would, like when somebody says I just don't know which position to have because I'm ignorant to the situation. That's something completely different than, just coming into the discussion, looking to propagate a certain position.
Yeah, I agree.
But I think that's the opposite of what I was saying, right? That they're not making additional normative claim.
But hang on. Where am I going wrong? Okay, what mistakes did I make in my video, Max? I can't keep this open too much longer. But what mistakes have I made? Because I've been accused of being like Darwin's deity by atheists, which I'm like, yeah, okay. I'm like all well loved and dandy when I'm bashing on creationists, but when I'm telling atheists that they're having a bad position, these atheists turn on me and say, oh well, yeah, now you're just being like Darwin's deity. Yeah, right.
I mean, here's the thing. That's just guilt by association. I mean, Darwin's deity isn't going to be wrong about everything. I mean, he's wrong about a lot of things, which is funny, but he's not wrong about everything. And yeah, like I hold to the same position you do, Steve. Ozzy holds to the same position. There are a lot of atheists who are now saying, yeah, I think it is better that we push, what we believe in as a claim. It's not a huge burden anyway. I mean, we don't go around holding or considering beliefs which just are logically possible. And since that's all theism has going for it, we should just be as dissuaded as that. I mean, that's a pretty easy burden of proof to maintain. And the fact that most atheists don't is actually pretty,
and I agree with you, in my opinion. Yeah, no, and what you said is true. And I can count 30 people off the top of my head that agree with me. Okay, and all pretty damn smart people. And for them to accuse I'm being like Darwin's deity, then they're literally saying that all of them are being like Darwin's deity too, which is kind of odd. But I mean, I want to know where did I go wrong? What mistakes have I made? You agree with me fully, but what there was no. Again, I don't think there's any logical errors. I did get it from Uriah, most of it, but we ran it across a few people. But what is my argument that is so wrong, whether it be philosophically or logically or epistemically? What is wrong? Because I'm going by what is taught universally. This is what atheism is in a philosophical conversation.
Like, in my opinion, you're not really saying anything wrong or outrageous, and I think most I think most people just are used to this script because I seem to remember it. I think it was actually taught by George H. Smith back in the 70s or 80s, but it was popularized by Richard Dawkins and Christopher Hitchens, many of the new atheists, and I think because that's for a lot of people their introduction to the atheist community, it's hard to let go. And in terms of the normative quality, but in terms of the normative quality, I think because it is so associated with that position, which many people came into it, I think for quote unquote lack-theists, there is kind of that dimension. That's the people we're referring to, not people just to remain ignorant or aren't sure of the position they want to hold.
All right, that's fair enough. Does anybody else want to say I'm wrong though? I mean, does anybody?
Well, I think Hypatia might have pointed it out, but I think Hypatia might have pointed out, right? Like this, not really sure that this is just like a new thing, right? I mean, she even referenced it when she talked about negative atheology, right? Like the idea that atheism is viewed as the idea of like withholding belief in God. Like I don't think this is a new thing or something.
Yeah, it goes back to at least Antony Flew earlier. I think even Plantinga talks about like the atheologians and his God in Other Minds book, although I could be mistaken. Right. But I mean, this whole idea of distinction between so-called positive and negative atheism is a new issue. I'm not sure if
I'm not a big fan of that, though. I mean, I understand the nuances, but I mean, it is what it is. I mean, if people want to use it, I don't care. I just don't. I whatever, but I don't think it's wrong.
I mean, wasn't Flew's negative atheology, I mean, even with Flew's negative atheology, he actually put forward arguments for, why no one should actually hold belief in God. Not necessarily that they should.
That's in the context. Yeah. That's in the context of a normative claim. I completely agree with that. Like if you're making the claim you should withhold belief in God, then of course you incur, like if you're trying to convince somebody of that, then yes, you incur. You have to give someone a reason for why they believe that, presumably.
Yeah, I mean, so even
it's a separate question as to whether you need a reason to believe it. I'm not sure if that's entirely.
Well, don't you think?
I mean, on this definition of black theism, just it being something akin to Flu's negative atheology. I mean, even that seems to come with some burden of justification. Like Flu actually argued that because God was unfalsifiable, and there is no real reason why we should hold to false beliefs which aren't. That's a good reason why nobody should believe in God, especially if they're not willing to give evidential reasons why.
Right, he was a verificationist at the time.
Falsificationist, not verificationist.
Well, I mean, in the sense of being a logical positivist, in any case, because he also argued religious language was meaningless.
That's true.
He used the arguments logical positivist.
Like I said, you can make a case for anything having a burden. I mean, whether it be negative or positive. I think it's a little more difficult to do so, but I think it's possible. But I mean, all I want to know is, like, if I'm promoting correct information, and why am I getting so shit upon? That's the funniest thing. It's like, I'm not saying anything that's incorrect, and yet I have so many people that are literally pulling shit out of their ass. I had Bionic Dance this morning for 2 hours telling me how much rocks are atheist, and I'm like, no. I'm like, this is like fucking crazy.
I think where you're not wrong, but I think where the problem lies is you're spending too much time on the subject, doing too much.
I'm going to be going back to young Earth creationism. I mean, this is the last one.
I think maybe you need to be careful. Like, I think you can say, like what I heard you initially saying in the first hangout I came into is that lack theism is not the best term to use to describe atheism. I think that's different from saying that lack theists should not be called atheists. Or I think you refer too much to the philosophical. This is the definition. That definition is probably going to change, the philosophical definition, and that's probably going to change to something like lack theism. And then your arguments, that's not a good argument. But I think your general point's right, that lack theism is not the best term to use. It makes those who are using that term and calling themselves atheists look weak and things like that, but don't spend too much time on the subject and move on from it.
Yeah, I think my main point is that, yes, there's always going to be those people that just lack a belief. They don't have the ability to really formulate a good, coherent argument to substantiate, a belief that God does not exist. But for the other ones that are able to do so, I think it's disingenuous when they just say they lack a belief, because they know they can actually make a claim and they can actually back it with something. And that's just my point. Is I think that if you want to have a strong atheistic community, then you need to work towards getting to that point where you're saying, I believe God does not exist. I think it makes for a much stronger position, and I think it makes theists work harder. Actually, I know it makes work.
But there's no burden of proof entailed in stating what you believe. It's just describing a psychological state. You have to believe and affirm before it becomes a debate issue, or you have a burden of evidence.
Mm-hmm. Well, that's a good point. I mean, obviously, just stating a belief really doesn't do much. But if you don't affirm that belief, then what are they debate about, right?
Yeah, that's why I keep saying that. That the lack theist, by calling himself a lack theist, excludes himself from the debate, because they're saying they don't have a belief and they're not affirming anything. So what is there to debate with them? Nothing.
Okay, but look what happened. I mean, okay, what do you guys think? I mean, like Matt. I mean, earlier when we had two atheists in here, we had Heretic and Matt. I mean, Heretic and Sydney, both who I like very much, right? I like Heretic a lot, and I like Sydney a lot. But did you see how ill-prepared they were to argue of any kind of real substance? I mean, they're completely accepting of fallacies like they're nothing. Yeah. And I think that makes the entire atheist community look very weak if they're going to engage in that.
Yeah, but it's not something that's particular to the atheist side. We have the G-mans and the pillboxes and
but you know what? I'm no big fan of them, so I'm not trying to help them out, right?
Yeah. Yeah, I agree with you, but I'm just pointing out that this is not a problem particular to.
I'm not going to give G-Man advice. He's not going to listen to me anyways. I mean, maybe honestly I would. I mean, but if he ever really wanted to know, I could give him some.
I mean, you think you've got it bad? We've got guys on our side who are talking about the Earth not being the Earth being flat.
The arcane logos, yeah, that's
the arcane logos.
By the way, yeah, I actually feel. I mean, I'm almost happy that we've got Nephilim and True because you got arcane, and that is like
exactly.
I agree with
Steve. One of these days, I'm gonna find a flat earther, a real smart one, and have him come into your room. And
no! I have not taken up the mantle of the flat Earth guy. That was Red's rhetoric. I don't know who passed it on to while he was going to college, but I the hell ain't going down that fucking freaking group. I was on like 3 of his episodes where we were debunking it, and we had like 8 people, and all of them were fucking smart dudes, right? One was a goddamn rocket scientist. Yeah, the guy still, even after we showed him, what happened, I'll make a quick story, but he had taken a picture of the ISS with a phone. And he said, it doesn't look like the pictures I've seen in the ISS. And he's the guy that believes rockets don't work in space. Even though we have shown him rockets would work in space. I mean, we did the free body diagrams, linear conservation of linear momentum, the whole 9 yards, right? And we said, okay, let's look at this picture. We're looking at it, and Halsoy had a computer program that was an orbital program that could actually make pretty good representations of satellites in their orbit, and he made one, and it basically was the same shape. And I said, put a blur filter on it. And it was identical. It was like, boom, that is that, it's the ISS, case closed, done. Oh, no. The brain cells, like, sputtered, the cogs went in overdrive, and he's like, yeah, it does look a lot like it, but, it could be a hologram. It's like, or something. It's like, what? I mean, so, yeah, I'm not going down that batshit crazy.
If you want to see where this all originated from, I posted in the side chat Anthony Flew on the presumption of atheism, where he recognises nowadays the usual meaning of atheist in English is someone, remember our previous chat, someone who asserts there is no such being as God. Then he says, I want to change the world. That's where it all began. Anthony Flew.
Yeah, because of his negative atheism.
Right, exactly. No, he was a positive atheist then. He was then...
Right. Well, no, but... No,
then he became a deist. Then he joined our side.
Well, I mean, is deist really a kind of theist?
Yeah, in the broadest sense, they have belief in God. Theist is someone who believes there is a God, believes and asserts there's a God. In the broadest term, yeah. In the narrow sense, not.
I'm just shitting on deists. I mean, no, actual ill will.
I mean, where else are you going to stick them but under theism? I mean, where are they going to go?
He was senile at that time.
That's nonsense.
That's nonsense.
Yeah, he was extremely old and
actually he was in a panel discussion with 2 other people, and he managed to hold his own pretty well. Like my grandmother was senile. Trust me, the way in which Anthony Flew handled himself is not someone who struggles.
Yeah, and I don't think so either. But I mean, he's always propped up as somebody. Oh, look, Anthony Flew became an atheist, or he became a theist, so anybody can. And so the theists kind of prop him up as a poster boy. Yet there's been a lot of people that fell away from theism to become atheists, and so it doesn't really mean much,
I mean, when it came to Anthony Flew, just because he became a theist, for example, he still held that the God of Christianity and of Islam was monstrous. Like I don't think he recanted that position.
Just
not that it makes one. Not that it's necessary to be a theist, but just saying.
Yeah. What's funny is in my hangouts we generally have a mixture of a good mixture of atheist or theist. I try to keep a good balance, right? And that's what's funny is that no offense, heretic, but heretic saying, I can act like DD a lot. No. I don't shun away from a conversation. And I try to get the opposite sides. I'm in a room with most people didn't seem to agree with me now, but earlier that people didn't agree with me. I don't shy away from that. That's the kind of conversations I want to have. Darwin's Deity and Dunkin's Donuts, or Evolution False, running with pack of hyenas with balls in hand. He's got so many goddamn nicknames.
If any of you are ever aware of a hangout where Darwin's Deity is, please contact me and send me the link. I don't want to leave here fully unless I have dealt with Darwin's deity at least once.
Actually, no, because
Is he like an atheist or something?
No, he's a theist. He's a presuppositionalist. He's a pre-supper. But you have a big problem on your hand, Max. I responded today to your Euthyphro dilemma with Matt Slick, so you have to deal with that before you leave.
Yeah, he's really he's a pugilist.
Darwin is like the street level presuppositionist that thinks he's Matt.
Okay. I got a gush for them.
Flashcards.
Can I gush like a giggling fan for a second? And sometimes you get into a hangout and you're like, oh, that guy's in here and he did something that was just so awesome. And I notice like when I'm hosting a hangout in Arns in there because people want to come in, they sort of line up to be like, oh, I really like this. And they go, so okay, try to stay with the topic, but I'm going to do it here. Mr. Matt Bell had a conversation with Darwin's deity that was like, I was like, that is so awesome.
Oh yeah, I saw that.
Did you see that one? That was really well done.
Was that Ian K's channel?
Yeah, it was. It was. And probably best viewed on Darwin's Greatest Hits. You don't want. Well, actually, I think it's probably the originals have been deleted by now. But I'll tell you what I liked about it. Matt, you kind of get cursed sometimes as being like I don't know if you're intentionally abrasive, but there are times that you just think like I don't know. But this one, I genuinely got the impression that you were engaged in fellowship and giving sort of fraternal correction, that you were trying to explain to him that like you need to take a look at how you talk to people, you need to take a look at how you're an these are not your words, but I guess I can say this. I understand the drive to help encourage your brothers to be ambassadors for Christ and good ambassadors for Christ, and he was having none of it. Like none of it, and then you went to dropping F-bombs, which I don't endorse, but I laughed.
There was nothing compared to Gus's berating him for like 5 minutes to the point where you can hear Darwin wanting to cry. And he's like, "Are you done yet? Are you done?" Yeah. That was the. I mean, oh my God! If Gus could just take that and record that. And you'd give it out to people and sell it, that speech would have been famous. That would have been like the freaking, I mean, it was brilliant.
Has he left the community now?
No, he was not his hangout the other day.
No, Darwin's deity.
Oh, he just hides. He just hides. He's around, but he hides.
He's scared to come in my room.
You haven't replied to my critique of your comments on William and Craig.
I know. I've got it bookmarked. Mine, I mean, yeah.
Priority.
I've got it bookmarked, and then every time I go back to that thread, it's now it's 106 messages. Oh no, it's 1140 messages. But no, I'm focusing on yours, not looking at. I think what I'll have to do, Matt, is start a different thread for it.
But shouldn't you be automatically prioritizing anything that comes from me?
Comes from you. Let's see. I do. If you praise Matt Bell, which is the head swells. I'll be curious to hear what you thought about what my response. But I do want to say about Gus. The interesting thing, Gus is known for kind of telling people off sometimes, and I like when Gus tells people off because it's from the heart. He just says what he thinks what he says. He says what he thinks. He's not a bullshitter, and I respect that. But in the one that I think you're thinking of, was it Steve who brought that up? The thing that was really cool about it was Gus was saying, like almost pleading with them. Those are the best ones, I think, is when somebody is pleading with Darwin's like, come on, like look at this great opportunity you have to engage other people. To energize their minds, to get your ideas across, to help shape and improve your own ideas and your own way of expressing those ideas. What a great opportunity you have. And of course, all Darwin's could say was, "Are you done?"
Yeah, he didn't take any of that to heart at all. But I think he was about ready to cry.
I don't know. If he got it.
That was one of the. I actually said it. I actually wrote somewhere something like, "Yeah, I thought Darwin's about ready to cry if he had a soul." But no, that was just a brilliant smackdown, because it wasn't like it was a yelling thing. It was a really somber, just chastising him and saying, look what you could do. You could be a part of the community and be involved in conversation and why would you want to be this kind of person that everybody hates? And it was just really good.
Although I think there's an answer that Darwin's. I don't think Darwin's even plays as close to the vest. I don't like Darwin's. I can say those names. But whatever his name is, I don't think he plays as close to the vest. I want you to think think this through. The idea, he said it straight out to Matt Bell. He says it's not. I don't know what his words now. It's who cares if it's effective or not. Maybe that's a good way of putting it. Right? Scripture doesn't tell us. I'm going to speak for the believers, specifically the evangelical believers, not Christians, but Scripture doesn't tell us how to sell the Christian message. It doesn't tell us how to. Scripture essentially tells us win those that want to be won. And preach the gospel message. Preach the gospel message. Tell people about the message of salvation. And it doesn't say here are the sort of 7 steps to good salesmanship. You're not a salesman. That's up to that's not my job. As they say that sometimes they'll say that's above my pay grade. Right?
Yeah, the thing but what I was pointing out to him there is that if you go by the scriptures, because obviously he's saying he's a Christian, the Apostle Paul said, "I become all things to all men, that I might win some for Christ." So then if you're looking to engage with the Google Plus community, if I want to win some for Christ, I need to follow Paul's advice and become all things to all men. Presuppositionalism is not the most effective way to do that because atheists kind of reject it out of hand. So even if I was a presuppositionalist, I would become all things, an evidentialist. That's what atheists are looking for, to all men, atheists, etc., to win them for Christ. And he just said, no, you're misinterpreting that verse. Okay.
Well, I don't want to take a position on this, so Matt, do not grind my gears about this later. I am going to say this with the most vague language. I am not certain that your interpretation of the all things to all men account is what you take it to be. I've also mentally bookmarked. I'm going to go back and read that because you had made a lot of hay out of that particular expression, and including importing it into, well, this is what Paul was telling us that we should do when we open a Google Plus account, right? Yep. And of course that's not what you were saying. I know you get general guidance from the Bible, and then of course the modern world has things, and you got to sort of figure out what that means. Of course, Paul didn't literally write about Google Plus, but I guess I have to admit a lack of motivation on my part to try to understand. I mean, I appreciate it. I understand it. I know where you're coming from when you and other people try to encourage people to engage in better ambassadorship, let's call it. But I also think you recognize, and this is not something that I think that you think I should be proud of. I'm not trying to ingratiate myself to you by saying this because you understand we're cross purposes here. It doesn't help my purposes to have Darwin's deity be a better apologist. It doesn't help my purposes to have G-Man even 5% less G-Man, right?
But it does. But surely you have the objective to. I mean, for anyone who is seeking the truth of a matter, I'm not saying you're not, but if anyone is seeking the truth of, let's say, the existence of God or the non-existence of God, if you want to really have an informed position in that, you want to have a rigid, rigorous, strong position on that, then you want to go up against, I want to go up against the best that atheism has to offer.
I'm just here for the lulz. Why? I mean, why do I want G-Man to get better? I mean, it's entertaining.
Yeah, I know that, but it's not a challenge. That's what I'm saying. So I want to engage. I want to engage with on Google Plus, for example, the Seth MacMullins, the Ozymandiases, the best that Google Plus has to offer, because in that way, I know I'm going to get the greatest challenge to what I believe. And if I can get through that challenge, which I have done up to now, they might not think so, but I do, then I think, you know what? I have a fairly good evidential basis for what I'm doing here. If I just go up against the low-level atheists, then what do I get from it?
J.D. Kane and you, I want to see it.
Yeah, I mean, J.D. Kane, he is a low-level atheist, yeah.
Ooh, shots fired. Shots fired. DEFCON 1, man deterrence.
But this is the thing that crossed my mind. What about the people who don't want to challenge their beliefs? They just want to just keep reaffirming. I mean,
that's cool for them. They can do what they want to do. But that doesn't describe me. But anyone who does want to be sure of, or as sure as they can be of the validity of their position, then I think they would be wanting to go up against the best opposition they can find and test their ideas and throw out stuff and take correction where it's offered and correct where you need to.
Because I mean, as somebody who like fought against young Earth creationism, right? I mean, I wanted to go against Ken Hovind, right? And I got my opportunity, right? And I think I did pretty damn well. I got my opportunity with Eric Hovind. That was kind of shitty.
Are they not low-level theists?
Well, hang on, but I mean,
they're low-level theists, but high-level young Earth creationists.
But I also got a guy named Jay Hall, if you remember, who was an author who wrote a book on young Earth creationism that was a mathematician. And he came in, and he was me and Joe Sonstein and Fiona and General, and he got his ass handed to him so bad. Nice guy, really nice guy. I mean, I really actually felt bad because he was a nice guy, but damn, did his arguments so bad, so bad, and it made me feel good because I'm like, if this is the best they've got to offer, I'm not too concerned.
Now you know how I feel about atheism.
I mean, I've invited Dr. Sarfati. He was Jonathan Sarfati. I've invited him many times. He's always too busy with his big book thing, but I would be like, get your ass in here.
Let's not confuse popular and well-known with high level or low level. I think what Matt's talking about, and correct me if I'm wrong, Matt, but is about the level of the argument that someone's going to bring.
Yeah, definitely.
I agree.
Who's a higher level atheist, Matt Dillahunty or Ozymandias?
Yeah, right. Ozymandias. Yeah.
Yeah. You see, I know.
Yeah, no, and Ken Hovind is not a high level person, but he's a well-known person, right? I mean, he's nowhere near the argumentation of somebody like maybe like Humphreys or even Tompkins probably would give a better thing because they're scientific. But go ahead.
I think the phrase high-level creationist is a contradiction in terms.
Yeah. Well, that I was going to say that, and that's a really good point. Is that once you start dealing with that crowd, and this is the thing, Matt, and I always welcome your encouragement that I should be having more high-level discussions with people who actually bring reasonable arguments to bear, and not just shouting into the microphone and telling me when to burn in hell, and the low-hanging fruit, as you often put it, calling me a fuckwit.
And he was an atheist.
Constantly, or constantly calling me a liar and stuff. Like, why do I deal with those guys and whatnot? There's really two purposes. See, what you said a moment ago, Matt, about how, well, if you're really interested in truth-seeking and about like what are the truth-seeking mechanisms we use? What are the types of argumentation that come into play to help us help each other find our way to the truth? And that's fine. That's one task, and one that I will admit I have not been involved in enough in recent years. I don't actually say, well, let's have a debate one-on-one with this person, because there's a completely separate task, and one that I think we're going to admit doesn't really involve you, Matt, and that is exposing the dangers of religious radicalism. And I've said this before, and I hope this sounds familiar to you, Matt, when I say this, amongst my goals of trying to expose the dangers of religious radicalism, how do I show people how? Okay, so you've got somebody who self-describes as a Christian, and I say some of those people are dangerous to themselves, the people around them. Well, how do I show the dangers of calling yourself a Christian? By trotting out Fiona Robertson or Jade and saying, like, look what a crazy person this is, right? It doesn't work, right? We need the G-Man and True Empiricism and Nephilim Free. We need those guys to be able to show the dangers of those things. So that's a completely independent effort, and one that maybe I should admit with some embarrassment I've been involved in too much in the last couple of years, and not engaging people in these, like, to the point now where I've heard when you list like high-level atheists, you 2 years ago you used to list my name amongst us. You don't when you list who you think are sort of worthy people of discussing, you don't mention, because I've never gone into a hangout and said, well, here, let's start taking apart like the Kalam or something else like that.
Yeah, exactly. But exactly. But the thing is, though, I mean, but bear this in mind. Like, you should be, and this is where I find it a little bit of a double standard, or maybe you're not aware of this, but you should be doing the same with low-level atheism. I think that low-level atheism can be as dangerous as low-level. Any kind of fundamentalism is dangerous. So if you look at the collections on my profile, I have a collection in there, religious extremism and fundamentalism. So I'm engaged in the same activity, and I challenge. I mean, G-Man and me have had all of those. I've had interactions with them. So I'm engaged in that side of things. I'm not blind to the dangers of religious fundamentalism, but I'm also not oblivious to the dangers of atheism and fundamentalist atheism, and how that can play out in the community and in the world itself. So, and I still engage in the evidential arguments as well.
That's a reasonable argument to have, though. I would see that would be a good debate between two people to suss those types of arguments out, and which is dangerous, which one's more dangerous. Why are they dangerous? You know, and both sides take the position, and again, both sides have the burden to promote their case. One person says, you know what, yeah, Christianity or fundamental Christianity is dangerous, and fundamental atheism is Christian.
I only lack a belief that.
Yeah, exactly. Bingo. And you know, I am Outbound and Down Corner and this guy Simon. They all fall in that radical, evangelistical, if that's a word, atheistic thing where there is no communication with them. There's no dialogue. It is they're like the Steizers, you know. It's just I like Steizer, but it's very if he's right, boom, there's no conversation, right? You're never going to hear these people go, oh yeah, he made a good point. It never happens.
Yeah, exactly. But I think that I mean as I said to you before, on the Google Plus community, the low-level atheists are dominant. I participate in as many communities as I can, and you wouldn't believe the amount of the majority are lack-theists. I mean, I've started collating a list of philosophical atheists versus lack-theists, but they do the kind of things we're talking about here. They assert imaginary friends. They change the burden of evidence. They hide behind lack of belief.
Yeah, that was really bad in here because Heretic and Sydney, they were perfect examples of low atheism.
No, Heretic's a bit higher. In fact,
a bit higher than Sydney.
But the thing is, though, the interesting thing about that is, I have a thread where I'm listing philosophical atheists by name or by ID tags on Google Plus, and I'm also listing lack-theists, and I allow people who are free to put comments in the comments there and identify for themselves what they want to be under. And Heretic identified himself as a philosophical atheist. He's on. Go and look at the thread. He said, and what I do is I don't just say hog tie champ philosophical atheist. If they have defined their position sufficiently, if they say here's what if they have comments on that, I include their comments. Yeah. And the comments from Heretic was philosophical atheism, and that's the position he took on that thread.
Yeah, he might be, but that doesn't mean he doesn't accept the lack-theist, for other people, just not for himself.
No, you should. Let me read out the statement.
It's not consistent.
Well, let me read out the statement. Let me get the statement for you. You can chat on while I find it.
Joe and I later we got this killer argument that we're coming up with against intelligent design. We're going to be working on.
Well, I'm an intelligent design proponent.
I think it's too
rational. Means you need to talk.
Okay, talk.
It's too what, Joe?
I think this kind of happens to me. It might be the case where if we say it out loud, it's something they need. Yeah, it's something that they need to be concerned with, but I don't think it's going to be like.
I don't think it's bulletproof yet, but it's still a good argument. Right?
In general, it's something that they don't really address, and I haven't really heard anyone nail them down on it.
Yeah, we're going to suss it out. So I came up with an argument against ID the other night, and I ran against Joe because I think he's probably the biggest expert I know as far as argumentation against intelligent design, and he thought it had a lot of merit, and we're going to kind of between the two of us make a really good case for it, I think.
You seen the side chat?
6 months ago, I hated design arguments. Sorry, Matt. Go ahead. My bad, man.
No, it's okay.
No, I don't want to give anything away about it yet because I still we got a lot to suss out on it, but I think it's going to be pretty good.
In the side chat, a Heretic statement here: atheism, the rejection opposite position of theism, the rejection of belief in God and other fictions of supernaturality. Lack-theism, made up word to introduce schisms in the same way that a Catholic Christian had to reject and eradicate. So he
doesn't really understand the actual argument. I don't think.
Actually, it's kind of funny, but a lot of people don't really understand the terms they use. I mean, his actual name, Heretic, A heretic isn't somebody. So an atheist could not be a heretic by definition. A heretic is somebody who accepts a very unorthodox view of the religion. The term heretic actually comes from the Greek, meaning literally to choose.
Yeah,
so,
isn't it a type of Catholic that has extremely different views from the Catholic Church, but still calling himself Catholic?
Yeah, but the problem with that is he could be he could be using the term heretic because it's his favourite PS4 game, a title of his favourite PS4 game, and not to designate himself in some sort of religious sense or atheist sense.
Yeah. But I doubt he's using it in that sense.
There's a lot of people on these Xbox fans and all that kind of stuff.
So who's Chi? He hasn't been. Doesn't come around
Che.
his room. Che, I'm sorry. Che, you want to add in? Man, we're not ignoring you.
No, I'm more listening. I just came in. I go into Nadia's room sometimes, but I was more listening.
Che knows a lot. At least this is the most that I've interacted with him on. He knows a lot about biblical studies or like the historical background of the Bible.
He's like Floyd FP then.
Yeah, I think that.
Go away, Che. We already have a Floyd. So.
Yeah. I think Che, if anything, you're less extreme than Floyd. Isn't Floyd actually Isn't he actually a mythicist?
He is a mythicist, yes.
Yeah, I think Floyd. You can't get more extreme than that.
See, and I don't think I can subscribe to that position.
I can't either.
I think that I think historically speaking, there was a man, how much he ever added to the mythos, that is a man that existed, that it's based upon.
Yeah.
I've been listening a lot more Richard Carrier lately. I just want to convince myself.
He's a nutcase.
I know, but I just want to see what happens to my brain if you listen to enough of somebody who's got an extreme position like that.
Here's the thing with Carrier, though. He did a debate. He did debate against I don't know, this guy named Lenny Esposito about just does God exist, and he just devastated him. And it's a bummer that he's so focused that he does just this Jesus mythicism, and it just gets become more and more like.
You know, he's going to be debating. Him and Bart Ehrman are going to be debating.
I thought it was Price.
Yeah, it's Price.
Oh,
Ehrman would debate Carrier because
they had strong love between them.
Well, he was pretty much a dick to him.
Judici Yvonne said in the live hangout that I guess Floyd has renounced his mythicism in a hangout in Nadia.
Oh, yeah, I mean, to me, if I was to go to the secular route, I would say it's much more likely that Jesus was an apocalyptic preacher. The Ehrman thesis seems to be the best one, and the one that I could actually maintain given the biblical evidence.
Che, I think I told you this, and it was kind of funny. It was of all people, J.P. Holding actually gave the most forthright, no BS. Look, if we are just going to use, how do we decide who's a person who existed in history, that Jesus just has all the evidence behind him, straight up.
Where do you got that at? Can you send me a link?
It was he was on Unbelievable with
Unbelievable, really?
Yeah.
So Floyd has officially converted to Calvinism. 5 points.
Check it out.
Let you know.
Oh.
Yeah, I did that for him. I converted him the other evening. Yeah.
Floyd's like, what?
He had to hang out on phone.
Floyd was actually a Presbyterian before he became an atheist, so that wouldn't surprise me actually.
So his full preterism is out the window now?
Oh wait, now he's a Jew, you guys. He just turned into a Jew.
Oh, I love these in-community inside jokes. Practicing Jew. Hey, I turned it off. I
don't care how convincing your argument is. No one could ever convince me to be a Jew. I do not want to give up that foreskin.
Well, it's not like you have to.
You could be a heretic. You could be a heretical Jew.
Actually, that's not actually. You don't have to convert to Judaism, from what I remember. There's Gav actually once told me that there are people who don't convert into the tribe, but just take in a theistic belief. what are called the 7 Noahide laws, and Noahides are considered to be people worthy of, God's affection and love and so on and so forth.
Mm-hmm. Aren't they called Messianic Jews?
No, those are Christians.
I'm joking.
Okay.
See, who put that in the side right now? I like what Simon, Simon, seeker of truth and reason, quote, atheism is simply a lack of belief in the gods that have been postulated throughout the ages. Again, how much more low level can you get?
Yeah, all of those are examples.
What the heck is a lack of belief?
This guy. Well, did you watch his video? Did you watch his video on me, Max? Did you watch this guy's video?
Is that this guy made a Scottish guy, Simon?
No. Is he Scottish? No, he's like, I don't know what the hell he is. He's got an accent. He reminds me of Richard Raspberry. He's like his dumb idiot brother, right? This guy is so fucking stupid. The first thing he says when he gets into a conversation with Hogtie is, "Oh, you're a fuckwit. You're an idiot, Hogtie." And Hogtie is like, "What the fuck did I just run into?" Right? And
he now refers to me as your philosopher friend.
Wasn't it the truth?
No.
Yeah.
I don't know how he made you into a philosopher, but
because
anyway.
Sorry to interrupt, but it's just actually I do have to go here in like 1 minute, but it's because when I said the thing about how you have a burden, but your burden's actually fairly light. You just say, well, the evidence isn't compelling, or whatever. I gave that example. Right. He's like, well, see, and then he's pointing out to you that you're disagreeing with me,
which even I did a little bit.
Three times in that thread you said I agree completely.
Well, I thought he was talking about Ozzy this whole time.
I'm sorry, you have to step out.
I agreed with you on everything. The only thing I didn't agree on was that I think it's a very light justification. Does it meet the justification? Sure, right? I would just think my only criticism was that I would want to see somebody produce a better justification. But other than that, yeah, I agree with you on everything. And I don't know what his problem was. I just think saying no evidence can border on argument from ignorance if you're not careful. That's my only thing.
Well, Mike, he just didn't even want to have a conversation. He went right to calling people fuckwit in this very first.
Oh, he was on the juggler.
But I do have to go. Sorry, guys.
Wait, he was a juggler.
Bye, buddy. Juggalo. No, but I mean, watch this video against me. It's entertaining. I mean, the guy just is so off the mark, and he misrepresents everything I said. He obviously didn't watch the end of the video because he basically said, "Oh, well, Steve says you're not the right kind of atheist, and Steve says that my atheism is wrong." And I'm like, I didn't make any fucking argument of the sort.
Yeah, all you're saying is that defining atheism as a lack of belief just doesn't really portray a good foundation for a discussion. That's all your position entails.
And it has.
Wait a minute. What if the guy could throw down on the best argument against theism? Aren't you more concerned about? I mean, if you're a theist, aren't you just more concerned about defending theism? If he gives you a hands down, dick on the table argument against theism, you don't care if he's a lacktheist.
Of course, but if he does that, he's no longer a lacktheist, pretty much.
But we've said that already. I don't care how people want to identify themselves are, but it does give me. It's a good indicator if I go into a hangout and discussion and someone says I'm an atheist, and I say, oh yeah, okay. So what does your atheism mean to you? Oh, I'm without belief in God, or I lack belief in God. I'm kind of thinking to myself, okay, nothing serious here.
Yeah, it kind of does give the impression that the person doesn't really know much about the topic. And not always. I mean, obviously there are lacktheists that do, Matt Dillahunty and Aaron Ra. But I mean, God knows I think Aaron is wrong.
Wait, did you just say you just said Matt Dillahunty? Give another example.
Matt Dillahunty is a lacktheist.
But he's a lacktheist. But we agree with him and disagree with him. He's still pretty knowledgeable.
No, he's not.
I don't like the way he ran.
You could actually define God in a way to make lacktheism unintelligible. You could say, no, my God is someone who nobody has lack of belief in. You either overtly believe in God or you're suppressing the truth and unrighteousness. So if you go with the precept route, you could actually bypass the whole lacktheism stuff.
You became a Calvinist now, then?
I have not.
Are you giving up?
You have an election vibe on you, though, don't you?
I do. I'm the Catholic. I'm a Augustinian, not a Calvinist.
Yeah, the
you're
election
elect?
taint.
Wait. He's elect? What? No.
He believes in some doctrine of the elect. Go ahead. Sorry.
So do Arminians.
He's a work in progress.
So do all Christians believe in election.
Just to defend the position, the Catholic Church actually does teach predestination and election. It just doesn't go where a lot of Calvinists go, and also throw in that God elects people to damnation, which is double predestination. Nor does God.
It's just the Arminian position,
and God doesn't actively reprobate people.
I vote for. You're the elect. I vote for a recall of your election.
God reprobate people. I don't know why it's just.
You reprobate. You God reprobate.
I think all Christians, mainstream Christian denominations, believe in election because it's in the Bible. It's all over the Bible.
You're right. I think that it's just Calvinists are like, we're going to make this our thing.
No,
right?
The historic Christian position is
No,
Calvin.
I agree with you. I just think that Calvinists are the ones who kind of act as if they're the ones who own it, and they're the ones who talk about it the most, right?
Yeah. It's common to. It's like hamburgers. It's common to pretty much every manufacturer, but for some reason we more associate it with McDonald's than anyone else.
Yeah.
That was a solid. That was like it was just kind of about. It's like hamburgers.
Calvinism is McDonald's of religion.
But no, it worked. But I was like, what hamburger?
Jimmy Steve isn't here. The big Christian anarchist, man. Calvinism is the McDonald's of religion for Matt.
I'm surprised how popular it is on Google Plus, though. Like, I don't know why it's so.
It's actually kind of amazing that I'd have to say that Calvinists make some of the best Christian apologists, at least I've seen on Google Plus for the Protestant camp.
I think they're the best in discussions. I mean, I admit, I used to enjoy talking to Jimmy, and we would have some pretty good conversations. I think they're very knowledgeable, but then at the same time, you get people like Mac, who, oh my God, it's like talking to a fucking wall.
Well, Mac's not saying he doesn't know what he is. Standard.
You know what I like about Calvinism? That Calvinism seems to be immune from many of the popular atheological arguments.
Divine
hiddenness, problem of evil, no application at all.
I disagree.
God, you're a God. How can God be all good when He allows evil? Oh, God can allow evil, and He's not, and because it's decided by His authority. Fuck you, that's how.
No, by definition, the argument from evil by definition is talking about a God who, like Ted Drain's version, a God who has certain properties, omnibenevolence, and who has a desire to save humanity from their sins. The God of Calvinism doesn't have that desire.
No, He does not. By the way, it's actually kind of remarkable how much respect you have for Theodore Drain. I kind of realized that about you.
Yeah, I mean, that's because I spent 10 years in an email forum getting educated by Theodore Drain. He's a gentleman. He's a scholar. I have the greatest respect for him. But I think he might be dead now.
I think he is. J.L. Schellenberg has that same respect for me. Although it's fine. It's kind of funny which atheists we respect, Matt, because these are both atheists very famous for their divine hiddenness arguments.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, William Lane Craig has the same kind of respect for me.
William Lane Craig really liked Sobel, right? Something Jordan Sobel, the guy who wrote.
William Lane Craig likes anyone who gives him an argument.
I guess. Well, it sounded like he didn't like Wes Morrison, right? I think he said that.
They're colleagues. Yeah. They're colleagues.
Okay, cool.
They're friends. They just disagree sharply. They just disagree sharply on the column. But
to be fair, I don't really like Wes Morrison.
Hey, no, I found something. I wanted to tell you this. I found something really Christian about him. He's a proponent of Molinism.
Yeah, and he's an atheist as well.
So he's a heretic. He's a heretic.
He's an atheist too? Oh,
yeah,
cool.
Of course. Yeah, both of them are atheists.
Molinism
there's a lot of positions Wes Morrison takes that I don't really care for. He doesn't think he doesn't believe in a literal resurrection. That's for starters. He also doesn't believe that he believes that the Book of Revelation is a terrible apocalyptic book that doesn't edify at all. Which
he said, just leave it out. That's what he said in his interview.
I know, fuck him. I love him, brother, but
that's not a new view. I mean, when the canon has been formulated, Revelation and James were under consideration not to be included.
Which is a shame, because I really love Revelation.
He actually has an interesting, I don't know if you're at all, I wasn't familiar with it, so I guess that's not saying much, but just his idea that he views the canon as kind of a dialogue with the older authors getting responses from later authors. That's why there's things like what's it called, where you have the son punished for what the father did. It's a transgenerational punishment. There's that in earlier parts of the Bible, but then it's repudiated later in the Bible. Like it's seen as kind of a dialogue between authors.
He's a
talking about the formulation. I'm sorry?
He's a heretic.
He kind of is. I'm sorry. I'm like that's the interesting thing about Christianity. We can we could just call each other heretics, and that's the end of it.
I posted a link in the side chat to Wes Morrison's Selected Papers philosophy page, because I like that he publishes many of his papers there, and it's fascinating reading. It's good stuff.
What do you think of his? What do you think of his arguments against omnipotence?
I haven't read them. I've only focused. I mean, if you look at his page there, I'm interested in his arguments and his papers on divine command theory there, and also obviously his comments on the Callum cosmological argument.
Are you still a divine command theorist, Matt?
Yeah.
You just made a post about it, right?
Right. Actually, did you say you responded to me and Matt Slick?
Yeah, the Euthyphro dilemma when you.
Where's the response? I didn't see it.
Well, I tagged you in it, but I think Bert Poole, he did an annotated interaction with that. So I used that, and then I posted why your objection to the Euthyphro to the third horn doesn't work, based on divine simplicity.
I was going to say, okay, so you do hold to divine simplicity.
I do hold to divine simplicity.
Look at Plato. Look at Stanford's Encyclopedia of Philosophy. It's in that link I gave you, which proposes that God's properties, so the properties of God, are one and the same, and indeed are identical with His nature. So if you try and object to the third horn by pointing to the properties of God as separate, and then you try and apply the dilemma to the properties, you're not applying divine simplicity properly. Look at my argument and answer it in writing.
I mean, in respect to your argument, I would say that so in terms of your argument, I would actually agree with it. If you are a proponent of divine simplicity, the Euthyphro doesn't apply. I've said as much. In fact, I don't even hold that as a position of divine command theory. What I would actually call that is a form of Christian Platonism, where God and His eternal being take up what the role of the good was in traditional Platonism.
But you're spoiling my thread right now.
What do you think of Pruss's argument against divine simplicity, Max?
I haven't read it. Oh, it's on Max.
Pruss. I thought Pruss did believe in divine simplicity.
He has what's it called? 3 problems of divine simplicity. I think he ultimately defends against it, but I will not solve the 3 problems in the sense of showing how it is that it is possible for God to be merciful and just, able to do different things, etc., etc. But I will sketch some reflections that puncture on the notion that these problems show an evident contradiction between divine simplicity and divine attributes.
As long as we're on the discussion of divine simplicity, I've actually discovered a way to represent the doctrine without resorting to analogical language. In fact, in the history of Christianity in the Scholastic era, there's one scholar who comes after Aquinas named Duns Scotus, who actually discusses a way where we can consider God's attributes to be univocal, which and to say that they're coexistential to being, as opposed to a kind of particular being, where so for example, human beings, even though they're let's say rational animals, our rationality and our animality are separable from one another in a certain sense. So one could have a human being who is who doesn't show off any rationality, even though it might be there in a very potential sense. And at the same time, we could have types of beings who aren't rational, to say the least. Yet when it comes to God, what we could say about all beings is that it is greater for them, or they're generally less limited when they are rational. So something you could say about all beings is that it's greater for them to be rational than not, and God, who's the highest intensity of being, has with him rationality in a full and inseparable sense. I don't think I did justice, but it's in a blog post that I'd be happy to share with all of you.
Sounds like divine simplicity reduces theism down to Platonism.
It doesn't. And so here's why. When
it doesn't, shut your dirty whore mouth. That's pretty much what he said.
So it wouldn't.
never seen Floyd look like that.
So the reason why it wouldn't, it wouldn't reduce down to Platonism is because Platonists have a robust sense of simplicity, I should say, than Christians do. So Scotus would actually say we could allow for distinctions in God, and these are called modal distinctions. So take whiteness, for example. Like I could point to 3 things in my room right now that are white, but there's some things that are more whiter than others. Their whiteness is more intense. Likewise, God can have distinctions within him, being the highest or more intense of all being, that are more evident than particular beings who have further separable distinctions. Like take me for example. There are plenty of properties that I have which are separable from one another. You could take away my liver, my arms. You could, if you're a dualist of some kind, you could separate my soul from my body. When it comes to God, on the other hand, he has what's called formal distinctions. So you could say that his wisdom is distinct from his power, but they're not distinct in such a way that you could separate omnipotence from omniscience. Whereas Platonists would say, no, as soon as you allow for any kind of distinction, you're allowing for some kind of potency. So that would be how Christians can avoid the Platonist charge. By allowing some kind of distinction that doesn't admit some kind of separability or potency, or some kind of further explanatory reason to why these principles hold together.
Sounds like, just sounds like you're defying it. So, I mean, you have 3 distinct beings in the Trinity, yet somehow this God is not distinct from his attributes.
All right, so Scotus would actually say that when one looks at the Trinity, we have 3 persons who are distinct from one another in relation to oneself, from the substance in general. So take, for example, the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. The Father has a distinguishing aspect where he is unbegotten and he from any of the other beings, and he doesn't proceed like the Holy Spirit and the Son do. Yet they all contain within themselves the divine and simple substance. So while they have distinguishing relationary properties, they still are all part of the divine substance, and they still have their oneness, their omniscience, their omnipotence from it. Take for example my own body. I have my humanity. It permeates through my hand, my face, all the way down to my feet. It encapsulates my very soul. I'm not really a human being. it permeates through all of this, and yet my humanity doesn't divide by its very parts. So we could have likewise the divine substance could manifest in the three persons. It could remain simple, and at the same time, the persons themselves don't really do much in terms of adding additional properties, because the properties that they have that distinguish from themselves are relational in nature. They're not properties in the sense of possessing something extra. In fact, there's a really good article on the Stanford Encyclopedia of Philosophy that deals with identity and the Leibniz's law, and there's a discussion by Max Black where he details how the Leibniz's law actually can fail in certain situations. Imagine two spheres that are distinct, that are different, but they have a relationship towards one another that's equally symmetrical. So they take up the same distance from one another. They live in or reside in a universe, whereas if you exit from one side, you just reappear on the other side. So they have the same relational properties as one another. They're made out of pure steel. There's no difference in their composition at all. And yet, it's not really hard to imagine how these two would be, two separate and to the same entity. We can imagine them also being separate. And if someone asks, well, how do we really know that they're separate? Well, you could always measure their nature by their effects, as opposed to directly. So we could still actually have some kind of notion that they are two or distinct. And Scotus actually would say something like Hecate. They have their own individual sense of thisness.
You are losing everyone.
Yeah, Jesus Christ.
We told you before, you need to keep your communications much briefer, and you need to communicate as if you're talking to lay persons and not philosophers or students of philosophers.
I know. This is why it's so much easier for me to blog. When I blog, I could always just elaborate on my language and take all the time I need. I'm just going to share my posts because they do a much more better job of.
No, when you're succinct, when you're speaking succinctly, then that's fine. It's when you go on to that philosophical dialogue that you lose people.
I wasn't even sure if you addressed this, and I'm interested to hear what you think, Matt. What do you guys think of? When you think of the concept that invoking divine simplicity, it has a problem with also maintaining that God is a personal being.
I think an argument needs to be presented for it. I've not seen one yet.
All right.
Well, how can you have? Well, do you have something to say, Max?
Well, I suppose one can say God manifests himself as a personal being, and that's how we can say he's personal.
I know that Plantinga has like a more fleshed out argument against it, but that was my next question. It was whether or not you knew that argument.
I think Plantinga, as an analytic philosopher, really does a lot of injustice to divine simplicity, as the medievals kind of posited it to be. So, for example,
hold on. Are you sure this is gonna?
So just to reduce it down to his bare bones, he accuses simplicity of resulting in some kind of Platonism where God doesn't interact with people. But in terms of the medievals, they inherited like full-blooded Platonism. They thought that the forms do causally interact with material reality. In fact, that's you could really think of God, who is the very ground of being himself, as being the universal of being, wherein particular beings participate with. Like that requires a kind of causal interaction, which Plato called participationism. That's a form of causality. It's just not the kind of causality Plantinga is used to, and it's not the kind of Platonism Plantinga is used to. For Plantinga, he's adopting the Platonism of analytic philosophers. For him to say Platonic objects are inert, they don't causally interact at all. So I think that's where Plantinga is kind of screwing up on this one.
I think Plantinga allows his theology to impact too much on his philosophy.
I think it's the opposite. I think he allows his philosophy to impact too much on his theology.
Well, it might be both. Maybe it's a false dichotomy. Maybe it's both.
Yeah, that's fair enough.
Yeah, he has interesting views on the resurrection.
Wait, really? What are his views on the resurrection?
Like he thinks that you should accept the resurrection based on the inner witness of the Holy Spirit, I believe. Lydia and Timothy McGrew, I think, or at least one of the McGrews, has tried to. I think they wrote an article trying to counter his argument. I think the way he defined Christianity, and I can't find a definition, so I won't say it. But it was really interesting how the mention of the resurrection wasn't at all the way that usually the resurrection is incorporated in a definition of Christianity. And I just found that interesting, that he doesn't think that historical demonstration of the resurrection is either he doesn't think it's possible or he doesn't think it's necessary.
I don't think it's possible.
I also, actually, I don't think it's possible myself. In fact, the way I argue for the resurrection is by arguing for Christianity in general. In fact, Joe, in our debate, there's a reason why I didn't use the argument from the resurrection.
That's right.
I thought it would. I don't think it works at all in terms of an atheist interlocutor. It's much easier to say something along the lines of, well, a doctrine like the atonement would be necessary for moral reasoning. Like that position I found was far more defensible, and that's the position that someone like Kant would take. So
I found Kant is the most confusing person of all time.
Here's the paper by McGrew in responding to.
If you know more about it, I'd be interested. What do you know?
No, I just know how to use Google faster than you.
Oh, I know it. Crap. There's one more thing about
Ted Range is still alive, by the way.
Oh,
good for him.
Tom, I said sorry.
Yeah, it's okay. I'm not communicating with him just now. I'm not on his email list. Also. I'm on the email list, but I don't look at it. It's a very low level list, maybe about 6 people on it. Always has been for about 10 or 12 years, something like that.
But by the way, starting September, I'm going to be taking my first philosophy courses.
Well done. Well done.
Yep, I have. Although the first week of the ethics course is going to be interesting because we're discussing the Euthyphro dilemma.
Oh well, yeah, you can put my input into that. Now I resolved it for you.
I definitely would argue divine simplicity is necessary. Although I mean, the thing about the Euthyphro dilemma is it's not a defeater to theistic ethics, because there's a difference between saying God's commands are necessary or suffice for morality, as opposed to saying, for example, God's existence is necessary for morality. There are plenty of moral arguments that don't require God commanding, nor does God even need to be, the meta-ethical grounding of ethics. Like, you could be a moral Platonist, hold that morals are, brute facts about the universe and about existence itself. They're similar to mathematical claims, but God is necessary because Platonic objects and facts are inert. How do they interact with the way we think about things? If you had a God who just designed them into us, that kind of resolves the epistemic problems that we face with moral reasoning.
But I think the Euthyphro is mainly directed against mainstream conceptions of God as found in Christianity without the philosophy involved, like the Platonists and stuff. It's just basically making a statement about how God is usually thought of and raising a dilemma, and I think it's fairly effective there until people come up with a resolution. But I don't think it works.
Neither do I. Well, yeah, I mean, to me it's fairly limited. I would agree with you.
Go ahead. I was going to kind of talk about the precept. Like, I think a precept. Have you guys heard this recently? I've heard 2 different, like a Clarkian and a Ventilian preceptor independently each say this, that one of the issues with the Euthyphro dilemma is that it's actually an argument against polytheism, and so it's not relevant to theism. And I was like, huh? Yeah, exactly. It's like, wait, what?
I mean, in part, it was
historically, yeah, but
yeah, but it could be reformulated.
Yeah, exactly.
There's no problem. There's no problem in saying it. Can be applied to the god of Christianity or Islam or any particular incarnation.
Yeah. Now I have a whole collection to that, and now I'd have to delete my collection because it's been resolved.
Now you have to start up a divine simplicity one, though.
Yeah, I already have that under theology.
Let's see. Ooh, 3 updates.
I think the whole trades ethno thing with Bert Poole, I think that's predicated on divine aseity as well. So it's a major doctrine in Christian theology, I think.
I actually responded to Bert Poole's video in the one where he addresses both you and Trey in my own blog and tagged him in it. I'm not sure if he.
Yeah, but he never tagged me. How do I know you've done something if you don't tag me in it?
All right. So here is. Here's John Duns Scotus's philosophy on divine simplicity, and he actually phrases a way wherein we could talk about God univocally without, giving up simplicity, and it's fairly well done.
Scotus.
Oh, okay.
He also has an argument against precept too, but I just realized you were talking to Matt. I'm sorry, Matt. I wasn't paying attention.
Actually, I have used that argument before as well. So Scotus's argument can be boiled down to this. It's much more rigorous, but essentially, if human beings are essentially fallible creatures, and God is an essentially infallible creature or being, then for God to give knowledge which is infallible would be to cause a contradiction. If it would be like saying we could give something which is essentially three-sided a fourth side. Because if the proposition itself is infallible, then attaching it to a fallible creature would be unpredicable.
It doesn't. Yeah, it doesn't matter how. It doesn't matter if it's infallible. The fallible creature is gonna fuck it up.
Exactly. God is limited by obeying the laws of logic. I've never heard a presupper give a good response to that, although I did try it before. I gave it to MK. He said it defeated his particular point of view where God can give us certain knowledge.
I ran it in front of EF, and he was surprisingly quiet.
Well, really?
Yeah,
wow.
And both later on, both me and Floyd went over it a bit too. Is Floyd in here? There he is. Okay.
He's in here. I think he's probably just listening.
It's just so simple. That's what's interesting about it. It's just like, yeah, look, you can say he's an omnipotent God, but we're not.
Did you hear the argument from Dan Linford out of curiosity?
Yeah, I found it on the thing, and then I found out about Dan Linford as a person.
Yeah, I was on the ground level of that, but Dan actually got that argument from me.
Oh, really?
Yeah, in fact, if you go back to his video where he was talking with Floyd and...
I don't want to watch it now.
I know, but in that discussion where he was talking to Floyd and Ozzy and Matt, Dan actually said, I got it from this Catholic apologist, Edward Karam. Well, we all know who that guy is.
Edward Karam. He sounds all refined. This Catholic theologian, Edward Karam. He was later burned at the stake as a heretic by the Picts he was hoping to evangelize to in 1073 AD. No, wait. Oh.
You know that William Lane Craig rejects divine simplicity?
Yep, and
what an asshole!
For good reason.
What an asshole!
Edward, I was actually defending divine simplicity before everyone else, so just to throw out my hipster cred.
Before it was cool, you were defending it. I thought you would know my objection because I got it from or at least my reference to Plantinga, because I got it from the Reasonable Doubters.
Yeah, they pull that too, but it's just not a good objection. I've read Plantinga's objections to it. They're considered to be the most famous ones, but they're not really that good because he's not well informed on medieval philosophy, which is really what forms the background of simplicity, nor the patristic texts. I mean, he says we should go the Augustinian position, but Augustine's position was also that of simplicity as well. So I'm not sure what Plantinga's on about with that.
My issue is how does that rectify the fact that Plantinga, I think one of the reasons why at least, is he conceives of God as a personal being. And you think that the concept that was given by these medieval philosophers allows someone to still do that?
Right. I mean, one of the ways which one can say that is to say that God isn't just personal; he's supra-personal. The Bible actually describes God as being love itself, which is very divine, simplistic language. It's not saying he is loving; it's saying he is love.
Drivel.
So to say that God is love is just to state that God is the way. To state that God is love would just be to state that God wills creation for its very end. Like the term love in Greek means agape. Agape is to love or do something purely for the good, purely for something in itself, not for any other extrinsic end to it. God isn't just creating for a greater sake, like to create a world where Donkey Kong 64 exists. Or God isn't just doing that because he's bored. Because if he was, God would be doing it for some greater extrinsic end. But to say that God is love is just to say that God, in his creative act or will, is acting just for the sake of creation itself. And there's no greater intrinsic need or end. So I wouldn't say it's drivel. I'd say it actually reflects well.
These acrobatics are absolutely ridiculous. God is love. And then trying to philosophy.
Do you actually have an objection, or are you just going to spout incredulity?
I'm going to spout incredulity, and because because you could make up these stories about anything. You could without any way of judging the value of these statements. I could make up any sort of thing and apply some tortuous justification saying it's believed this and that. It's just.
Yeah, you mean like God doesn't exist?
Well, I mean you could, but So again, it just comes to the Greek. If the author is saying God is love, and of course the term he uses is agape, then the term out of the four loves in the Koine Greek he's using is to say that God acts or creates for the sake of creation itself. He doesn't do that for some greater end. He doesn't use creation as some means to achieve that end. Rather, creation is the very end itself, in terms of which God is acting. So that's it. In fact, out of the four loves, it's the only one where God doesn't have any intention of some other greater thing. So eros, for example, where we get the term erotic from, that's a kind of love just we have for one another, out just for the sake of sex or attraction, and that feeds our love or appreciation of beauty. There's there's one invoking brotherhood, fraternity. That's a love. That's another love in itself. There's
a child could make up these definitions for love and start finding all these different types.
Well,
when you've got free reign, it's just.
So you mean So you mean a definition only portrays how people use words? Oh, I never would have figured that.
Well, you describe these sort of great insights. Well, I mean, you haven't actually said that, but these artificial distinctions and definitions are just so arbitrary. And
well, I mean,
there's no loaded language there, Matt.
So if God is someone who has wisdom or rationality, and then his actions, the ones which result in creation, then one would have to explain how that comes about through willing, which is how we see it. We are merely the effect of God, who is the cause of all things. So the proper way to do it is through using agape. If God is creating because he has some greater cause, then he would lack aseity or supremacy, in which case we're not talking about the same being. So the kind of thing or word that best portrays this is agape. It really couldn't be anything else.
If God was all about love, he wouldn't torture people and subject people in the real world to infinite quantities of pain and kill them. And
wait. Okay. So at this point, we're now discussing the problem of evil.
Yeah, indeed. Yes, it is similar. But yes, which obviously comes if you have love. It seems to me that subjecting something to evil is not something that's a loving thing.
Well, I mean, the people who God allows to be subjected to evil are sinners, and of course, if you are a sinner,
so then children, but babies that have yet to be sin, they're sinners, are they?
Then God doesn't really necessarily have any obligation to save you from suffering. It's only by any mercy that He would.
What about the young children who've yet to sin? How come they're punished?
Yeah, people.
Even children are sinful.
People are born. Jesus. The reason why people sin is because they're sinners. They're not sinners because they sin.
This idea of inheriting the sin of these Adam. Do you believe Adam and Eve, Matt?
Yeah. In fact, I just posted an article today, a scientific article, that basically saying that the first humans, male and female, lived at the same time.
I'm actually, and I'm
not in the same place though. Adam and Eve.
Yeah, that's where they get it wrong.
So if one,
each other. Mitochondrial Eve was 200 to 300,000 years ago, and Adam was 100 to 200,000 years.
Have you seen the recent article, Steve? Have you seen the most recent article on that?
Are you talking about mitochondrial Eve and chromosome Adam?
I'm talking about a paper out today, or a study out today. Let me see if I can find it for you.
Well, I mean, I assume the first humans were going to be male and female. Yeah, that kind of makes sense. I don't know why that would be.
At the same time? Around at the same time?
What are you going to have, one male human and then no female? How are they going to reproduce?
Oh well, I think the problem here is there's an equivocation upon anthropology. The way biology measures, who's a human being, who's a man, and who's a woman. That's something that results from biological reductionism, which is just to state that scientists look for telling factors of the human body, and from this they get a definition of what suffices for a man and a woman, and that goes from everything through evolutionary lineage to the genetic makeup, whereas for Christians or theologians, they actually have additional metaphysical requirements that are necessary, something of a rational soul, for example. And if that's going to be the case, then it's not enough. Then it wouldn't be enough just to reduce it to what biology tells us. Whereas Revelation and the Catholic faith would dictate that they would also have to be, or they'd also have to have a rational soul. And if that's the case, and the soul is something which is created and imparted by God at some point in evolutionary history, then it's not something we can actually find where they would have lived in the first place purely by looking at the science of the matter. This is why Catholics treat Adam and Eve de fide, something which we believe on faith and through revelation. It's not something to which is immutable to the scientific method, which I think is fair enough. And so this is not something that this is something that could very well be false, but I don't think it's enough to contradict the theme by saying, well, we looked at what we think is the sufficient definition for man and woman and what a human being is. It doesn't come into the record, so therefore it's false. So I So I think it's really based off of, just a very common fallacy, the fallacy of equivocation.
You don't need to be as controversial as that. You can just say, like, biologically speaking. If you're speaking biologically speaking, then yeah, Adam and Eve couldn't be the situation as the first human beings together. But if you're speaking outside of just the biological way of speaking, then yeah, it can work the way you described. And then you're not saying anything wrong about biological evolution.
Mm-hmm.
Oh dear. I can't believe rational. I'm a bit too tired here and I had a good hate, but I can't believe that rational human beings who can discuss things sensibly can believe that Adam and Eve exist, for which we've got a whole evolutionary fossil record for it, got a genetic record that disagrees with this. And
yeah, but
didn't you listen to anything that Matt said?
I know. He said, yeah, I did, yes, and. He's talking about.
Can you provide scientific evidence against it, or an argument against it, or just complain and whine and moan?
Well,
hang on one sec. This article you posted is Y chromosome.
Yeah,
Adam.
I know. I was joking. I was joking.
Look at this going. Wait a minute. Yeah, you're only off by 100,000 years, but hey, other than that, no problem.
I think he was just for a minute there.
Well, I checked it out. I did click his link. I looked at it. Damn.
Oh, Matt.
It's life science, which life science is actually it's pop science to say the least. But they're not. At least it wasn't AIG.
I know.
Matt, you are getting exceptionally better at trolling people.
Yeah, props. He's taking lessons from Darwin. Oh. Darwin will teach you the ways of the troll master.
Yeah.
Actually, he's not even that good at it anymore.
You know what I learned today? I learned today that if something is immaterial, definitionally it's also spaceless.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
I never knew that before.
It makes sense. Yeah, if it doesn't have material and doesn't occupy any volume of space.
But that means that matter. I mean, because I had someone the other day there proposing to me that matter could have existed statically without the universe, and then that's what raised it. Yeah, and then I said, "Oh, how come? What did it exist in?" And then that's what.
Yeah, because matter is literally the displacement of space-time. I mean, it exists inside space-time. I mean, now I made the argument to Rumpus one time that basically you don't exist, because if you actually do a reduction of space, you basically you get down to nothing. I mean, everything you exist of is nothing. There's nothing in between the atoms. There's nothing between the nucleus and the electrons. There's nothing inside the nucleons themselves. I mean, there's 3 quarks that randomly pop into existence, but 99% of the inside of a proton doesn't exist in anything. It's nothing. So you basically are 99.99% fucking nothing. It's weird.
Do photons have mass?
They have rest. They don't have any rest mass, but they have mass. Sure, they have what's called relativistic mass.
Is it true that particles are defined as infinitely small?
Only quarks, if I remember correctly.
Oh, I mean,
there are point particles, and there are.
Yeah, quarks and maybe gluons.
I'm curious as to what it means to be infinitely small.
It just means they haven't worked well.
Is it like a rough approximation?
Well, you got to remember, inside the nucleon, right? You have these antiparticles and particles being created all the time. So you got, 2 down, 1 up, or 2 up, 1 down quark, depending on if you're a proton or a neutron. But the rest of the space inside that nucleon is really just a probabilistic matrix. That's all it is. When something's going to appear, where it's going to appear. And then gluons, they're just going to hold this shit together, but they really don't have any kind of substance in anything.
We've no means of probing down to very small sizes, so we've no real idea. We don't know what the size of the electron is. We can only presume it's a point particle.
Yeah, it's 0.511 electron volts.
We know it's less than a certain size, but that's all we can really say.
It's actually kind of interesting. It's kind of like when you guys describe this to me, very similar to how theists usually describe God in terms of relation to, we don't know God in himself, but what we do try to do is look at creation as the effect, and we reason our way back to God. It kind of reminds me of that, except instead of God, you guys are working on particles and things which are just beyond human sense experience.
Maybe they're talking about the God particle.
Yeah, but CERN was just about to make another discovery for a particle when that damn freaking weasel got electrocuted and blew the transformer and shut him down.
God
they were
works
on the verge.
God works in mysterious ways, His wonders to perform.
They found something. I don't know what the hell they found. I don't know.
They did. Yeah, they're on the case of finding something dramatic. Yeah.
Yeah, it could have been a new Higgs particle because there's many different types of Higgs particle. There's not just one. Could have been a black hole they discovered. Could have been antimatter. Well, actually, that would have been no big deal. But dark matter. I mean, something happened that they found something.
Yeah.
But
they regard it as more significant than the Higgs particle.
Yeah, that's what they said, right?
Maybe they found God.
They found the actual God particle.
They found the actual God particle. Although, just to be a little bit of a troll, it shouldn't really be called the God particle. Why? Because this one was proven to exist.
They did want to call it the goddamn particle initially, but they didn't think that would go over for the book. That's true. I swear to you, that's true. No, I'm not even bullshitting. That's originally what they were calling, but they were writing a book at the time, and they didn't really want to alienate, some of their audience.
Oh wow.
I'm sorry.
Have you seen Uriah Christensen's argument against God based on immaterial things cannot have power?
Actually, if anything, I guess one could always just take the idealist approach and just say, well, actually, materialist things don't have power. Material things actually don't have power. In fact, I'm not even sure. You know what? I should actually look at his argument before.
Sorry, what do you mean by that? Material things don't have power. What do you mean by power in that sense?
And by the way, real quick, chill and listen. I don't mind. It's all good.
It would just mean that material things would be by nature inert. Causality wouldn't really apply to them either.
His argument is that what he does is he provides a scientific definition of power, which is mass times acceleration times velocity, and then he then reasons from that. But what I've accused him of is equivocation, because when we talk about God being omnipotent, we're not talking about God within physics. We're talking about having the ability to do something, not mass times acceleration times velocity.
In fact, I think it would be question-begging to say that, because on the Christian viewpoint, power derives from a mind, whereas if you're a materialist, you'd say no, power derives from matter. So if you're just going to start off with a law of physics based on matter, you're kind of being...
That doesn't make any sense. Say power derives. That's a nonsensical statement. That doesn't make any sense at all.
I think you have an equivocation problem too going on.
Right. So.
That could be it.
Because power is just the ability to do work over time, or work is energy over time. That's all power is. A watt is energy over time.
Right. So if I was to say that when I go and sleep, my mind, what sometimes dreams are generated. Some dreams are really, they seem fairly real. Now, if someone was a materialist, they'd say, well, the mind itself is a material process, so. Even though we can't really get it down to its physics, consciousness, by invoking the mind as a way of generating or causing things, in your head, by doing that you're just invoking more matter. Well, the theist is just going to say, well, no, I hold that God, wills the universe into existence, and that's where physics derives from. So to start off already with the principle of matter or a principle of mind is already to beg the question against the other person. That's what I mean. Like we could imagine a universe. We could imagine, us being idealists, where matter is just something that emerges from mind's thinking, and and Bishop Berkeley does that. And he actually argued it quite well from an empiricist standpoint, during the time of Locke and Hume. But you could also imagine, the universe being matter all the way down to the bottom, where everything comes from particles, or the smallest thing in existence that just builds up to bigger things. These are both pictures of the world that don't seem to manifest a contradiction.
I posted Uriah's argument in the side chat.
Have you ever heard that matter is just condensed energy? Have you heard that before, Max?
Well, if that's what Uriah posted, he's talking bollocks.
Yep.
Why?
Mass times acceleration times velocity is not power.
I don't know how you get. I got that too, by the way. I don't know how you. Why would you accelerate? Why would you take acceleration in times by velocity?
Yeah, it's just
acceleration is second derivative of velocity.
But don't forget, I'm very
ignorant. It's a derivative. It's a derivative displacement, and I believe it's a second derivative function of velocity.
Yeah, it's just,
so I don't. So I don't know what the hell they have to. Yeah, that makes. I mean, your basic kinematic equation is what, Rumpus? Like 1/2 AT squared plus 2t plus.
Well, it depends what other energy. I mean, you could say it's half mv. Well, it depends what you. It's just energy. If you're generating kinetic energy of half mv squared over t, then that wouldn't be.
Yeah, but that's what I was saying earlier. Why aren't you guys? I mean, you are both. Well, one's an agnostic. You're an atheist, Rumpus.
Yeah.
So you should be engaging. So you should be engaging with other atheists when they get science wrong, same as you would engage with creationists.
I have corrected on Uri on a number of things. He does make a few mistakes.
Yeah, we've correct. I mean, I've okay. Here's a story, and I know fact finders in here. And by the way, welcome fact finder. You're more than welcome to stay. Yeah, it's cool, totally. But we do correct their science a lot, and then of course the backlash is, oh well, all you guys are wrong. And it's funny because when we do correct the science, we will have like literally 4-hour-long hangouts talking about the science. It'll be on my channel. It'll be Fiona's channel. And then they'll come back and they're like, you never addressed the science. You never properly addressed Tompkins' paper. And I'm like, really? I almost have Tompkins' paper memorized at this point. You know? And I know Sam does. He can quote it verbatim. So it's kind of funny when they say, oh, you guys never talk about science. That's all we do in here is talk about science. Most of the time. Except for the day we're talking about, obviously this
the last 4 days.
Lactism.
Actually, actually, he's right, actually. Mass times acceleration times velocity, actually, you can reduce that to power because mass times acceleration is force times velocity is force times distance over time. So, in fact, I take it back. You're right. That is actually the definition of power. Sorry.
How would you do that? Because that doesn't make any sense to me that you're
mass times acceleration. Sorry. Sorry, do you want to say it again, Steve?
Force equals mass times acceleration.
Yeah, and times velocity. Yeah. And that's distance over time. Force times distance is energy, and energy over time is power. So that is actually correct. So sorry, I was wrong there.
Power.
He was right.
So from what I remember, in terms of my Latin, power doesn't it come from potency? The ability to bring about some kind of change.
Which work done. So for instance, if I was to lift a weight off the floor and lift it up by a meter, so a kilogram. If I lifted a kilogram up off the floor by a meter, then you could work out the potential energy I've created there, and the potential energy is mass times g times h. Well, h is the 1, g is the force due to acceleration due to gravity, and mass is 1. So you'd end up mass is 1 kilogram. So that would be 10 joules of energy you'd create by lifting a mass of 1 kilogram up by 1 meter. Now, if you divide that by the time you did it, you would then have your power that you were having to use to create that potential energy. So power is just simply energy divided by the time you took to create that energy. So depending on the speed with which you move that mass from the floor 1 meter up, that would be the power in the time. So if you did it in 1 second, it would be 10 watts. If you did it in half a second, it would be 20 watts.
Yeah, it's just energy over time.
Yeah.
And for anyone who didn't get what Rumpus is saying because you don't know metric, to our American friends, get a real system of measurement.
2.2 to 1. That's all you gotta know.
Yeah, I'm a bit tired at the moment, so yeah, I'm not being quite sensible as
everything I know is still in standard. I mean, I'll say like they'll kill me, but I'll say like 186,232.16, and like no, you do it in metric. Do it in metric. It's like
3 times 10 to the 8, Steve. Yeah, meters per second. Yeah, get it right.
Yeah, yeah, I know, but it's just like no, I like my version better.
Well, I hope you don't do any calculations with it. That's all I can say.
You know what? It's funny whenever I do anything with like Lorentz transformations, I just normalize it and I just set everything to 1 anyway, so it doesn't really matter.
Right. C. Right. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, I just set C to 1 and then I just
right.
But how would that definition of power relate to So that's a definition of power in science. I'm trying to figure out that
velocity in there, though. I mean,
well, okay. Well, I go through again, Steve. So force times acceleration. That's sorry. Was it mass times acceleration is the force on something. Now, force times distance is the definition of energy. That is
correct.
Right. So just as I said, that the force of gravity by lifting that by 1 meter from the ground is being subjected to the force of gravity over that. So that you end up with 10 joules as a result of lifting up. And then divide that by time, and you get the power.
Because the energy is going to be is actually the indefinite integral of F with respect to V.
That's right, exactly. So that's the total amount of energy you put into something, force times distance, and then divide that by time, and you end up with power.
Yeah, you're making me go back and think about this shit, man.
Sorry,
yeah, that makes sense.
So I think
because I mean we learned the way when I was in nuke school, the way we learned work was actually you actually take a curve, right, and let's say you have a Carnot efficiency. You got an engine, so you have 4 cycles on your engine, and then on the bottom, whatever area is underneath that curve, right, that is going to be the work done. That's equal to the work done as the actual measurement from one part of the curve to another. So you'd have to do a little bit of calculus, but that is the actual definition of what work is.
Well, but that's just simply the sum of the various force times distances.
Yes, yeah. We had to use Jesus, what the hell? What the hell is it called? You take like little rectangles and you put them all together and then you add them up.
Yeah.
Great Riemann, freaking something or other.
Riemann integral.
Yeah, Riemann integral. Thank you. God damn.
Yeah.
See what happens when you don't.
So what about the equivocation then? Like that's how power is defined in science, but what about just let's say?
Max was talking about power, free will, and affecting matter and things.
Yeah,
I mean, all just gibberish.
That's not. Again, the definition we gave for work is a physics definition, right? And I don't know how you're just saying, well, yeah, God does work. What does that mean?
I have a thought, therefore that has the power of a matter. I mean, this is all.
Yeah, what's the mechanism?
It's bloody mystical gibberish.
Oh,
Steve.
So mass would reflect how much space something takes up. Am I correct?
Mass can have different amounts of space.
Depending on its density. But the point is, mass
displaces. Mass has a displacement of space-time. Yes.
Mass is a displacement. Awesome. So if one is someone who believes that the foundation of all of reality is a mind, then one is just committed. Then of course, what one would say is that mass itself is something which is purely perceptual. It doesn't actually exist without a mind to begin with. So Max,
you're so metaphysical, and you're bordering on the holographic principle. Do you realize that, right?
No, that's just idealism.
That's just idealism.
Leonard Susskind 101.
Susskind would actually point out to you that this is very, very tentative of what you would postulate for the hypothesis of the holographic principle, that mass is only an illusion. Mass is literally okay.
And everything is basically information, really.
So can immaterial things have power?
Well, here's the problem. Okay. On the observable event horizon, okay, you have a 2-dimensional hypersurface, and on that hypersurface you have what's called Planck squares. Okay, so they're basically Planck length, but they're squared. Okay, they can hold 1 bit of information. Okay, so this huge amount of a surface area that's around the event horizon of our observable universe, it contains all the information of the entire universe, and what we are just a projection of that. It's like taking a 2-dimensional sheet of paper or something with a drawing on it, shining a light through it, and producing a 3D holographic representation. The information is 2-dimensional, but the image that comes out of it because of light is 3-dimensional. That is exactly how the holographic principle works, that we are literally a hologram being shown from light from the observable universe. So you exist informationally 92 billion light years away.
Okay.
And Steve, the next thing that needs to be done is the next thing that needs to be done is Neo to jump the buildings. The jump program.
Oh,
you know the Matrix films, yeah.
I think I found.
No. It's just a joke, yeah.
Oh wait, I think I found out where the fallacy is. So the argument is power is mass times acceleration, or however you want to put it. Power has immaterial things don't have mass, therefore immaterial things don't have power. But the fallacy is actually located in the first premise. Just because power is mass times acceleration doesn't mean
that's
that
force.
Yeah, he was just trying to say, get the idea. He wasn't trying to quote it specifically.
Right. My point is, just because that's one way power manifests itself doesn't mean that it's the only way it does. So if I was to say Socrates is a man, if I was to say that Socrates is a man, all men are mortal, therefore Socrates is mortal, that's true. But if I was to state that just because Fido isn't a man doesn't mean that Fido isn't mortal, Fido being a dog, because human beings are not the only kind of things which are mortal. There are tons of other things which are mortal. Dogs can be mortal, cats, pretty much any animal, really.
Pretty much. How about them all?
Pretty much all of them.
Pretty much all animals.
So the point is, where Uriah goes wrong is in the first premise. He'd have to also show that that's the only viable definition, that those two are essentially the exhaustive of one another. But
again, your idea of power is the ability to do things, isn't it? Really,
that's why I'm saying that's the equivocation right there.
Yeah, it is really. Yeah, it's not really the same.
But anyway, speaking of batshit mystic guys, General, what's up?
Another
another nutter.
Hold on, I've just discovered a new sort of love that Max like. The love between beetles or something. I found a sixth love sort of form of love.
Do you guys want to go over if DNA dissolves in water real quick for fact finder?
Yeah. Love is a weird term in English because we have one word that captures a whole range of emotions. I mean, I love my wife is the same word we use for I love a sandwich, but I wouldn't love my sandwich in the same way I would love my wife.
There are lots of loves. I mean, to just arbitrarily assert that you've got a set of definitions that are inviolable and sacrosanct is just. You can just make anything up. You can just make anything up. There are mysticism. Some bloody Buddhism has probably got 17 different definitions left. They've got no right to say they've got the only valid definitions.
Well,
just making these assertions is just not
I don't necessarily need to say that agape is the only form of love. I just need to say that it's a viable form of love. If we want to say that there are 10 others, then we just look at those on a case-by-case basis. But the only one I need that's viable is agape. So there should be no problem there.
Odian's got DNA replication going on. We can talk about that for a while. That's cool. If he's like, no genetics today, god damn it. Fuck polymerase. So, General, what were you trying to say? I mean, Generals were trying to say something like an
I was just trying to. So wait, Max, do you hold the holographic principle of this universe?
Oh, no, I'm not really sure. I'm not an idealist. I would be more of a hylomorphist, which I don't want to get into it. But
I thought you were a materialist. Some kind of weird.
Wait, what did you just say?
I'm sorry.
No, what did you just say? You'd hold to something. What was it?
I'd hold to a form of what's called hylomorphism. It's the notion that in reality things are made up of a mixture of form and matter.
A mixture of what? Forming matter.
Form and matter. Another morphological.
Oh, okay.
So the mass exists as something that exists. Anything that has volume in space-time is going to be mass, and then probably the way it has a morphology. I would see. What's the difference between that and topology then?
I mean,
basically, Max, the reason why I asked that question is because in computer graphics there's this thing called culling, and like video games utilize this where at any given moment, if like say a first-person shooter, his XYZ position and his direction, the orthographical direction of where the player is looking at, the game engine is designed that it won't render the scenery, say, behind the character, so behind the camera. So in the holographic principle, why does the universe spend pointless, I don't know, if you want to say resources, like the game engine, rendering things that we don't even see, but yet they still exist?
You think they do.
Wait, am I going to be defending the holographic?
No. I'm just saying, if you held to the holographic principle, that'd be one of my questions.
Oh, so I think the idealism best defended isn't necessarily, the one portrayed in modern, with the holographic principle and modern information physics. It would actually be, the kind of idealism purported by Bishop Berkeley. You just start off with the notion that the only things that exist are things which are sensible, things which we have empirical evidence of. But if you really look at it, the only things that we do have empirical evidence of, in the most boldest of sense, is on the one hand, yourself, the human mind, and the perceptions of the human mind, the sense data, if you will. So really, all of reality boils down to sense perception. Material things wouldn't exist because no one's ever observed matter. All we've ever observed is perceptions of things we would classify as matter.
Yeah, but that's what you'd expect. I mean, okay, that's agreed that you're right, but nonetheless, that's exactly what you would expect to experience if we did not, if idealism was bollocks, which it obviously is.
Max, is this what we sound like to you when we talk physics or science? Because I didn't catch a half a damn thing what you just said.
So sense data is just, your sense data is just what your senses are telling you about what's around you. So, things like color, space.
Yeah, but how does it operate though? That you see, yeah, it's all well.
How did that answer General's question though? Like General, I would answer your question that the universe doesn't expend energy to do it, to do what the rendering, as you would say, but exist as the most efficient ground state, or most efficient state. I don't know what the ground, but the most efficient state.
I was just answering. I wasn't answering General's question because I wouldn't hold to the holographic universe, nor would I pretend to. I would, just.
It's pretty well established. I mean, it's pretty solid actually. What? You don't subscribe to it?
The holographic principle is solid.
It's pretty solid. It's the foundation of informational system and black hole theory.
Oh yeah, black hole, yeah. Right.
Because that's where it came from. The entropy of a black hole, the surface area of a black hole. That's how we got.
Steve, there has been. Yeah, but not really. Let me just give you a paper.
Not really. Any system you have, the surface area of that system, okay, will be the maximum entropy to describe the state of the system. So even in your room, the walls.
You're discussing entropy, though. You're not discussing the intrinsic property of the universe.
No. Wait, no. But that's what it is. The holographic principle is based upon entropy. That's why it exists. This whole thing is because the entropic forces are on the event horizon of a black hole. That's how we formulated and postulated the whole damn thing to begin with. Because entropy is described as informational states, right? Mm-hmm. Okay. I mean, if you take a simplest formula of entropy,
right. You're referring to
S equals.
Right. Okay. I see. Yeah. Okay.
God damn it. S equals KLN. ln W. Okay. So you have the microstates, and you can use omega there as well. So, and the K is your Boltzmann constant. So that system describes entropy. If you took the surface area of your room, then it would describe every single particle in your room and the vector they're taking. Okay, that's just basic information. So
yeah,
that's
the link I just put in the side chat echoes what you're saying. Yeah, no, I actually forgot about this because the reason why I was kind of doubting what you were saying, I may have misheard what you were saying. It's all to do with the background noise of
CMP?
Let me just get you the
cosmic background.
No. You're talking like down to the the so-called quantum foam.
Oh, you're okay. Yeah, you're just talking about quantum instability.
What they title holographic noise. I'm just looking for.
Yeah, they're trying to alleviate that. They're actually trying to determine whether the holographic principle can be actually demonstrated by eliminating that quantum noise. And because basically what happens is if you have an interferometer, similar to the one they use for the gravity waves, the quantum fluctuations themselves would cause they're granular, right? And these granular particles would cause a measurable difference in the interferometer, such that if we were living in a holographic principle, we would expect to see that granularity, and we would expect to see that small infinitesimal little change in the interferometer, and that's the experiment they're using with lasers to determine whether we do or do not live in the holographic universe. By the way, they're putting ones in space. By the way, you know that, General?
Yeah.
Like the LIGOs. Yep, going up there, baby.
Yeah, they just did an experiment. I think
Sorry, say that again.
The LIGOs detectors. They're placing a couple in space. They're not called LIGOs. They're called something similar.
Yeah, they've just tested, haven't they? The little Miss Masses or something that they were going to put in the thing just a few weeks ago. They've got a successful test on the things they're going to put up in space. They put them in isolation. They put them in Lagrange points, I think.
Yeah. Well, the Lagrange point 2 is going to be actually the new telescope that's going up there. Oh my goodness, what? There's a new telescope. I can't think of the name, but that's going to take L2. Yeah,
that's right. That's another thing, though. That's something else. These things are detecting gravity waves. They are going to put one of them on one of the Lagrange, but level 1, I think, actually. Yeah, if you look it up, there's been a development in terms of things to detect gravitational waves. I've just had a very successful test a week ago, and I'm a bit too tired to remember what it all is.
I wish I wish I would actually have. And I wish Fact Finder you did have a mic because I know you are a young Earth creationist. But I was listening to Jungle Jargon trying to explain gravity waves with the young Earth creationist model, and I think my head actually got taken off, stuck up my ass. I mean, I was like, what the hell are you even talking about? This was his reasoning. I'm not making this shit up, right? He said that the gravity waves, we couldn't tell how far away they were because they had to pass through multiple frames of reference. Can someone explain to me what the hell that means by that? Because what the hell is that going to do to affect anything? A frame of reference is just your inertial frame of reference, what you're starting from. It's from your advantage point. It could be any way you want. It's arbitrary, right? And no one position is any different from any other, right? So what does gravity waves having go through different frames of reference could have any effect for the fact that these damn things were billions of miles away, meaning they are billions of years old, meaning there is no possible scientific way that the universe is not billions of years old. I mean, there was Jungle Jargon.
He's a moron.
And I was like,
gravitational waves goes to different frames.
I was telling him, look, these gravity waves are putting the nail in the coffin in your own creationism. I mean, the Starlight problem should have, but the gravity waves, yeah, you're done. It's over. Game, GG. And if you noticed, nobody. If you notice, go to AIG. Go to.
Hold on, Steve. You're not allowing for the fact that you could create an old universe in an instant.
Okay, that's the Omphalos hypothesis, but that's a different thing. But
yeah, but it doesn't prove. If you're prepared to accept as a possibility, what you've said doesn't prove.
Okay, we all could be brain in a vat. No, exactly. In science. No, it does. Okay, we're looking in the framework of science, right? And in the framework of science, you cannot postulate a supernatural effect or causation.
Okay. Right, yes, okay. If you go with this phase.
So we eliminated that Omphalos hypothesis that the Earth is actually looking old, or the universe is looking old, but it was only created such and such X time ago.
Last Tuesday.
Yeah, that's eliminated by methodological naturalism, and it's eliminated by the fact that in a Christian perspective, God cannot be deceptive like that. So it's falsified two ways.
God, why can't God be deceptive like that?
Because in the Christian theology, Chris, this is General's territory. I do the science. General does the fucking young Earth debunking from the Bible.
I mean, doesn't God classically lie to Pharaoh, total fibs, and therefore he's quite better to lie to anybody?
Well, he said to see. He brought delusions upon people. What's that, General?
Steve, check out the link I just the holometer at Fermilab.
I will click it later. If I click it right now, my system's going to shit.
No. It's just a bookmark that because that's the latest research.
I already cut and pasted it. Yes,
anyway.
I cut it. Yes, I have it in my clipboard, but I can't open it because if I open it in a tab while I'm online, I only have 1 gig of memory, so it just goes to shit.
Anyway, go back to what you're saying.
Well, I was just saying that the gravity waves, when we looked at the actual pattern, okay, we found them in 2 different locations, right? We have the detector in 2 of them in the United States, and the distance between them was measurable. So when the gravity wave hit us, we compared it to what we expected a gravity wave to look like, and also the timing of the gravity waves between one detector and the other one, a couple thousand miles away, was perfect. It was exactly what we expect. Okay? And the wavefront was not perfect, but I mean, it was within a margin of error of, oh my God, this is like spot on. Okay.
Yeah.
So this was the model we've said. We've said, look at it. If we're going to find a gravity wave, and this is what it's going to look like, and there was 2 black holes that collided. They were approximately a grand total of about 63 solar masses.
Yeah, it was about that, wasn't it? Yeah.
For the total, and then they lost 3 solar masses just to energy, just to gravitational energy. So 3 solar masses, right, vanished out of the universe, boom, and became pure gravitational waves. And that traveled for 1.8 billion light years. And that's just mind-boggling.
Hold on, you saying that all that energy went into gravitational waves?
Yes.
Was it not just energy that was lost just in general? It could have been given away in the collision.
Nope. It was 3 solar masses that was lost just to gravitational waves. That was massive.
Solar mass is equivalent.
Yeah.
Okay, I didn't know that.
By the way, Steve, have you seen John Hartnett's proposed model for the young Earth model in regards to gravitational waves?
No, I was just saying that I haven't seen any young Earth creationists come up with an explanation, because usually they'll go,
are you serious?
Ronnie will go, I got Tompkins' paper, which, like I said, we've all refuted to no end. It's a trivia point, and it's like, where's the paper that somebody has written to debunk gravity waves? I haven't seen it yet, or article. I can't call it a paper.
So John Hartnett. Wow, I'm actually surprised you didn't know about this. I usually use this. Okay, here's his paper on creation.com, where he ironically refutes Russell Humphrey's model on the white hole cosmology, and he tries to give so the title of his article is "A 5D Spherically Symmetric Expanding Universe is Young," and he refers to this Jewish physicist Carmelian. The Carmelian cosmological general relativity theory is considered in 5 dimensions. For it to be consistent with both cosmological relativity on the larger scales and special relativity on the smaller scales, the acceleration of the expansion of the cosmos must have been extremely large at creation and must be 0 at the present epoch.
Oh, that's
hence the force.
No.
Yeah. So and then he models. It's nothing but a mathematical model where he positions the Earth as literally the starting point of the expansion.
That's so nonsensical in so many different ways. A physicist is doing this. Really?
Yeah. It's and then he has his own blog on. Let me get his website. So he's the only, and by the way, he was a lecturer at the university that I lecture at here in Australia. And so, in our staff meetings, we would always have these discussions on, John, it's just a model. You're not, because you're teaching one thing in class, right? And now here in your own private life and in the blogs that you write, it's just completely contradicting what you're teaching.
He was a young earther?
He's a young earther, yeah.
Because the initial rapid inflation period for it to meet the cosmological model that young Earth postulates is somewhere in the quintillion times the speed of light. It's really freaking high up there.
Yeah, it's ridiculous.
It's absurdly.
For it to be in 6 days and 6,000. Yeah, I know. It's.
I mean, you're talking about 10 to the 60th power.
Yeah,
but the problem. But the biggest problem is that
actually,
if you change. What happens if you change
the error
C?
is 10 to the 27,000 actually. I think, as far as memory serves me right, the error between the expansion in 6 days versus the expansion as how we know it to be. The error is 10 to the 27,000.
But Jen, let me ask you: what if you change the C? What other constants are going to be changed as well?
Oh, you're going to have to rewrite all of physics.
Yeah, I mean your fine structure constant
paper.
changes. Your magnetic constant changes. Your electric constant changes, and literally, because if I remember correctly, quote me if I'm wrong, 1 divided by C is equal to the square root of magnetic constant times electric constant.
Or permeability constants and
permeability and permittivity. So if you're going to change that C, you now have a problem with the permittivity of the universe and permissivity. And so what happens to atoms? They don't overcome the Coulomb barrier, and so what happens? You never get frickin' atoms. You never get fusion. You never get stellar evolutionary synthesis. And Hovind's fine with that. He's like, technicality. The Hubble's constant goes from 70.1 megaparsecs per second to literally 1.6 million. Okay, I don't even know what the factor of that would be. It's insanity. But they look at it and go, that's okay.
Here's a paper by George Ellis. He's a cosmologist on the title is Note on Varying Speed of Light Cosmologies. The various requirements and the consistent varying speed of light theory are surveyed, and he ends it by basically saying, let me just give you the link to that. So VSL paper.
I can only. You might as well just send in the external chat because I can only get one things at a time. So. You might as well send me them in the external chat, not the live feed.
Copy and paste
not the internal.
The last link you sent was interesting.
Let me read out his conclusion. So the integrated whole, like he goes through the maths, and he does a brilliant job in showcasing from a mathematical position, even using Lorentz group and the Lorentz factor, that you just have to throw out everything that we do today. And then he says. The oral message is that you can't just alter the speed of light in 1 or 2 equations and leave the rest of physics unchanged. It plays a central role in modern physics, particularly because it is the invariant limiting speed of the Lorentz group, and so is built into any variables that transform under that group.
Absolutely.
But also because... Oh, wait, I'm getting feedback from you, Steve.
Me? Oh, sorry. Try now.
But also because electromagnetism is central to many physical effects, in particular light is central to measurement. On the standard view, these various roles are tightly integrated together in a coherent package in which the speed of light does not vary. Any viable variable speed of light theory has to propose a similarly integrated viable alternative, and check this out, to the whole package of physical equations and consequent effects. And you're talking about, kinematical and dynamical stuff that are dependent on C. You can't just tinker with a few bits of the whole.
Yeah, absolutely.
So that's how he ends it.
The structure constant being an actual unit, it affects so many different other things. But, okay, the original reason why they were trying to come up with a variable speed of light model, and the young Earth creationists have kind of ran with that, they call it decaying C model, right? You've heard of that. Was to overcome what's called the cosmological horizon problem. And real simple, all the cosmological horizon problem was that if you look in different directions of the skies, okay, those, as far as you can go, those 2 areas of space have never been causally linked. They've never been existing at the same time in the same place together. They're so far away that even gravity from one has never reached the other. But they're at thermal equilibrium, right? The CMB is pretty well constant, 2.98 K throughout the entire universe, plus or minus whatever. So they couldn't understand this. Like, well, why is this section of space so causally unlinked to another portion of space thermally the same? They shouldn't be. There's no reason to be. And they postulated that early on, during the initial Big Bang, the speed of light varied a little bit. And there was a time during the rapid inflationary period that these things were causally linked. There still might be models that actually may work, but it's not the decaying C light model. And what they do is they kind of run with that and they say, oh well, look, C can change. Well, yeah, but not the way they're thinking. We know we can slow down light. I mean, radiation going through water will slow down. There's just this little blue color called Cherenkov radiation. So we can change C, but we don't change the ceiling because it's an inverse Lorentz. It's inversely, what is it? Can you remind me? It's
refraction. Index.
No, it's inversely proportional to the Lorentz contraction, but I don't remember how to phrase it correctly, so I'm not even going to try. Okay. It's an inverse Lorentz factor, but
okay.
You remember the Lorentz factor, right?
I do, yeah, I remember it. Yeah, I can't. But I'm too tired to remember exactly. But I'm not familiar with an What you mean? 1 over the square root of 1 minus b squared over c squared.
By c squared, yes.
Oh, yeah, sorry. Okay, that's right.
Yeah, it's just a Lorentz invariant.
Yeah, right.
But the problem is that they found out, like you said, once you start manipulating C, then you also manipulate actually G, okay? Because G is a natural unit. You seconds you actually start manipulating. All the magnetic and electric constants are being manipulated. Basically, I can't think of something that is not being manipulated.
What were you reading? That's a problem. General. Yeah, so what were you reading from a moment ago with this definition of speed of light? Because your article, it's not the article, the 5D one, is it? You were reading from?
No. In fact, let me just screen share with you.
Is this going to be Matrix? Because I hate Matrix.
Yeah, that's what I was looking at, General. I couldn't find what you were saying in that.
No. Let me just hang on a second. Let me change my screen. So this is. Can you guys see this?
I'm going to present to you a second. Presenting. Can anybody see it? I can't see it.
No, I can't see it.
Just click on his name.
Okay, yeah. Yeah, I got it. An integral.
Yeah. So so when he the Lorentz group.
No, you're not presenting. You're not presenting, General.
Just click on his name.
I have. No, I'm just getting his. I'm getting his icon.
Yeah.
Oh, I appreciate your bandwidth.
Name, I see the article.
I'm kind of amazed by how much detail you guys are going into this.
Yeah, I mean, it's like when you talk philosophy, we lose.
Yeah. I mean, you guys can't. Yeah, we talked about philosophy all day, and we got physicists in here, so let's talk about physics.
Yeah, no, I'm not complaining. I actually enjoy listening to you guys speak on this matter.
Can you see it now?
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. See right there. Right there, you got the Lorentz contraction formula right there.
Yeah. So
right in the middle there.
Here's the Lorentz. So it's about speed and the Lorentz. And
which paper is this? So which paper
is this? Here. This is the note on varying speed of light cosmology by George Ellis, Mathematics Department of Maths and etc.
Which link was that?
Yeah.
Oh, that was. I put it in the outside.
Right, not the inside one.
I had heard that they killed the variable speed of light model. It just wasn't viable.
Yeah, no, it's not viable at all. So in the outside chat, I put it as VSO, and then the abstract. You'll see the link there. But anyway, so that's this. That's over here. Let me have it to you, John Hartnett. And so this is John Hartnett's model. So this is on the creation.com.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna say this real quick. Of all the 3 creation sites, the ranking goes like this: the worst, AIG, hands down. You might as well just wipe your ass with anything they write. It's completely made up.
Agreed.
Yeah, IRC is a little bit, and I'm relative to scale here, a little bit better. It's a little bit more informative. But Creation.com is actually I like Creation.com a lot more. I've actually talked to Dr. Safardi, who actually writes a lot of this stuff, And he's an arrogant son of a bitch, but he's not a dumbass. He's really not. The guy's brilliant, actually.
The Tompkins paper's on this one, isn't it?
The Tompkins paper's on all three.
Oh, right.
Yeah.
All three steal from each other.
Yeah. But like, okay, for example, the mistakes I make, the mistakes that Creation.com makes, like, for example, on the human chromosome number 2 fusion site, they had talked about gibbons, and they had talked about the chromosomes of gibbons being anywhere between 44 and 50 chromosomes, 2N. So the problem with that is that the human chromosome fusion site only dealt with great apes, right? Only dealt with hominidia. It had nothing to do with Haplorini, nothing at all, or Hyloplatai. Had nothing to do with it. And so what they did was they put information in there that was true. The Malaysian ape that they're talking about was actually a gibbon. The fact that gibbons can have multiple different types of chromosomes is true, but it's irrelevant. It's a fallacy of irrelevant thesis. It has nothing to do with the paper. It asks Isaiah. Isaiah, what the hell do frickin' gibbons have to do with human chromosome number 2?
I don't know. They're both apes.
But it was long. Yeah, but the split was completely different. They're lesser apes. The human chromosome number 2 is dealing with the fusion site, dealing with the similarities in the great apes, right?
But you see, they're in the ape kind.
Oh yeah, ape kind. But he knew that was wrong. So funny, knew it was wrong. He also knew the rates data was wrong too for the alluvial diamonds that they had talked about. But anyways, I'm sidetracked.
I'm out of curiosity. One is something in the ape kind, and one is something not in the ape kind.
That's genius.
I've had one creationist define what the ape kind is, and it just excludes humans and gibbons.
What about orangutans, bonobos, pantroglodytes, gorillas?
Ape kind.
And those cute little. What the hell's those little cute little things again? Oh my God! Hey, don't.
Gibbons or tarsiers.
Capuchins. Those things are so cute. I want one. I so want one. Aren't they adorable?
Macaques. Well, they're not apes, are they?
Yeah, they're just like Wayne, just little cute little things you would have as pets, right?
Come on, my chat.
Yeah. So Steve.
I'm looking. I can't read it.
What?
Go ahead. I'm looking.
What is it too small to read? Or?
Yeah, but I mean, I can go to Creation.com and look at it later.
Oh, that's better.
Yeah, that's better.
So the topic was the speed of light changing. I just came in.
All I can see is they normalize C to 1 with a radius of 13.6 billion years.
Yeah. So he what he's doing is let me just back up to where is it? He just takes 5-dimensional mathematics, and then he explains in that the Lorentz distributions. Here's Hubble's law over here. Then he includes time dilation, but notice he then, by just using rule verses, that from the point of Earth's frame of reference, you have a stretching out of the heavens. And so he tries to assert, and here's the, so if you're speaking of redshift, notice he goes 1 plus z to the second power.
I thought it was 1 plus z to the cubed.
Sorry?
Isn't it for figuring out redshift? 1 over 1 plus
so
z
this
to the
is,
cubed?
then he includes the redshift that we observe. And so from that, he then concludes that it's the use is like a sphere. The symmetry of it is like a sphere.
Wait a minute.
And then he does a calculation of the acceleration of redshift that pretty much, as you can see in this graph.
Hey, younger creationists don't use math.
Sorry,
but
there's.
Go ahead.
Hang on, I'm getting a lot of feedback. He concludes the redshifting stops at the present epoch. So there's this massive, apparently, this massive increase of acceleration in one day, and he says over here. Let me go down to.
And what magical substance called this? Creationist dark energy? Is that what caused it?
No, in fact, it's God. There's no, and he uses this to say that there is no such thing as dark energy. That apparently dark energy is a made-up thing to defend the Lambda-CDM model. And he says here, the result is an exponentially rising function that means light fills the universe to vast distances within one day.
Yeah.
So,
yeah. I look at it as the cosmological constant. I mean, I know the Lambda CDM model. I'm aware of it, but I mean, basically, if you take dark energy and you stick it in as a cosmological constant into the Einstein equation, the field equation, it works. It works. It's the same fucking thing that Einstein came up with how long ago? What's the odds of that?
And we can actually.
It's on the other side of the equation, of course, but I mean, but still, it's amazing that it works for that field tensor. My voice is being shot. Hey, by the way, Jamal, did you ever read this paper? There was a challenge, and I can't remember the professor. He was a PhD in physics. It wasn't Humphreys, by the way, but he was posited the question: if the Earth was flat, how would you have a three-body system? How would you have the Lagrange points, right? And he tried doing a paper that showed the Lagrange points for Earth, the Sun, and Jupiter, right? And
yeah, told me about this.
Wait. Yeah, okay. Well, don't give it away then. See if Rumpus could figure this out. One of the very things he does is he takes scalar quantities. Okay. He takes vector quantities, and he makes them scalar because the first thing he does is he takes a dot product of two orthogonal vectors.
That sounds like a zero.
Yeah, and what happens when you divide by zero? Big problems. And so to get around this, right? To get around this, he just said, "Fuck it, I'm just going to make them scalars." I am not bullshitting you. You could go look this shit up. That's exactly what happened. I've read the paper. And the very first thing he has is a dot product of an orthogonal vector, which using vector analysis is going to give you fucking zero. This is what I'm happy we have this talk because this is what this is what I hear when Max and them talk about their philosophy bullshit. No offense.
Now,
no worries.
Steve, just to finish up with what Hartnett is trying to get at. So then Hartnett, so this came out in 2010. I don't know if you can see this. I'm screen sharing.
Discovery that quasars don't allow time dilation mystifies astronomers.
Yeah, so it's not that quasars don't show this. It's actually a misleading title. It's basically this specific quasar, EKS 127, at about 10 billion light years away, doesn't seem to suggest any form of redshift. And so then Hart basically goes, see these quasars that are like at the peak end of the universe. That means to stop expanding, because that means it's a signal from the Earth. And so, he uses articles like this to try and bolster his.
Yeah. Well, yeah, Hovind did the same thing. Hovind in his Creation Handbook number 9, and I'm not even going to fault him 100% because this was the headline. He didn't fabricate anything, but the headline was "Scientists break the speed of light barrier," and the paper was basically dealing with group velocity. And it was going about 300 times the speed of light. But as you know, obviously, but the other people don't know, group velocity has no material, has no matter. It can go any speed. It's an imaginary thing for the most part. Think of it that way. It's basically not the wave front. The wave front is limited by c, but the group velocity can go any speed. Okay.
It's just a superposition of the various frequencies.
Yeah, that's all it is. It's a changing of the frequency on the electromagnetic wave. It's simple as that. And the article did read that scientists broke the speed of light barrier. But of course, when you read more, you go, oh well, no, they didn't really break it with mass. When people say you broke the speed of light barrier, they mean that you took mass and you broke that speed of light. What happens is, as you approach the speed of light, you have an asymptotic behavior. The more acceleration you put into it, right, the more it goes faster, the more it converted into mass. So we have more mass as you increase toward the speed of light, meaning you need more energy to make it go. And so it just builds up, right? More mass, more energy needed, and finally you start reaching near the speed of light and then you get closer and closer and closer and closer, but you never reach it. So you just have an infinite approach to it, right? It's asymptotic behavior. Well, Hovind, it was like, oh, well, you can see now that we've broken the speed of light, so the speed of light is not so sacrosanct thing, and the speed of light can be manipulated and violated. And the guy that wrote the paper was like, no, that's not what it was. And so, they take these pop science things a lot like this, and they run with it as actual science. But anybody who knows the actual science would have told Hovind, no, we didn't break the speed of light barrier. Come on, you supposedly taught physics for 15 years, and you don't know basic asymptotic behavior?
Did he? Hold on, he didn't teach physics, did he? I thought he taught.
No, he didn't teach a damn thing. He claims he taught biology, physics, mathematics, and one other subject. I can't remember.
Right.
This is the truth. What he taught was in a Baptist school, and there's a little foyer in the back of the building. Just a small little room, and that they had kids of teenage years would go in there, and he would teach them creation science. Okay.
He told me he taught anatomy.
I hadn't heard that one.
He told me it over the phone.
Yeah, it doesn't surprise me because I know he said biology, right? So what's the difference between biology and anatomy to him? But he never taught in any public school system. He has no teaching credential. He has no diploma from any accredited school. He has about 2 years worth of junior high college, which is fine. I mean, I took 2 years of junior high college or junior college, but he has no degree, no nothing. And that's it. He had never taught in any school system whatsoever. And he's saying, I taught this for 15 years. No, because if you taught physics, I guarantee you, if somebody said they broke the light barrier, you'd be like, holy motherfucking goodness. It's like the greatest thing since sliced bread. That would have been the biggest historical moment of all time.
Yeah. What a lying bastard, eh?
But that's what I don't get. I mean, Wayne. I love Wayne, right? Because Wayne actually looked into this stuff and he said, "Yeah, you know what? Oh my God, younger creationism. I can't buy into it anymore." But I can't get any of the other ones to look into it for some reason. Well, a couple ones. Hunter Bailey gave it up, and then there's like 2 others in the works right now.
Well, if you don't want to believe something,
you know what might work? I just sharing what changed my view. Obviously, because if atheists were telling me, or people who didn't believe in God were telling me that young Earth creationism was false, I was just kind of poo-pooing them, get lost, you don't know what you're talking about, you're an atheist, you're going to hell type thing. This is when I was a fundy. But then what persuaded me is I encountered a Christian called Glenn Morton. And Glenn Morton, he had a web page all about the case against young Earth creationism. And because he was a Christian, I couldn't just poo-poo his view and like that. And I read his articles. He was a geologist, and he posted all these articles about why the young Earth creationism couldn't be true and the flood and all that kind of stuff. And after reading that, that's what dissuaded me. So sometimes maybe you can point to a Christian source against it.
Yeah, I did. General is. Actually, Wayne, I don't know if Wayne's with us right now, but I mean, would you say that the 2 main reasons why you deconverted out of younger creationism was the science I was presenting and the general, the biblical narrative? I mean, those are 2 big factors.
Yep, it was both, but the thing that did the first time was it was the science. The science doesn't hold up, especially in astronomy. Younger creationists cannot do anything to keep on fabricating their bad science when it comes to astronomy, because we can directly look at the past.
Yeah, Hugh Ross.
And that's why John Hartnett, just quickly, Steve, that's why John Hartnett, knowing that, tries to make up this new model, which is purely mathematical and completely disregards geophysics, biology. It's just one of those.
The math is too much for me. I mean, but I mean, it looked like some kind of 5-dimensional manifold. But I mean,
all he's doing is, and it's a legitimate model. Don't get me wrong. It's a legitimate mathematical model. But does that comport with reality? Did the universe originate from where the Earth was positioned? I mean, come on, that doesn't make sense. It sounds like the Earth is a geostationary thing that doesn't orbit the sun. It's so stupid.
Yeah, unless we're geocentric. Yeah. But see, whenever you're using those kind of
his model would have been perfect. for protonomy. Like his model would have been perfect for, the Roman Catholics, debate against Galileo. But otherwise.
Yeah, but the problem is even if the math is specific to one place, you can use Galilean transformations, and there you go, boom. You put it for anywhere the hell you want.
That's a good point. Yeah.
So I mean, what does it really matter if the whole paper is showing that that he can make the Earth the center of something, and you can use transforms to apply the same thing to anything else, then you run into a problem. You need to find a mechanism to determine which one's the preferred frame of reference, which of course you can't do because that violates general relativity. Because think about it.
Also,
if I just give you a bunch of equations, but think about it, General. How do you differentiate between my equations that show from one place, go through a transform, use them in another place? How do I tell you which one's the right ones? There's no way to know.
Here is Hugh Ross has responded to this. So in his Matter of Days, there's a challenge. He has a whole section dedicated to young Earth creationists challenging, modern economy. So,
I'll look at it later.
No. I'm actually sharing this on. I'm sharing.
Yeah.
This is on. Yeah.
Oh.
No. I'm sharing it on the screen.
Yeah, I mean, I want to read it later. I like you, Ross.
Oh, this is from his book, the PDF. Yeah, just basically, I won't read this whole thing, but for example, I'll just read out snippets just to show that I'm making this up. Even he said the hypothesis that Earth-based clocks ran at the same rate.
Yeah, I know that argument.
More distant cosmic clocks, and then he goes through the fact is Earth a cosmic center, and he shows the fact that this is the case.
Okay, it's just, okay. So. Humphrey. Okay, do you know you remember the rates data, right? Humphrey was part of the rates data that was trying to just show helium diffusion rates through zircon to disprove radiometric dating, right? They failed miserably on multiple different levels, but the problem is they were trying to posit this type of model. Okay, they weren't using the deep time model. They were trying to posit a model that would incorporate all the amount of energy into a specific amount of time, saying that the clocks were not synchronized. They're not synchronous clocks, and so there was no such thing to them as a biological clock. There's no such thing as a radiometric dating. It's just so nonsensical to me that they're saying these things about clocks not working. We know a clock will work, and we understand time dilation. Okay, but we don't have the ability to say we had this amount of energy released from fission reactions, right? To in the same amount of time of 7,000 years as compared to 4.54 billion years. It would be an amount of energy enough to melt the planet if that was the case. I mean, think about it. You got to account for all that evidence. I mean, all that energy. And right now, the Earth produces 10 to the 42nd power terawatts of energy just from radiation inside the Earth.
Something like 50 trillion watts of energy.
It's huge.
Yeah.
FactFinder asked a question, and if I fail to answer it, he doesn't have a mic, I'm sorry. But he says, do you believe that all evolution theory comports with reality? How do you answer?
It comports with reality based on the fact that, and here's the whole idealism thing, that I'm a realist. I believe in
what? Are you really?
The fact that physical.
I'm an instrumentalist.
What's the hang on a second. What's the philosophical term? It slipped my mind. Is it realist?
A scientific
reality
realist,
is real. It's not.
Well, no. A scientific realist will say that a scientific theory is actually what is happening. Okay, it is literally that we are describing visually and physically what we're seeing is what corresponds to reality. An instrumentalist like me, I'm a scientific instrumentalist. I think theories are just a representation of reality. I don't think we have any way of knowing if the scientific theory of gravity is really comporting exactly what's happening. I mean, is space-time really bending, or are we just using space-time to describe what we think is going on, right? I don't think we have a mechanism to differentiate. So I'm under a scientific instrumentalism. But I can understand if you're a realist. I mean, I'm not faulting you for it. It's just I don't think I can go.
Yeah, so that yes to that, where the math comports with reality, and not just that, but that did in fact exist. So when you look at Foster-Rocket, just observe the universe. It's not some holographic, quote unquote matrix.
Don't you got a lecture on the? He asked, when you get a chance, can you please share the scriptures to support evolution theory? Don't you have like a video on that or something? Because I know you have a massive thing on Genesis.
And here's
General, I showed my kids one of your videos on the speed of light, and I showed them before I showed them one of Kent Hovind's poison videos. I took them through, kids, what is light? Is the speed of light changing? Is light a particle or a wave, etc. And so I paused the video that you had where Kent Hovind was like, we don't even know what light is. And I asked the kids, I said, kids, what is light? And one of the kids raised their hand, and they were like, light is a photon. It can act as a particle or a wave. And I gave them like all these starbursts.
Damn right. That's a damn good answer too. I call it a wave hole, but yeah.
And did you see the whole clip? Because in that clip, Ken tells you, Ross, this is just icing on the cake. He goes, I wonder if Einstein got wrong. I wonder if time is the constant and is the variable. You should see in Hugh Ross's face.
You broke up. Time is the constant, and what's the variable?
And light is the variable. So instead of saying light is a constant, and can I play that in this room?
Yeah,
play it off my YouTube.
I mean, okay.
But
first of all,
I want everyone to see this.
I mean, obviously, c is a constant, and time is a variable, obviously, but it depends on if you're an A theorist or B theorist, what kind of time you're going to subscribe to.
Yeah. But I want to. Yeah, but I want to like it's so good. And then I play a clip from a science is describing what it means.
Let me point this out real quick because I have actually had younger creationists get confused here. They say, okay, this is their argument. This is how wrong it is, but they'll say, well, because we can slow down light and even stop it, right? They've stopped it in cesium crystals, and they've slowed down. Water can slow down light, so that's how you get refraction. So they say, well, we know light can slow down, therefore we have no reason to believe that the speed of light is constant because we know it changes. Well, the huge conceptual error that they're having there is that when we're saying the speed of light is constant, we're talking about the actual maximum speed light can go, which is 186,232.16 miles per hour, or 3 times 10 to the 8th. Is that correct? Meters per second. You're the metric guys. I hate the metric, but anyway, I think it's 3 times 10 to the 8th power meters per second. That's the constant. That does not change. Okay, that's the maximum speed limit of the universe. But light can go below that. It just can't go above that. Nothing can go above that, except hypothetically, there's something called tachyons, but I don't really buy into them too much.
I'll just can I play this for 5 minutes, Steve? Is that all right?
Yeah. 5 minutes.
Yep. Cool. It'll last for 5 minutes because it'll go through what Ken says, then it'll go through what Hugh Ross responds with, and that's only like 2 or 3 minutes. And then
do you guys want to watch this?
Sure.
No, it's really good because it'll be a form of education at the end of the clip because it explains
You what, Wayne?
I showed this to my kids in my class, and they got it. They understood it.
Yeah, well, Hovind is not smarter than a 5th grader.
Oh, these are
he's a 4th grader. So.
You know what's funny is, I mean, I hate to say this, but he's a personable guy. I mean, he's polite and everything. It's just, damn, is he stupid.
All right, I'll just play this from here.
All right, go nuts.
I mean, clearly, there's no case for the velocity of light varying. No, don't say there is a case for the speed of... I taught physics. We used to measure the speed of light in the hallway with rotating mirrors and a laser beam.
Do you believe that astronomers can measure the velocity of light when they look at distant stars?
If the base for measuring the speed of light is the atomic clock, I think you understand you have a rubber ruler.
Are there 13 different ways to measure the speed of light? There are many different ways to measure the speed of light. So in fact, atomic clock is only one. Do they all agree? They all agree. Same answer to 10 places of the decimal. At all different distances, all different times. If that's true, what does it mean?
That's being measured here on Earth.
No.
We don't know that the speed of light... You've never measured light out there. We don't know that the speed of light may be consistent. I don't know. My point is, we don't know what light is. Is it a wave, a particle, a photon? What is? Give me a jar of it and paint it red. Nobody knows what it is.
What do you think?
It's light. What is it?
It's a photon, which has both a wave property and a particle property. I mean, it's the principle of quantum mechanics.
Well, you're giving it a name, but that's not telling me what it is.
Well, a light packet is a set of photons.
It's a packet?
Yes.
Ziploc bag or what?
Okay, we're talking about quantum. Do you believe that quantum mechanics is true?
Well,
not all young Earth creators do. I don't know what your position is.
I guess I have to get the question phrased more clearly. Exactly what do you mean? Einstein's theory was that the speed of light is a constant. Time is the variable. Maybe he was wrong. Maybe time is the constant and light is the variable.
Okay, the velocity of light, as Einstein stated, or a vacuum, examples you gave are not vacuums, where the velocity of travel at different rates. Travels 186,000 miles per second in a vacuum, and it's a physical entity. Now, a wave peak can obviously travel from the velocity of light. In fact, you have the physical object carrying the light moving at just 2 miles an hour, and yet the peak of the wave could go 10 times the velocity of light.
Mm-hmm.
So you're misrepresenting Einstein or relativity when you say that just because a light pulse goes faster than the velocity of light, that disproves the whole idea of variable speed of light.
The group, that's the same thing as the group law.
Well, we said the pulse of light by kind of a bump. The light is brightest in the middle, and it's dimmer before and after. So if you were to see that pulse of light, it would and then dim over a very short interval of time. And the pulse is a sort of a bump. And most of the energy of the pulse is in the central part, where the light's brightest. Now, if the tube is empty, it contains empty space, then the pulse travels down the tube at a speed c. So a certain length of time it'll reach the far end of the tube. Now, let's consider a tube that contains a transparent medium, like water or glass. Now the pulse travels at a slower speed. So this pulse that travels through the medium lags behind the first pulse, the empty space pulse. It lags behind it. And this is okay. It's okay to go slower than slow. Now there are certain very special materials, special light media, at certain special frequencies of light which exhibit something called anomalous dispersion. Without going into the details, what happens to the pulse as it travels through the anomalous dispersion medium is that the pulse actually bunches up. The initial wide pulse becomes a narrow pulse. The light flash turns on and off more rapidly. And indeed, anomalous dispersion is actually how you can make very, very short light pulses that are sometimes used in experimental physics. And so if you compare this light pulse to the light pulse that traveled through the empty tube, the center of the emerging pulse can actually arrive ahead of the center of the empty space pulse. And the center is where most of the energy in the pulse is. So it looks like light energy, in this case, through the anomalous dispersion medium, light energy is going faster than c. Indeed, you'll sometimes read about such experiments in the newspaper. There'll be a headline, "Scientists make light travel faster than the speed of light." And the center of the pulse might travel 2 times or 10 times or even 100 times the speed c. So, have we violated the speed limit? Has energy traveled faster than the speed of light, traveled faster than c? Well, there's a sense in which the emerging pulse is not exactly the same energy. The anomalous dispersion medium both absorbs and emits energy as the pulse passes. So it's not exactly the same energy in a certain sense. But there's a much more important point. The important point is that when you do this, yes, the center of the pulse can arrive faster, but this only happens because the pulse gets narrower. If you look at the leading edge of the pulse, the leading edge of the light pulse never goes faster than c. Leading edge. Well, what is at the leading edge? I'll tell you what's at the leading edge. News. The news that a pulse is coming. When the leading edge reaches you, that's when you know that a light pulse is on its way. The leading edge has the information in the light pulse. The real principle is that it is impossible for information to travel faster than the speed of light. We mean, of course, the space speed of light, c.
Yeah, all right. So,
spot on. I mean, that's exactly it. The leading edge never goes faster than c. Exactly.
Yeah.
But you can have higher the group velocity, which is exactly what he's saying. I mean, the peak itself, traveling, which is the max intensity, is going to be arriving faster. But the
that's what,
knowledge of when it's the knowledge of when it's arriving, it hasn't changed.
That's what Hugh Ross was getting at with the light pulse. He's trying to explain that to Hovind, but then Hovind, it doesn't show in that clip, but Hovind turns around and says, Hovind, he says, do you know how much doctrinal baggage you have to hold on to just support this idea that you have? And it's just like, are you serious that this is some form of made-up thing that Hugh Ross is, getting at? It's amazing at the.
Let me tell you guys something too. Some guy messaged me on Instagram. I don't know if you guys are following me on Instagram or not, but some guy messaged me on Instagram yesterday, and he said, "Hey Wayne, what do you think about the dinosaurs? Do you think dinosaurs really existed?" And I'm like, "Yeah, they really existed." And he's like, "I don't know. It just seems like a hoax."
Oh God. The amount of mental manipulation these people have to go through to deny reality is just amazing. I mean, they have to give up every form of science known to man. I mean, they keep on saying that they like science, but they give up geology, they give up physics, they give up biology, they give up astronomy, they give up cosmology, they give up cosmogony, they give up, you name it, they have to give it up because everything that these scientists are saying disproves the young Earth. All of them, every one of them. There's no exceptions. And by the way, I just want to point this out to the people listening. I will be taking my channel back to my roots, and I will be discussing young Earth creationism a lot more because it seems to be popular. And this whole atheism thing, even though I know I'm right on it, and I know I have very, very smart people, both that are theist and atheist, that agree with me on it. I got to let it go at some point because there are just people out there that are just unwilling to understand what the argument's even about. And it's not really worth me pressing my time on it, as people are saying.
Does anyone know propositional logic?
What's that? I would like to get more into
Does anyone know propositional logic?
A little bit. I mean, like the Morgan's laws and all that. I mean, if I sit down with something, I can probably work out what the proposition is. Where?
Consistency.
Yeah. P and not P is equivalent to F, but I don't know what the it's a consistency principle, but I don't know exactly what it's saying.
Is that the same as a law of non-contradiction?
There are ways to write the law of non-contradiction in propositional logic. I don't remember how to do it. I mean, it's basically all that is P and not P, but I don't know. It means it's equivalent to something. I don't know what the equivalency is there. I'm sorry. I would have to look that up.
By the way, Joe.
I know you, but hang on. I know you.
Oh, sorry,
I know you definitely can write the law of non-contradiction, exclude a middle, and
this is
identity.
This is a law of excluded middle. I don't know propositional logic, by the way. I'm reading a page and I'm looking for help on this because, like that there, that's a law of excluded middle. So.
P or not P is equivalent to T. Oh yeah, because yeah, that makes sense. Because you're just saying it's either P or not P. It's true.
So if that sign there after the not P is equal to, wouldn't the first one be the law of non-contradiction? P or not P equals false.
Well, let me work out the second one. The law of fundamental is going to be P or not P. Okay, it has to be true. One of them has to be true. Okay, it's either true or false, and there's no excluded middle, right? The other one's going to say that the P and not P is false. I don't know if that's identity or contradiction.
No, the second one's identity, so it can't be. No, wait a minute. No, maybe.
No, the second one's excluded middle.
Fuck. Where's identity then?
So I have a question. Is the color?
Go ahead.
Is the color of light determined by its frequency or the wavelength?
Technically, it doesn't matter because you can convert one or the other. But we usually go by wavelength because we measure it in angstroms, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like 540 nanometers is going to be the wavelength, right?
Okay.
Either nanometers or angstroms, but we're measuring the wavelength of a light wave. But you can use a very simple formula, which is the reciprocal of the light wave. That wavelength is going to be the frequency, right?
Mm-hmm.
They're indirectly proportional to each other. But we generally go by the wavelength, from the peak to peak.
Okay.
Oh, by the way, General, I forgot to tell Rumpus, but it has been resolved. Sound is energy. The dispute is over. Okay? Just FYI. I'm not going to get into details. Sound is energy.
But didn't I already share that with you? That MIT article?
but remember there was somebody who will remain mentionless, had been saying that sound was not energy. Well, I convinced that particular person that yes, sound was energy, and so that's a resolved issue.
Oh, congratulations! That's good.
Hey, Matt.
Suddenly it's.
Why would somebody not believe that's on energy? Well, that's a good question. It was kind of odd, the reasoning. To make a long story short, basically, that sound was a type of kinetic energy, and the person didn't know that there's different types of kinetic energy. You have sound, you have kinetic, chemical, mechanical, nuclear, and that sound is actually the movement of energy, in a medium, right? But it is actually itself energy because it's measured in joules. So it's like any other wave, even though it's a transversal wave. I mean, a longitudinal rather than a transversal. Any wave is energy. Any wave has an energy to it, right? Even a simple oscillation of a spring, right? That's just basically a changing of kinetic energy into potential back and forth. But that's energy, right? That's mechanical energy at work. So anything like that is going to be energetic. So
technically, you can't hear anything in space.
Well, there's no sound in space only because there's no compression or refractions of air. There's no air in space, right?
Yep.
There is movement of particles though. There are hydrogen atoms, like one hydrogen atom for every, like cubic centimeter of space. It's very small, but it does happen. But it's only noticeable for large pressure waves. I mean, how do you think we see pressure waves in nebulas, right? It's actually a wave. Well, that wave has to go through some medium. That medium is those one freaking little hydrogen atoms every, cubic centimeter. It's amazing, but that's how it actually works.
Yeah, Steve, you're absolutely right on this point.
Yeah, it's so. Oh, God, sorry, my voice is shot to hell, but it's so funny because I generally got people like Neff and Drew going, Steve doesn't know what the fuck he's talking about. Well, get their fucking ass in here and see what I know.
It's funny because the other day I was reading a DC comic, Green Lantern, he's specific, and they have in that universe they have something that's called a source wall, and what that's supposed to be is the edge of the universe that's separating that current universe from other universes. So immediately the question hit me. I was like, okay, so what if we just one day realize that the universe is no longer expanding? It's just stuck. What would come to you guys' mind if one day they just discovered something like that?
Well, there's a problem with that because we know the universe is expanding. I mean, we actually can see that there's a force acting upon the matter.
And it's accelerating as well.
Yeah, and accelerating. Yeah. I mean, we call the force that's causing the acceleration dark energy. So when people say, "Oh, well, we don't know what dark energy is," yeah, that's true. But we know there's something causing the acceleration.
Yeah.
We know it.
Yeah, we just gave it a name. But my question is, what happens when it just stops? Would it basically collapse on itself?
Well, you're too young to remember, but there was something a long time ago called the omega point. Okay, ever heard of that?
No.
The omega point was a hypothetical point based upon gravitational expansion, slowing down the universe. So we didn't know that was expanding that long ago. Matter of fact, as far as the 80s, we had no idea that the universe was actually accelerating. We knew they were expanding, but we didn't know it was accelerating. And the omega point postulated that because they had thought that this expansion had to be slowing down, right? Energy was going down. It's just a way of everything. Like an explosion, right? Even though it wasn't. But when you look at an explosion, things slow down, right? So they were thinking that this was going to happen, and they thought, okay, if it gets to the point where it actually stops, right, becomes a steady state, well, now your prevailing force in the universe is going to be gravity at that point, which is an infinite range. Gravity has no limitation. It's the only force in the universe that has an infinite range. So all of the stuff in the universe would start having an effect on each other. And what's going to happen with that? It's going to start collapsing again.
It's going to start collapsing and all. So
yeah, so it's going to go back to that singularity, and it'd just be the cyclic effect. The problem with that is, last year even, I think it was, General can correct me, but wasn't it about a year or two ago where they found that the local geometry was actually of omega was 0, or within tolerance of 0.000000118 or something, right? But basically they realized the universe is flat. And because of that omega point, not going to happen. We know that it's going to continue to accelerate and continue on. And eventually it's going to be this place of existence that doesn't have anything in it except for like every light year there's an atom somewhere. And that's even going to decay eventually into photons. You're going to have a photonic energy source. It's going to be pure what's called heat death or entropic decay. Yeah. That's pretty much the way the universe has to end as we model it right now. Of course, it's not certainty. Things can change, but as of right now, that's what it predicts.
Yeah, wasn't this proposed by Frank Tipler?
Yeah. Yeah. Oh my goodness.
Where he says that the universe has a finite spatial topology of like a 3-sphere topology. I'm just trying to think. Let me just Google him.
Didn't he propose the physics of Christianity?
Yeah, I think it was of Judaism.
No, it's Christianity, definitely. He had a debate with Lawrence Krauss on it.
There was definitely a 3-dimensional. I look at it this way. General, I don't talk to you about this, but I look at the universe this way. I do subscribe to Penrose diagrams and Minkowski's that we live in a 3rd-dimensional universe where the 4th dimension is merely a parameter of giving us a temporal occurrence based upon entropy and time 0. So basically, all time is basically a state from one state of entropy to a higher state of entropy in reference to the universe. Okay?
Yeah, but that's that's even Lawrence Krauss proposes that.
Absolutely.
It's a standard. Yeah, exactly. I mean, all everyone in the field basically agrees with that. Like, yeah.
Yeah, and I think so. Well, and matter of fact, I had King Crocoduck on yesterday. Did you? Or not yesterday, a couple days ago. Did you watch that, General?
Yeah, I saw that. Yeah, I saw that. Yeah.
And awesome dude, and he's studying to get his, I think his PhD in cosmology. or astronomy. I think it's astrophysics. And
Oh,
we
wow.
had talked. Yeah, we had talked about everything from lambda CDM and various Big Bang cosmology, and he was talking about prior to the Big Bang, prior to t equals 0 Planck's time. I'd asked him, is it really kind of nonsensical to talk about time before Planck's time, right? I mean, what concept does that really even mean? And he had one of the best answers I've never heard of before. He said that there's a model up there that actually posits that the universe was running backwards prior to that. That entropy was actually going down in the universe, so it's such that literally things would, instead of being broken, would come back together.
Isn't that Sean Carroll's position?
I have no idea. I had never heard of it before. I was like, fuck,
Yeah,
this is
Sean
bullshit.
Carroll's position.
Is it?
Yeah,
I think Sean Carroll said that.
Yeah, it's a Carroll chain model.
I can just tell you right now, I never heard of that before, so you got one up on me on
Is
that
this
one.
the same thing where Brian Greene, he was trying to explain it where if somebody broke like a piece of glass, you can rewind the velocity and you can rewind the glass or something like that?
Well, yeah, I mean, obviously, if you didn't have entropic problems, you could rewind and do that. But the second law of thermodynamics states that the entropy of the universe is always going to go up, okay? The net entropy. And that it's an isolated system. The only true isolated system is the universe, right? So when they say, well, evolution violates the second commandment, the evolution violates the second law of thermodynamics, they're making two mistakes. They're making a mistake in biology, and they're making a mistake in physics. Because one, obviously, biology is not an isolated system. It's an open system. And two, it only applies to the universe. It only applies to how entropy is going to be going up in the universe, not on a local domain. Something locally can go down entropically. We know this. It happens all the time. Any chemical reaction, you can have that.
But if the universe is a closed system,
isolated.
Yeah.
I would prefer to say isolated. Yeah. The reason I say isolated because it used to be they used to say closed and isolated with the same thing. That presents a little problem in certain problems of physics, like the Maxwell's demon problem. So, really, if you want to say it correctly, an open system is any system that allows mass, energy, or information across the boundary of the system. A closed system is any system that only allows mass or energy, and then an isolated system allows no mass, energy, or information. And that plays into some other things later on. When you get into some more advanced physics, because information is a huge thing in physics, obviously. And so when I get these questions like, well, can you explain the informational complexity of a mutation going into a large morphological change? I'm like, fucking A, that's word salad, man. They have no idea what they're talking about when it comes to informational systems like that. And Sam loves to ping on that because Sam is bioinformatics. That's his specialty.
Hey Joe, why were you asking me how long I was going to be around?
Oh,
we don't want you to die soon. I mean, hope you're in
no,
good health. Eat well.
I kind of realized an issue that might come with your upholding divine simplicity in order to get away from the Euthyphro dilemma, right? Divine simplicity, according to the SCP, upholds that God lacks temporality. But that might be a problem if you agree with Craig that when God creates the universe, he becomes temporal.
Yeah, it would be if you took that view of Craig.
Yeah, I was going to ask you, you disagree with Craig about that God becomes temporal when the universe...
No, not necessarily, but people confuse two things. Like, let's say someone presents a dilemma like the Euthyphro dilemma, and then someone proposes a resolution to the Euthyphro dilemma, and then someone poses an objection to that. So I'm looking at that objectively. I'm not interested in my view at that point. I'm looking to resolve. I'm looking to see if the objection raised is in fact a defeater to the third horn, not whether I hold that particular view. So someone who doesn't even hold to divine simplicity could say, well, wait a minute, your objection wouldn't hold for anyone who held to the doctrine of divine simplicity. And that's true. I mean, Maximus has said himself, yeah, on divine simplicity, this Euthyphro fails. It's duff. It doesn't work.
Yeah, but he doesn't. I don't think he accepts the kalam. That's the thing. I think that divine simplicity is denied to anyone. At least the kalam as formulated by Craig. That's why I was wondering if you formulated it differently, such that God doesn't become temporal with the creation of time.
The Kalam nowhere states whether God is temporal with the universe or atemporal with the universe.
No, that's what Craig. He says that.
No, that's his view. No, that's his view.
Mm-hmm. I mean, the column itself, I agree with you.
It's not part of the Kalam cosmological argument.
No, but he makes an argument for why it is the case that God has to become temporal.
Yeah, only so he can interact with the physical universe.
Yeah.
But that's the interaction problem he's dealing with there. Someone who holds to the timelessness of God with and without the universe, they would have to deal with the interaction problem in a different way. But they wouldn't they wouldn't be denying the deity of God or going against the simplicity of God.
Hey, in the outside chat, Uriah Christensen gave you the law of non-contradiction, excluded middle, and the rest in predicate form, or excuse me, in propositional form.
That's ironic because he challenged me. He said you won't find these laws in propositional logic. That's why I was researching the thing.
Oh, well, I don't know. I'm going to ask him. I mean, hey, Uriah, I totally used Uriah's predicate logic in my video, and of course I gave him full credit for it. But I liked it. I mean, his predication was good, and nobody's argued against it except for Rumpus. Was the only person that said that he messed up, and Rumpus can't explain to me why Uriah messed up. He said he basically said he arbitrarily put non-theist where it was and atheist where it was, and I'm like, no, there's nothing arbitrary about it. You're taking the negation of BI, right? And the negation of BI, okay, excuse me, the negation of BI is going to be a non-theist. So you have BI being I believe, and was it a theist population belief, and you have BI equals something as the atheist belief. And then the theist would be DG, and the atheist would be non-GG. There's nothing arbitrary about it.
But the reason I haven't made any comments on the argument presented is because it's the first time I've seen it. So you can't previously comment on it. Now I've seen it.
Oh, he says they're not axioms in propositional logic, and that makes more sense.
But that's not his claim. And I have I'm looking at a website just now. This is from a math site. The 3 classic laws of thought. Then it said, this is a concluding paragraph. The last 2 form the basic technique of reductio ad absurdum, as well as being fundamental to the study of propositional logic, and that's the law of non-contradiction, law of excluded middle.
So what am I saying, Ace? What am I hawking for you now? What am I pimping for you?
Oh, I'm not asking you to pimp anything. I'm asking if I can shill myself. Because I don't want to.
That's a very inappropriate thing to do in a hangout.
Yeah, I mean, wait till we're off. Yeah, if you want to get naked like the rest of us, we do that right after we go off air. No.
Yeah. No, that's not planning. Like you
have a presentation. Is that what you want to do?
Oh yeah. Well, you've seen my weekly hangs that I do on emergent phenomena. I just want to maybe borrow some of the smart people you have in the room for maybe about an hour. I don't want to steal them. I just want to borrow them.
Well, I mean, are you running it on your channel?
Yeah.
When are you running it?
Well, I run it every.
Smart people.
I've been inviting you. I don't think you've joined, but I run it every week. Where it's me and Cliff Stamp and Helena Handbasket have been doing a.
Yeah, I got Stamp blocked.
Oh, you do?
Yeah.
Oh, why?
Well, Cliff Stamp stole his mama.
Yeah, he took my mama, and no, Cliff Stamp broke a cardinal rule with me. Just to live that way.
Oh, okay. Well, I'm sorry to hear that, but yeah, the 3 of us.
I mean, he's a nice guy. I like him a lot. He's a really smart guy, but he crossed the line, and I have very low threshold for certain things. That's all.
Oh, I'm sorry, but yeah, I don't know. I just came in here to chill for my hangout a little bit. That's all.
I mean, what time you doing it? At 6?
Yeah, well, whenever everybody responds, because everybody's still kind of at work right now, so whenever everybody gets off to work, so it might be in an hour or two.
Yeah, that's fine. Just hawk away, buddy.
Oh, okay, cool. I really appreciate it. So yeah, I'll be hosting a hangout on emergent phenomena, or I have been hosting a series on emergent phenomena on my channel Philoso Hangs. And this week's topic is on patterns in biology. Last week's topic was chaos theory. That was a really fun hang. But so they're only about an hour long. We follow a Coursera course. The Coursera courses, as you can guess, on emergent phenomena. And it'll be starting in, I don't know, an hour or two. So if anybody wants a link, either ask me in the outside chat or whatever. So Steve, I appreciate the platform you gave me.
Are you delving into like strange attractors?
We did last time. Mm-hmm.
I would have been interested in that.
Yeah, I wish you would have been there. It would have been really cool.
Are you going to be getting into? You're talking about patterns in biology. I mean, when I think of patterns, right?
Stripes, spots, all, the emergence of all that.
Mandelbrot,
exactly.
The Fibonacci sequence.
Yep, that's what we'll be talking about today.
I mean, yeah, I would be interested in it. I mean, because I find that the golden ratio still to this day is an amazing.
That's on topic today.
It's not a formula. It's a.
It's a phi, right?
No, but yeah, but I mean the actual the formula for the golden ratio was a square root 1 minus plus or minus 5i over 2 or something.
Yeah,
I can't remember off the top of my head. But that thing is found all over the place. I mean, it's found literally all kinds of nature. Seashells have it. Mollusks have it.
Exactly.
The human body is ratioed by it.
Yep.
But it's not a formula. It's called a.
Well, it's a ratio between squares, right? Something like that.
Well, there is a there's a ratio. I mean, that's why it's called the golden ratio.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't remember I don't remember what it is. The square root of 1. Fuck. Plus and minus 25i over 2 or something. Or 5i. 5i over 2. 1 minus the square root of 5i over 2. Is that what it is? I can't look this shit up. I swear to God, I can't. I can't open another window, so I mean, everything I do online, I can call by memory.
Oh, and so next week's course is going to be about quantum coherence, many body states, and quantum computing too.
Oh God. Quantum coherence and decoherence, wonderful.
Yeah. And then the last one is going to be on consciousness. And then after the last one, we're actually starting a new series on the origin of the concept of the spirit in history.
There was a hangout the other day, Ace. You're going to get a kick out of this.
Yeah.
Nobody else is going to get a kick at this, maybe General. But do you know Stizer?
Yeah.
Okay, Stizer was in a hangout, and he was just drunk off his ass, and he wouldn't shut up, right? And he's like, well, I've studied quantum mechanics for 16 years. And I'm like, oh, you can read broad-ket notation? He's like, what's that?
Oh,
I'm like,
really?
I'm like, wait, do you know what a complex conjugate is?
Oh, my gosh.
Yeah, that doesn't deal with quantum mechanics. I'm like, oh, my God.
Yeah, broad-ket is like the first thing you learn.
I was losing my mind. I was like, how the hell can you study quantum mechanics for 16 years and you don't even know what broad-ket notation is or a complex conjugate?
Yeah.
And I was even trying to show him. I just picked something random shit. I said, like, I think I used 2 plus 3i. And I said, look, all you do is you take 2 plus 3i, you make it 2 minus 3i, you factor it out, you do your foil thing, and I think it came out to like 13, if I remember correctly.
Mm-hmm.
And it all does is get rid of your imaginary number.
Right.
Not that hard, right? Oh, no, fucking A. It was like, I might as well be teaching a fucking three-year-old differential equation.
Well, Steve, we'll definitely need you next week then when we're talking about quantum stuff.
Well, I mean, I don't remember anything, dude.
Oh, don't worry about it. Well, look,
how long have you been out of it?
Well, basically all we've been doing is following this Coursera course. So this is a Coursera course on emergent phenomena. We're just going week by week, and so each week we have a hang on each week's lecture. So this week's lecture was on patterns in biology. Next week's lecture is going to be on quantum stuff.
1 second, it's just because Fact lady. Hey, Factfighter, what you're welcome to come in anytime and hang out and listen. My channel is an open hang for anybody to come in. All we like to do is talk about science and educate people and bitch about other people. We do that as well. But I mean, I don't know why everybody, well, not everybody, a couple people think that my hangout's some kind of like weird fuck fest going on. It's it's not. We make it a little heated every now and then, but the reality is we're having dialogue. And that's what even Tommy, we'll sit here for hours and talk to Tommy about anything. So, yeah, please feel free to drop in, man. It's all good, seriously. Glad you learned. Glad you picked up something. And by the way, I'm glad that you actually agree with me on the whole atheist thing.
Joe was an excellent participant last week, actually.
Yeah.
Joe?
Hey, Matt, did you see in the side chat? Craig puts he puts a formal argument, and in at least 2 different articles on reasonable faith, he insists that God becomes temporal.
Yeah, but you could. I mean, I would deny premise 1.
You would deny, what is it? That God is creatively active in the temporal world.
Yeah, God creates the universe. What did he create after that?
Well, the thing is well, that runs into other issues, but like Craig, he's adamant that it's required for God to become temporal with the causation, with the cause of the universe, with the cause of space-time.
I don't think that's the case, because it says God is creatively active in the temporal world. So that's not talking about the creation of the temporal world, which I agree that God creates the temporal world, but it doesn't. I don't see why. Let's say God creates the universe, and he doesn't create like an original creation after that. I mean, everything flows from that original creation. So where's he creatively active in the temporal world?
Well, it's causing. If you read the very, I think the first one, it talks about his causal act of creating the universe requires.
Yeah, but Craig also admits that, like for example, Craig takes a lot of positions. Like that's his position, but he'll then argue, like he does with Wes Morriston. For me, like he says, I'm open to it. The column doesn't depend on God being atemporal without the universe. God could be temporal without the universe. He's open to both of those. And again, I think he'd be open to timeless proponents here.
Well, that's the issue, though, is that you can, I mean, atemporal, I assume that's fine with divine simplicity. But if you want to follow the same pattern to justify the Kalam as Craig does, then you have to accept that God. You don't? Okay.
No. I want to make my own version. I want to make a version that I think is true for me.
Well, is it the case that your version of the Kalam, as it stands, it doesn't speak about God coming into temporality?
No.
I did like a look over your, which ones? It's just the most recent post. How many premises does it have?
Oh, I can't remember. I've done so many. I've done about 7 versions of the column, but none of them refer to God being temporal with the universe. The same as none of the premises, even in a extended format by Craig, refer to God being temporal with the universe. I mean that's a side argument to the column. So the column could be a sound deductive argument, showing that it's rational to believe that God exists. And without any mention of the atemporality or even the aseity of God. The aseity is not an issue on the column. In fact, the aseity of God could be said to be particular to the God of Christianity, whereas the column is not proposing the God of Christianity, just the philosopher's God or the God of deism.
Well, I mean, the thing is, I'm reading right now what he's saying. There's a state of affairs in the actual world in which God exists timelessly sans creation. That state is causally but not temporally prior to creation, in the sense that the being who exists in such a state brings the universe into being by an exercise of his causal power. When does he do so? At the moment of creation, of course. And so X begins to exist at T if and only if X comes into being at T. B, X comes into being at T if and only if A, X exists at T, and the actual world includes no state of affairs in which X exists timelessly.
Yeah, that's him defining what he means by begins to exist.
Yeah, exactly. But the thing is that since the position seems perfectly coherent, we're not for. Oh wait. Since God fails to meet condition I of part B, which is X exists at T, and the actual world includes no state of affairs in which X exists timelessly. So God fails to meet condition I of B. He cannot be said to begin to exist at T, for he does not come into being at T. Since this position seems perfectly coherent, we're not forced into the questioner's paradox. In saying that the Father is timeless, the Son is temporal, and the Father simultaneously causes the Son, you drive your perceived contradiction into the very being of God. We've already agreed that a timeless being cannot, on an A theory of time, be the cause of a temporal being, much less a simultaneous cause, for then they would have to exist at the same time. In saying that the Son is not eternal, I hope you don't mean that he began to exist. For then the Son is not God, but a creature which God the Father has made. Since God is essentially necessary and eternal and exists AC, the doctrine of the emanation of the Son and the procession of the Spirit is that these are eternal relations within the Godhead. Moreover, if your view the Father is not omniscient, so I can't see that any of the persons in the Trinity are divine in such a view. But the thing is that if the Son's temporal and it's in the Godhead, then it is the case that God doesn't lack temporality on this conception of God, and so you can't use this conception of God and also say that you uphold divine simplicity.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. I'm thinking the exact same thing all night last night, man. I couldn't even sleep until I resolved that.
I swear to God we'll define something in like 10 minutes, Steve. I swear to God.
Yeah, I mean, I'll look at the argument, but I don't think it relates to the Callum. I think it's basically, and I think if he, like someone who believed that God is timeless with and without the universe, so never becomes temporal, they could still put forward the Callum. And if it doesn't matter whether you, and I think Craig would concede that. I think he would say, yeah, the Callum does not, the truthfulness of the conclusion of the Callum is not contingent upon whether you believe that God is timeless or posit that God is timeless without and temporal with, or timeless with and without. And that's
okay.
That's the only part of interest I have.
All right, I promise, Steve, we would define something and then
something is
about that for 20 minutes. So I define atheism as butt sex. Go.
And you are the biggest atheist I know. That makes sense. Yes.
Nice. All right. Well, I'll stop boring up the room then. Bye, everyone.
No, don't you leave me, Joe. I'm too tired tonight. We definitely need to get together and suss out some things. I really think
Hey, Tommy's in the room.
Yeah.
You have a young earth creationist there. You should be engaging.
It's just Tommy.
Stop deflecting.
Yeah, I know. I'm a runner. What can I say?
Yeah, stop deflecting.
I've been up for 40 hours or where the hell it is. This hangout's got about
the issue.
Less than an hour to go, and then it goes off air. Yeah. General should have a little run-in with Tommy there. That'd be fun. I'd listen to that.
Well, every time I do, Tommy keeps neglecting what I have to say, so there's no point.
And this is new because what?
Such as what?
You didn't even watch my video. Bomb, man. It's like 7 minutes.
I just haven't been around all day. I've been busy all day.
All right, we'll watch it tonight. Promise?
Yeah, I'm gonna watch it.
It's so funny because I swear to God, every theist was like, "Yeah, man. Yeah, Steve, you're fucking right, man." And every educated atheist is going, "Yeah, totally. I mean, that's just exactly the way it is." And all these fucking atheists that I swear to God, they sound like True Empiricism's younger dumb brother, just going, "No, laxism. It's Simon something or other, Simon Seeker of Truth. This guy made a video about me. He made a video on me. He didn't have the balls to come into a hangout and actually talk about this. He actually called Hogtie Champ a fuckwit, and he basically made a video saying that, he spells my name wrong, by the way, and he makes a video about me saying that I have no idea what I'm talking about, and that atheism is just a lack of belief, and that they have no burden or epistemological standard of criteria, which is basically your how you justify your belief system. That's it, right? And they're saying, well, atheists don't have to justify their beliefs. Well, the bullshit, they don't. Atheism is like any other position. It is an assertion of something. You have to justify it. And everybody that knows philosophy knows this shit. You have these other guys listening to Matt Dillahunty and Aaron Ra, and they're like, I don't have to justify my position. I just have to let you say everything, and I just go, you didn't meet your burden. Yeah, no, it's silly.
Mm-hmm.
And plus, it's boring discussions, too. If I want to listen to an atheist and theist go at it, I want them both to be engaged in I want to see the argumentations of both sides. That's why I'm an agnostic.
Steve, have you come across a guy named, a young creationist named Glenn Jackson? Glenn Charles Jackson.
No. But I just realized I have 4 theists and me in here. That's unusual. But yeah, no, I haven't. Be gentle with me. I bruise easily.
He seems to be a new big voice in the whole thing.
Glenn Jackson?
Yeah.
Is he a young
Charles. Yeah, he's a young author. Yeah.
Get me in touch with him.
He's using the same material of Kent's. He claims to be a doctor, and he claims to have taught high school for like 6 years or something.
That's fine. I don't give a shit. He has 3 PhDs. If he's a young earther, I'll
and
take
4
him
different
on.
degrees. And
yeah, well, give him my number, man. Tell him how to find me. I'm here. I mean, I can't get too many of them to come in anymore. The last one that does was what's his name, Justin, and that was like 8 hours we had talked. He was a nice kid. I think he got his ass handed to him because when he started his precept shit, but he was a nice
Justin.
kid. Yeah. You know him?
No, I think I forget. I forget the. I don't remember that. Like I don't remember that time.
Yeah, he's a young earther, but he started running his precept, and did he pick the wrong time to do it? Because there's like me, Floyd.
Wait, is Justin the one with the red shirt? I think in his photo.
No, he's a black and white photo. Very clean cut, black guy.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, and I was in that hangout, wasn't I?
Yeah, I think he did pop in. I think his next name is Wilson, Justin Wilson. Is that right? Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, really nice guy. Yeah. I liked him. I really was. I was impressed that he actually held in there for so long. And then Tommy was like, "Oh, well, you're picking on the picking on the little guy. I can defeat your arguments." And I'm like, "Well, he's the one that wants to talk. We had talked for like 8 hours, and he was like, "Yeah, I don't need any help. Whatever."
Well, he was, he was actually more informed than I first initially thought after I was watching him for a while. But he was kind of letting you get away with some things you shouldn't have gotten away with. But I wanted to ask General, what exactly was I avoiding? I forgot what you said the word was, or that I didn't address that you brought up.
Oh, it's just a little. It's an Australian way of speaking in the sense of the facts are presented, but you just neglect it. So you.
Well, such as what?
Shy. Well, the last time we spoke was on Wayne's channel, and we were describing Psalm 104, I think it was.
Oh yeah. Well, that topic, as I explained, is not really my forte. So I'll be glad to have a discussion with anybody on it, but that's not something I can debate. I mean, that's just that's your thing, and obviously you're good at it, but it's not really my thing. So it's not that well, we were talking. Well, we kind of bounced around to several things, but basically we went from the flood being a worldwide flood, or arguing that, or arguing basically young Earth creation or old Earth based on biblical theology, interpretation, and that's just. I mean, other people can debate that, but I just don't.
Oh, I couldn't. I can't, not from the biblical point of view, because I don't know.
Are you a young Earth creationist because of the science or because of Bible?
Well, I mean, I would say at this point it's both, but it's certainly backed up. It's certainly backed up by science. But yes, I have a literal reading of Genesis and of the Bible as a whole. But it's backed up certainly. I believe within myself by the science. Do what?
If the Bible didn't exist, would you be a young Earth creationist?
Yeah, I think I would. It doesn't. Well, it's hard to say because I'm so far into this, but yeah, I think there's plenty of evidence to suggest that we're living a giant miracle. But
well, that's not the question, though. The question, though, is what in the science would. Okay, you got to remember,
this is what I'm getting at. But it's deflecting the question.
Yeah, Jendal is a concordance. Okay, he's a concordance. He actually believes in the Bible. It actually predicts.
Yeah, there's several lines of evidence that I could point to.
Okay, well, what evidence would you say, though? What he's asking you, though, is if you didn't have the Bible, how do you arrive at 7,000 to 10,000 years? What in science gives you that number?
Well, I mean, there's lots of little hints spread out everywhere, such as, and I was just talking to Wayne about this the other day regarding, and I know you and I have gone through it, Steve, but the complete lack of human fossils, and I'm talking about the most ancient of humans, the Neanderthals, Homo erectus, and the such. There's only a few hundred of these individuals, whereas if they live for several 100,000 years, there should be gazillions of these bones, considering that the bones that are dug up nowadays are not fossilized. So
okay, but how did I get?
Hang on, just there's no reason.
Yeah, but then that's a faulty population model, though. Like,
hang on,
you can. There are such things as
General. Let Tommy finish, please.
Okay. Yeah, so I'm just saying. I was almost done.
I can interrupt him. No, I'm just kidding. That's not good.
There's no reason to have to depend on the argument that fossilization is a rare process if indeed all these bones that are unearthed are unfossilized, and DNA can be extracted from them, and their civilizations are found. I don't want to say easily, but science has been able to find them pretty successfully. So they should be if they live for think about it, hundreds of thousands and thousands of years. There should be more than just this small smattering of these individuals.
How does that get you to How does that get you to 7,000 to 10,000 years? Let's assume that's true. Then what? How do we get to 7,000 to 10,000 years? Is what I want to know.
Well,
I don't want to see the negative. I don't want to see the negative evidence. I want to see the positive evidence for 7,000 to 10,000 years.
Well, if it would be, one of your favorite words, predictions. If the world was 7,000 or 10,000 years old, then the prediction would be you'd have relatively few individuals unearthed.
The argument seems like a non sequitur to me.
It is a non sequitur, but hang on. What's the difference between 7,000 to 10,000, 20 to 30,000, 40 to 50,000, 50 to 100,000, 100 to 200,000? Where are you pinpointing the 7,000 to 10,000 model? Well, that's what I'm not getting.
Well, no, I can't pinpoint it to 7 or 10. That would be difficult. I'll give you that.
So what? That. So again, answering the question, what makes you a young Earth creationist by the science? If there's no science that points to 7,000 to 10,000 years.
Well, another one is the idea that I find it really truly hard to believe that I even hate to say this now, but that organisms could have soft tissue in their bones and be 80 million years old. Now, how long could soft tissue last, and how long could bones exist in the ground without fossilizing and without decomposing? I don't know, but it doesn't make sense that these ancient creatures could actually be that ancient. I don't believe they could last more than just a few thousand years in the ground without decaying completely, without disintegrating,
or
without fossilizing.
Yeah, give us the model that dates them back to 7,000 to 10,000 years old.
Well, again, I wouldn't suggest that I can do that. I mean, I would say.
So again, what model puts you there, Tommy?
No, your arguments are negating an old Earth, not giving evidence for a young Earth.
They would be consistent with a young Earth model.
All right, let's say let's say everything you said is true, hypothetically. Okay, for arguendo, everything you said is true. How do I know it's 7 to 10? Why it's not 50 to 100,000 or 100 to 1,000,000? Where are you drawing this line of demarcation to 7 to 10,000 years, which is the young Earth creationist model? Where's the line of demarcation for that?
I don't know that I would claim that I have one, but
So you wouldn't be a young Earth creationist if you didn't have the Bible then, because you wouldn't know what dates to even have.
Why don't you just bite the bullet?
Now listen to me. You're not listening to me. The most ancient of organisms, well, not the most ancient, but dinosaurs are very ancient organisms, 100,000 or 100 million years old. So if these are indeed the most ancient, or some of the most ancient of organisms, and their bones actually support these soft tissues, and I don't believe that they could last more than a few thousand years in the ground like that, undecayed, undecomposed, and still sporting soft tissue.
Well, that's a fallacy of incredulity.
Well, I mean, yeah, I mean that you're asking me. I mean, the issue is what everybody believes. I don't think that's believable.
Well, what is Matt? Can you? I mean, Matt, can you help me out a little bit? Because what were you going to say?
If you're going to be if you're going to be a young Earth creationist, you should just bite the bullet and say you're a young Earth creationist based on divine revelation, and science must comport to divine revelation, and in fact, it does comport to divine revelation.
Well, he was asking me what science. He was asking me about the science, so I was just trying to answer a few.
Well, he asked you why you're a young Earth creationist, and you tried to fumble the answer about it by saying it was based on science.
Well, the question was really proposed was, if you didn't have the Bible, what would make you a young creationist? Creationist, meaning 7,000 to 10,000 years, and there's absolutely nothing in science.
I'll give you something. I'll give you something else. I think we're all. I think we're all devolving. I think the information is going downhill. I think genetics. Go ahead.
Tommy, again, this doesn't get you where you want to go.
How long can genomic decay last, Steve? How long can we go downhill and not engage in a genomic meltdown?
Assuming that, again, for the okay, there's no such thing as genomic decay, but let's assume that there is. Again, how does it get you to 710 and not 10 to 20, 20, 30?
No, I told you, Steve. I give you that. Right. I cannot make it. I cannot make it specifically 7.
Right, that's the problem, Tommy. Because if you didn't have the Bible, you didn't have anybody else telling you, oh, the model's 7,000 years, you would have no scientific way to ever come up with those numbers.
Well, but the word young, when you say young, that's kind of a broad. That's probably a broad term. Yes. I mean, young compared to many billions of years old could be 100,000 years. So.
Okay, but that's not young Earth creation.
Yeah, but again, it's Tommy. It's all the could be's. Like, give me a precise date. Like, I can give you a precise date for the Earth with a certain error bar. Can you do the same with the supposed young Earth model?
Well, here's the thing about miracles. I mean, I sort of celebrate this, and I know you don't understand this, but miracles cannot be proven scientifically. You can't go back in history and prove a miracle within a certain, on a certain date. So you're kind of asking me to do something I think you guys know is impossible.
Well, no, he's
asking.
Yeah, but
then again, the Bible says that miracles.
But he asked you. He asked you specifically without the Bible.
You see, Tommy, I'm going to refute. I'm going to refute that proposition by saying that God Himself says He has to accommodate Himself with the laws of nature. He can't just arbitrarily do things.
What are the laws of nature?
Whatever you experience in this, like the universe, basically.
Well, we don't know what those are, so that's kind of a silly statement because you don't know what they are.
Wait, we don't know what the laws of the universe are? Of course we do.
No, you don't.
I used to have hundreds of them memorized. Yes, we do. I literally had over 100
these laws. You don't know what the extent of them on Google Hangouts.
What?
What about Lazarus?
For you to be on this Hangout, there's certain laws that encompass the way the circuitry works in your computer.
Right, but that's not the extent of the laws. I mean, obviously some of the laws can be known, but we don't know how far the laws can be stretched. It doesn't matter if
it's not the extent. The point is that this is one facet of the universe we're utilizing.
Okay, so when I say you don't know what the laws of the universe encompass or extend to, that is a true statement.
We know the fabric of the cosmos. We know what encompasses the fabric. We just utilize what's necessary for silicon-based computation.
All right. So you can do that, but I mean, science is still trying to unravel some of these big questions and question marks all the time regarding physics. They're still trying to figure out the math on all of it, and they can't do it. So there's no way to know what all these laws are without knowing the math.
Yeah, but notice those problems are still within the reality of, physical reality. Are you going to then posit that those things are in the quote-unquote miracle sphere?
Okay, well, you've defined the laws of physics as in physical reality. So that's
By the
kind
way,
of
the oldest DNA ever extracted, I believe, was 100,000 years. I don't know where you're getting this 426 million years. The oldest DNA was from mammoths that were living between 45,000 and 100,000 years ago. But DNA...
There's also mastodons, which is, I think,
mastodon.
1 million.
I was talking about Neanderthals.
All right, mastodon. You're right. Mastodons go higher. But I mean, the reality is we don't know how long DNA can last because we only have seen it last in certain situations. We can say, okay, DNA has a half-life of this in this situation, right? But we know we can go much further. We've got DNA.
No,
was it a million years?
We would use induction, what we do know, not what might be the case. We would inductively say.
We do know that it was at least 1 million years old. I think it's 1 million is about right. I don't know if we get this 525 million years though. Yeah, but they're not. Yeah, I know what the Lazarus bacteria is. Yeah. I didn't think they were living cultures, and I thought they were DNA fragments, but maybe I'm wrong on that. I will look into that because I do know what the Lazarus bacteria is.
Gee, this is scientific. This is what you present as scientific evidence, not what is, but what you present as scientific evidence. And all of this.
Yeah, but the scientific evidence for a model that puts it at 7,000 to 10,000 years does not exist. There's no scientific evidence. You can't even argue a point of scientific evidence.
Young Earth creationism does not mean I believe that the Earth is 7,000 to 10,000 years old. You're saying that the young is that science is that you're saying that you have the belief that the Earth is young. You're not putting a figure on that. You're just saying it's a young Earth. It's thousands of years old, not millions and billions.
Well, generally speaking, the young Earth creationist model, as promoted by Hovind, is 7,000 to 10,000 years old. That's a fact. That's what
based on biblical revelation, yeah.
Well, I base it on Usher's chronology.
Yeah, so he's not basing.
I think Tommy follows
that year on. He's not basing that time scale on science. He's just saying. He's just saying. Yeah, he's just saying the science. On his view, the science speaks against what the old Earth, the millions, the scientific view, and it supports a young Earth. And this is the kind of evidence he supports, which is all wrong, by the way. I don't believe this.
No, I know that. But Tommy, what if you had to put a time frame on the age of the Earth? What would you give it as a range?
You're asking me? I don't really know, but I would say, I don't know, 7,000, 7,000, maybe 6, 7, 10,000.
Why that figure? Where did you get the figure?
Why that? Yeah, it's kind of arbitrary.
You have to know. I mean, you have to realize that I'm coming from a Christian, and with the biblical worldview. So I believe, with the chronologies or the ancestry that's kind of spelled out in the Bible, leading back to Abraham, and then before that.
But Genesis. So the Genesis 5 genealogy is not even a genealogy.
Okay. Well, I read it. I read it as a literal, little historical record. So.
But you know what?
That's not how Moses would have read it.
But it doesn't matter how you read it. But it doesn't matter how you read it because General had asked the question: without the Bible, how do you support the young Earth creationist model, which even said 7,000 to 10,000 years? So I'm not pulling that out of my ass scientifically. And all you did was give negative evidence.
That's not negative. No, Steve, look, I'm looking. Okay, just take the Neanderthals, the 300 or 400 of the individuals that they have actually uncovered. That is not negative evidence. That is the fossil evidence that they've actually uncovered. That's the hard evidence. You guys are the ones that are having to add in all these missing people that must have existed over hundreds of thousands or maybe 2 million years if you count the Homo erectus line. So you have 2 million years of basically upright humans, fire making, burying their dead, crossing oceans, all these millions of years of this, 2 million years, and that is the hard evidence. I've got the hard evidence on my side that actually points to.
There could be 3, and that wouldn't support.
Yeah.
No, it wouldn't.
how do you get from the Denisovians, the Neanderthals, and Homo erectus, and Homo heidelbergensis, right? The main groups, the four main groups. How does that get you to 10,000 years ago? Because we automatically know that Homo neanderthals died out 30 to 40,000 years ago. That's a scientific fact.
Okay, well, no, it's not a fact.
Wait. According to science, that is a fact. Okay. Now you can disagree with that fact. Go.
Yes, I disagree with that fact.
Okay. Now show us your science if that's wrong.
Hey, Tommy, you were doing quite good there because you actually said my worldview is based on the biblical worldview, and that's where I'm getting it from. You should not deviate from that position if you're challenged to say where you're getting the 7 to 10,000 from. Yeah, but you should go on to say, but scientifically speaking, all I'm proposing scientifically is that the Earth is a lot younger, thousands, not millions of years old.
I think what he's telling you is science is not going to get you where you want to go.
Hang on a second. That's not even a science.
I'm not trying to prove. I'm not trying to prove 7,000 years with science. So I think that's the problem you guys are having.
No, I don't want you to prove it.
But hang on. I'm giving you evidence.
At least you're being honest there.
Okay, yes, what is the evidence
that's consistent with that?
Okay, what is the evidence that all these species lived coextensively together around 7 to 10,000 years ago? Look at their contemporaries. What is your evidence that supports that?
Well, we have look at the fossils that are dug up. I mean, you have all kinds of creatures, old and young, that were fossilized at the same time, and science has gone all over the world and found fossils up on mountains, that aren't necessarily that are sea creatures. There are, like I say, they're just. I think the fossil evidence alone will show what you're explaining.
You don't see this to be a non sequitur, right? You're not even answering the question. The question is, how do you get to 10,000 years? And you're just arbitrarily throwing stuff out. You're just saying,
wait,
fossils,
Steve.
fossils.
Okay.
Well, what is it about the fossils?
Wait, Steve.
Hey, come on. Will you show me the phylogenetic tree that gets from today's fossil? What we see from the fossils back then to what we see today? I mean, what evidence are you looking at? You're just saying fossils.
What do you mean? What does the phylogenetic tree going to have to do with anything? That is just a man-made construct.
You don't believe you and a Neanderthal share a common ancestor?
No, it's more proper to speak about the bush, not the tree.
Well, it really has nothing to do with anything.
Hang on a second. Tommy just said something that's actually key to this discussion. So when you brought up the whole fossils on top of mountains, so going back to our prior discussion on Wayne's channel in regards to the fact that the Bible says that the flood was not global. So when I demonstrate that the flood is not global from the Bible, how are you then going to explain the fossils on top of mountains?
Okay, that is a follow. When you say it's non-global, I don't really put much credence in that.
No, hang on a second. Follow my logic here. So I've demonstrated that from the Bible alone, that this flood, which you are using to be a global thing, and hence the fossils are, on top of mountains because of the flood.
Because the water
covered. So if I
can
mountains. Demonstrate from the Bible alone that the flood was not global, it was a local judgment. That means the fossils on top of mountains will not be at all causally linked.
That would follow your position,
flood,
right? But it doesn't follow my position because I read the Bible as it stated that the waters rose above all the mountains. So I believe that, and that's a very good explanation for how and why you'd have whale fossils and other fish fossils on top of mountains.
Whale fossils.
Whale fossils.
There's no
whale fossils on top of mountains.
Tommy, this is what happens. Okay?
I could have sworn I came across that before.
Oh my god!
Wait a second. Wait. If there's seashell fossils on top of mountains, what is so illogical about whales or other sharks being on top of mountains?
Right, I'm going to explain to you because these things happened hundreds and hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of millions of years ago before mammals even existed. Okay, now look at you imagine a flat plane, okay, and that's your ocean bed, okay, and there are two plates that are being pressed together, like your fingertips. You press them together. Now there starts having a slippage. Okay, you have one plate, okay, like the mid-Atlantic plate, going down and going. It's called subduction, and it's going underneath the other plate. And so the other plate has to rise up and go over the other one. So anything that's on that seabed, which is going to be at the time this all began, was just these types of seashells. Okay? And so as the one plate goes underneath the other one and the other one goes straight up, you start having this rise. That's what's produced the Himalayas. Okay? That is what's called plate tectonics. And we can measure the amount of rise. And we can say, hey, look, it's rising this much. And we can extrapolate backwards and say, okay, if it continued, if you went to this rate, then at whatever hundreds of millions of years ago, it would have been at sea level, it would have been under the ocean, and that's why there's still seashells up there, because those seashells came from the time exactly when that would have been underwater.
Let me give you the flaw in your reasoning, and I understand your reasoning. So, is it possible, and this is just theoretical, when it comes to continental drift, is it possible that the continents could be separating, I don't know, maybe an inch a year, something like that, at a really slow rate? And that could theoretically be extrapolated backwards to indicate, yeah, it took millions or hundreds of millions of years for the continents to separate, but it doesn't necessarily indicate, for example, or doesn't necessarily negate that there could have been a different mechanism that caused continental separation to happen relatively recently, correct?
Not scientifically.
So, hang on just a second. Now, the question is just because the continents may be separating an inch at a time, that doesn't necessarily rule out a different mechanism that would indicate a quick separation of the continents, correct?
What mechanism would that be?
You're not answering my question.
I mean, it's not ruling anything out. What mechanism would that be?
Well, it's out there. I don't know if I can.
What's it called?
Well, it has to do with pole reversal. And
what?
Pole reversal. Have you heard of that?
Yeah, I know a pole. Yes, of course
Magnetic
I do.
pole reversals.
Every 160,000.
But they take millions of years to change, though.
Well, no, I think it's a couple 100,000 years. And yeah, we've reversed numerous times.
One took 1.6 million.
Okay, whatever. Okay, somewhere in that ballpark. But we know it's reversed. So what?
Whenever it does reverse, and I'm not even going to get into this too much because I'd probably need to refresh myself, but evidently that could cause an Earth upheaval, and it could cause problems with the crust and or the way the continents are, on the globe. So it could cause kind of an all-over catastrophe situation where land masses
do it.
Do I?
There's no evidence that a pole reversal can do anything of that sort.
Okay, well, I suggest you look. Even Einstein was on board with this, Steve.
No, I don't care. He was wrong.
Okay, well, that's fine. You say that, but I'm just saying that is a possibility.
Do you know how we determine there's been pole reversals, Tommy?
Yeah, something to do with the seafloor.
Yes, because at the seafloor there's magnetite, and at one way it's polarized one way, producing a dark band, and 1.6 million years later, whatever it is, it produces a light band. Okay, there's been no disruption of those bands. Okay, they are equal in length. Okay, that means there's been no cataclysmic upheaval. If there was a cataclysmic upheaval, those bands would have been distorted. They're not. They're perfectly linear.
Fine. The problem is no matter where you look in history, virtually every civilization has stories of this very thing, this catastrophic event that happened, and it's been passed down from generation to generation, and it is something that if you study history, Steve, it is I don't know what the word is, incontrovertible, that something of sizable magnitude happened to cause an incredible shift or catastrophe on the Earth that indeed caused land masses to engage in probably some massive movements.
There's been 5 known extinction level events, Tommy. 5.
Yeah, okay? There may be very well.
And 2 of them are volcanoes, if I remember correctly. And one was the Chichen Itza meteor that hits in the Yucatan Peninsula, killing the dinosaurs 65 million years ago. And I can't remember for the life of me remember the other 2. But I think one was Mount Pinatubo, Mount Krakatoa, and if anybody can remember the other one.
The Toba catastrophe.
Did I ask you how you explain the Kaiba Warp in the Grand Canyon?
Who, me or him? I can explain the Grand Canyon. It's easy.
No,
yeah, the Grand Canyon.
Yeah, the Kaiba Warp in the Grand Canyon.
I'm sorry, I heard Grand
Canyon.
The Kaiba
You don't know what the Kaibab upwarp is?
No.
Oh, okay. So if you look in the side chat, I posted it.
I got a question for you, Steve. Do you acknowledge that the megafauna died out at the end of the last ice age, which was about 10,000 years ago, and we're talking about the oversized camels, oversized armadillos, oversized dragonflies? I mean, just huge, like the armadillos were the size of small cars. Do you deny that that was the time frame when those lived and died out?
No idea.
Okay, well that's what science says. It's not a trick question, but so does it follow?
I'll take your word for it. I have no idea.
Yeah, so if there were oversized,
wasn't that the Carboniferous period?
All these mammals were oversized. Hang on just a second. All these mammals were oversized. All the insects were oversized. All the you had huge crocodiles and huge sharks and all this stuff. All this megafauna died out at the end of the last ice age. Wouldn't it make sense that the reptiles that were around were also oversized?
Depends. What caused?
Why would the reptiles be not in that picture?
Well, first of all, there's a limitation of how certain sizes can go, especially in mammals. Okay, it's based upon the heart. Okay, it's called somebody's law, and I can't remember. But there's a ratio of how big a mammal can get to its heart. You're basically positing that and I'm saying probably because of lack of, excessive oxygen, right? That's your argument that you're going to go to.
Well, yeah, I'm just saying that the reptiles would have been oversized just like the megafauna was that died out 10,000 years ago.
They were not reptiles, were just oversized. These were unique species that we can actually trace back and see a lineage of. The sauropods.
But they were oversized. But they were oversized, Steve. They were oversized. So what I'm saying is, hang on a second. Listen to me.
Why were they oversized compared to what?
10,000 years ago, we had an Earth inhabited full of oversized creatures, including mammals. I can show you the link after we get off.
And please do. So because it's not going to say theropod.
No, of course it won't. Of course it won't. But it only follows then that logically you would have oversized reptiles, and indeed when science uncovers like a crocodile and it's one of these huge guys, they're going to claim that it was 50 million years old or something like that. But so they never, when it comes to reptiles, they'll never allow that to be included in the group that lived 10,000 years ago.
Because we know they didn't.
Well, then I'm asking you again, what is the mechanism that would keep reptiles small, relatively small, yet you'd have huge elephants or mammoths?
What is the mechanism? Yeah. What is the mechanism that you're positing that makes them larger?
I don't know what it was, but the point is that all organisms, all throughout the Earth, should be oversized, relatively. Because
why?
And so
if you have oversized fish, insects, mammals, then it only follows that in birds, thunderbirds, for example, that we know the Indians were.
That's a nonsense argument. All animals have evolved evolution means that they've evolved through natural selection, so to best fit their environment. So if it best fits a creature's environment, if it best fits them to be really large, they're going to become really large. If it best fits them to be really small, they're going to be really small.
And they're not like it's not like a factor of 100 or 2, I should say. I mean, they're not like double the size of a normal thing. I mean, you make it sound like they're like astronomically big.
They were big. Yes, they were not. They were big. Yes, they were big, Steve. They were. That's what. Why do you think they're called megafauna? Mega is the term for very, very large.
Yeah, but they weren't the size of goddamn dinosaurs, dude.
I don't know how big they were, but if you have an armadillo the size of a car, then that's pretty darn mega.
But how do you explain Acamboro figures, Steve?
No, I have no idea what they are. Never heard of them.
Yeah, so you don't know what the Kaibab upwarp is? You don't know what Acamboro figures are?
No, I know very little. I know a little bit of geology.
I'm joking.
Yeah, no, I see, but you know what's funny, is I don't bullshit when I don't know something, right? And I can't look anything up. So I mean,
but these are figures. These are figures found. These are figures that were found, and the figures that were found, they give they're kind of like carvings of Is it
like the Nazca Plain?
Yeah, the dinosaurs in Mexico or something like that, and they shouldn't exist.
This is the picture. This is the picture. I know exactly what you're talking about now. There's a picture of a stegosaurus supposedly on one of the Mayan temples, and it's actually been determined that much of it was added in later. It is not a stegosaurus.
But these are figures. These are carved out figures.
It was in Cambodia.
There was one photo of supposedly a stegosaurus with his tail up in the air that they determined was a fake. Matter of fact, ICR actually had done a paper on it or article saying they don't even use this one anymore because it's so bad. And as I had pointed out, what we know about sauropods is how they carry their tail, and this picture would not have been depicted of what an actual sauropod would have been like.
But these are not pictures. These are stones. These are carvings. These are wooden carvings that have been discovered. Hundreds of them.
And talking about the Ica stones?
No, Akamboro figures.
And I know about the Ica stones, but those are found to be complete frauds.
Well, the Akamboro figures. Here's your evidence.
Oh, wait a second, Steve. What you just said about the Ica stones. There were some that were. People have a tendency to capitalize on if there's an industry, there's the way humanity is, we try to emulate or capitalize on someone else's fortune. So that may have been what happened down there. But indeed there were some original stones, and they're down in the museum. If anyone was really interested in this country, any scientist was interested in the truth of those stones, they would go down there and actually examine them and examine the put them to the test. What is that stuff that's I can't remember.
They have been tested.
Yeah, those bones have patina. There you go. Thank you. The older ones, the real ones, the authentic ones actually have the patina on them, whereas the fake ones do not. Yeah, it is faded, but it is authentically real and authentic. And the thing is, most of those stones do not depict dinosaurs. They just depict normal, everyday animals or everyday life.
Right.
So the point is, they could go down there and test those if they really wanted to. The ones that are claimed to be real and authentic. But as far as I know, nobody from the up here has done that.
Well, there's no reason. They're already real.
Yeah.
Well, how do you know that without testing it?
Yeah, you have to test it before you can say that. That's scientific. Science would test that. They wouldn't just dismiss it.
Obviously, when they checked them all out, they did some testing of some kind.
Yeah,
they didn't arbitrarily say, well, these are all fake and these are real. There's testing that are done on them to determine.
I would love to see that. I've never seen it.
Google it.
Yeah, you can.
No, I have. I used to kind of dig into that quite a bit, and the scientific community here. No, they did. Well, down there, the people who, found them and have housed them, put them in a museum, and they've had them tested on their own. But as far as the scientific community here, I've never heard of anybody going down there.
It's because they're probably wasting time.
Patina most likely authentic.
Well, see, there you go. With that world,
for patina to fade.
It's probably what did you say? It probably was though.
Okay.
What animal?
So pick things like flowers and stuff, and trees.
What about the presence of ephemeral markings, rainbow marks, ripple marks, animal tracks at the boundaries of paraconformities?
Well, the thing with paraconformities, this I do know a little about. The paraconformities don't have any erosion. Okay, the disconformities do. We know that there's going to be different types of layers that existing, and we also know that not all the tracks are contemporaries, and that's the problem. Sure, there might be tracks that are next to each other that are from different creatures that live at totally different times, but there's nothing at all to indicate that they're contemporaries because they were not laid down.
What about rainbow drop marks? Raindrop marks, ripple marks. What about those? Those are
ripple marks would. Yeah, a raindrop. Oh, I can't.
Raindrop and ripple marks. They're found at the boundaries of paraconformities, and that's.
Yeah, but that's not. Those are not.
Well, it shows that the upper rock layer has been deposited immediately after the lower one. That eliminates millions of years of gap time.
No, it does not. you have an alternating thing of sedimentation layers and limestone. And I do know what the great unconformity is. I didn't recognize what you were saying before about the folded sedimentation layers. But I mean, there's different parts of the Grand Canyon. I remember the Tonto layer or the three parts of the unconformity: the Tonto and the Vishnu.
Get the point, though. This is all the kind of evidence that should be thrown out.
Well, I mean, we know how the Grand Canyon formed, and we know it's impossible to have formed in a year. Okay, we know that it's uplift. We understand that it was all in the sea bottom. And eventually, as the ground lifted up and got out of the sea bed, there was a river that went right through it. And so, as it rose up, and this river was going one way, it acted as a buzzsaw. It just literally sawed through that canyon as it's pushing up. The river's sawing it, and it's just going up and up and up, and the river's just sawing it back and forth. Or just one way, really. But that's how it worked. And I mean, we can model that. There's no reason to think that the Grand Canyon could have been formed in a great flood when there's been no other Grand Canyon anywhere else like that.
Have you seen some other canyons, Steve, that I think they've been posted on Google Plus?
Yeah, they're all different materials. They're different. They're mostly limestone. They're nowhere near the same types of material of the Grand Canyon, and they're usually done in different canyons that have a lot of runoff.
Okay, well, wait a second. It doesn't really matter what the material is, I wouldn't think, if it's soft, right? So if it's soft, then the water would carve through it no matter what it is. So
there are two different types of mechanism, and no, there's not all soft through the Grand Canyon. There's actually hard layers in there. There's metamorphic rock and igneous rock. There's granite in there.
Yeah, now, but the issue is what was it like when the river was being the canyon was being carved?
What, did granite just magically appear after some point?
Well,
it was bedrock. It was the floor of the ocean.
Okay, well, that's your claim, I suppose. But the point is, what has been showed recently on Google Plus is that some canyons are actually formed within a year. And they're not obviously
days.
Scope. Yeah, days. I mean,
days.
Yeah, I
mean, that's not the same mechanism. They're completely different. You're taking oranges and saying they're apples, and apples are oranges. You're talking
about a different mechanism. You have a flood, lots of water that carve a canyon very quickly.
Because the canyon are not different strata layer. They're layers. They're not strata. Okay, a layer of something can be. You can have different layers over an annual period of laying down of crap, right? I mean, just like the polystrate trees are just in layers of mud that have been laid over each other. Okay, they're not geological strata. You're talking about two different types of material. In the Grand Canyon, that's strata. Those are actually layers of limestone and shale and granite, and I can't remember some of the other ones in there, but they're different layers of actual.
Yeah, you know what I would love to do, Steve, and this would be completely fair and totally scientific, for me to go get some rock at the top layer, then go down a little bit lower and get some more rock, a few rocks, and then keep going, maybe get to maybe 10 or 12 different layers, bring them into a geology lab, and let them date them and let them prove that their dating methods are accurate, and they would have to do it in a blind way. Obviously, I wouldn't tell them where I got the rock or from which layers. They would have to tell me, and then give that to multiple labs, and see in this blind testing if they can all come up with the same answer. I would bet money. If I was a gazillionaire, I'd bet it all.
Yeah. I don't know why. I don't know. Yeah. Why don't you write to the Discovery Institute? They got deep pockets. If that's the test.
Well, that's their job. When they date stuff, they should be doing it blindly. They should not be knowing from which layer that they're getting the material. Right.
Again, why don't you write to the Discovery Institute and suggest to them your experimentation methods?
It's just obvious. That's what you guys should be doing. That has nothing to do with me.
Not us. No,
yes.
not us. We know. We've already demonstrated. No.
You demonstrated by how
there has been no. Now you're shifting. Now you're shifting the burden of justification.
I'm being completely fair.
There are many papers out there. That show you how old this stuff is. That burden has been met. Okay, the burden of justification has been met when those things were reviewed, published.
But how accurate is it, Steve? That's the question.
If you want to challenge. Right, if you want to challenge them, then you need to pony up, and you need to challenge it out of your own pocket. And
if I grab a rock from the bottom and a rock from the top, and give it a shot. Okay, Steve, and then if it came back and they got it wrong, for example, would you then disavow your long ages?
Well, first of all, I don't know how you're going to just date.
That's a very simple question, Steve. Very simple.
No, because there's no certain rocks you can date.
Okay, well, if I got me a geologist with me and we went and got us a rock we can date from a couple different layers, and they came out wrong, I'm not going to do it, so don't worry. But would you disavow your long ages?
No, of course not.
Why
because
not?
That one piece of anecdotal evidence doesn't supersede countless amount of other data. That's
okay.
Insanity.
Well, you're. This is very telling, Steve, because there seems to be nothing that would dissuade you.
This is called irrationality. You don't take a billion pieces of evidence that we do have and says I have one anomaly, and you get rid of all the evidence we have that's counterfactual because of an anomaly. We discover the reasons for the anomaly. And Mark, he's not saying how to do science. He's saying how to do bad science. Because an anomaly is something that is not going to falsify something if we don't know the reason, because there could have been instrumentation error. There could have been an incompetent person doing the test. There could have been they've used the wrong type of test for the wrong type of rock. You have to eliminate a bunch of crap.
The issue, Steve.
Then it has to be redone again.
The issue, Steve, is they should be testing blindly, and I don't think they ever do that, quite honestly.
Well, I have no idea how they test. Ask
they
Judy
should.
How they do it.
Doesn't that seem logical that they should not know where a rock is?
I have no idea if they do or not. I mean, I guess that they don't. They don't know in carbon dating. They have no idea. Carbon dating, they don't know what it's from. They take a best guess.
Oh, come on.
Carbon dating is not best. Carbon dating is based upon the carbon in there. I guarantee it. That one thing I do know I do understand the concepts of. Carbon dating is simply based on a very simple concept. It's based on a ratio. That's it. A ratio of C12 to C14. It's laws of physics. It takes nothing more than a knowledge of laws of physics and a simple compound formula. That's it.
I guarantee, Steve, if it came back with the wrong date in quotes, they would send it back and redate it, or they would call it an anomaly, or they would call it a fake, call it a fraud. There would be some way.
You don't write one anomaly.
In other words, they can only come up with the answer that they want. So
no,
that's the way science works.
No, the way science works, it was called an anomaly. That's what it would stay until it's rectified. But you don't throw away everything. Because what you're saying is irrational. You're saying we have all this evidence that's positive, and then you're going to take one piece of negative evidence that has a million possible explanations and throw away all the positive evidence? Nobody does that. That's insanity. That's crazy. That's not science.
Yeah.
I mean, think about it, Tommy. Come on, that doesn't make any sense in the world.
Yeah.
That's like you saying. That's like saying, oh, well, you're a Christian. So if there's one piece of evidence saying that Christ didn't die on the cross, you throw away your entire Christendom?
Well, but the thing is, this is a pretty important, like, if you had to throw away the dating techniques, which you put all of your faith in, by the way.
It's not faith.
If you were unable to use those because of because they're invalid, or because some assumptions were found to be wrong for whatever reason, if these had to be thrown out, that would be pretty devastating to your worldview, because there's not much else you could look at and point to demonstrate your worldview.
Plate tectonics is a big thing we can use.
I told you just a second ago how that could be.
That's ad hoc.
Just because there's a small mechanism or a slow mechanism doesn't discount a rapid mechanism.
So let me ask you this. Why is it that there are many different branches of science that all have a consilience toward an old Earth? And I asked you from the beginning, what is your piece of evidence that shows a young Earth? And you produced nothing. You produced not a single piece of evidence that actually shows 7,000 to 10,000 years. What you try to do is just throw out a bunch of things, but nothing got you to 7,000 to 10,000 years.
And I told you why, right?
So the question poses.
I told you why, right?
Yeah, because there's no evidence to support
miracles cannot be proven after the fact. You cannot go back and prove it. Right, I agree. I celebrate it. Yours isn't science either. You can't prove an accident. You can't prove accidents.
Then you need to get out of science. You need to get out of science.
Then so do you.
You're positing. No. You're positing.
You cannot prove an accident.
I'm not positing special creation. What's an accident? What accident?
Every genetic copying error. You don't call it copying error.
That's not accident.